5 o'clock p.m. And this is rather unusual to start on time. Let's see how the studio is holding up, whether that kicks in. And great, they're synchronizing. Good start, I think. Now we'll see how how everything goes with calling my executrix producer, Viviana Sanchez. Okay, so here we are. Hello, honey. How are you?
Greetings. Happy Sunday. How are you?
Happy Sunday. We are live, just to remind you. And so glad to have you with us. And now that our executrix producer is in the house to help anchor myself, to tether me, we'll see who else we can drag into the living room, so to speak. And you want to experiment with that?
Yeah, I get to do it by myself.
Yes.
So I'm calling Daniel, Selena, Amanda. No, I don't know those people.
Not Crystal. Whatever you do, don't call Crystal. But certainly anyone else. Crystal has clients tonight, but we'll speak to her sometime soon, I'm presuming.
Peter. Okay, Peter.
No, not Peter. Oh, hang up on him. He stays off for about an hour, at least. He comes in the second hour.
Sarah Thomas and the Curious Girl, Sammy Romero.
Thomas. Yeah, Sammy Romero.
Penny Bradley.
Yeah. Well, Pack 1 Morales, Penny Bradley, if you wish. Yeah, okay. Nothing against that. Yeah.
Kane Lawless. No?
Kane Lawless. Yeah, that's Daniel Arola. Yes.
Okay, Daniel. Okay, so this is who I'm calling. Daniel Arola, Selena Khan, Amanda Ute.
Yeah.
Kane, Lawless, Noreen.
Yeah.
Pack 1, Penny Bradley. And Sammy Romero, Sarah Thomas, and the Curious Girl.
There we are. Beautiful. Right. Beautiful. And Clay 2 Phoenix, you'll notice, is in there. You can leave him alone. For now, we would call him like in the near future. And that is me. Oh God, what is? I'm going blank. Miguel Andujar, I think his name is Miguel Andujar, I believe. So I'll check.
I don't have him. Sorry.
Oh, he's in your. If you look in your chat text box in your private account, he should be there. The contact. Do you see that? He's throwing a sword in the air. Clay 2. It says Clay 2 Phoenix or something like that. It's. I mean, I can do a screen share. Here we are. So let's do a screen share. And here we are, honey. So can you see this? The cursor moving around?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you go into your account, now let me see if I can do this now that we're on a call. This shouldn't knock us off call at all, but let me see now. If we go into this account here, it's not going to show up. But if we go into this account, this is what you should see. This is Viviana Sanchez's account, and you should see Brandon Young and Clay 2 Phoenix. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's just for future use. Send him a, friend or Skype, what do we call it? Skype contact request in the near future.
Yeah. What is that?
It's an echo, which means hopefully somebody has jumped onto the call. Either that or the NSA is listening in. Ooh, that's our girl Noreen. Honey,
Hi.
What on earth is that background noise? Oh my God, that's scary.
Oh, no, there's just a group of people here.
Oh, that's right. That's the chanting. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Namu ni gekyo, namu ni gekyo. Yes. So are they?
Okay.
They're all there with you?
No, just a couple people.
Well, you're looking lovely in your Facebook icon. I'm so glad you're putting your photograph up there. It's wonderful. And of course.
Oh, that's not my Facebook. That's actually a Skype photo.
Right,
yeah.
I'm sorry, Skype icon.
That's okay.
Forgive me. So let me formally introduce you to Viviana Sanchez. Viviana Sanchez, this is Noreen Helpand, and Noreen Helpand, this is Viviana Sanchez. Both of you may vaguely remember each other for something like 10 years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
From what event?
Yeah. Oh, it was just, shall we say, Viviana's been following me for all that time, and of course you knew me at that time, and so it was like, it was just back in the old days. She was contacting us a lot in the Skype, and ultimately, Laura Lee Solomon got very hostile as she did with everyone, and acted the pit bull, and just kind of scared everybody off. But she's definitely back with us now, and serving as my executrix producer. So very proud to have her, and certainly happy to have you on with us. And if you would both care to say hello to each other, just so we could test your audio and make sure you can hear each other.
Are we on air?
Yeah, it's live. Yeah, we're
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
yeah. So I would like Viviana, honey, could you say hi to Noreen?
Oh, greetings, Noreen. Nice to meet you. How are you?
Yes. Fine. Greetings. I'm trying to remember if maybe you were not on any of his calls before. I don't recall. So.
Oh,
I think I only did one live with him. I think we did a live. Was it for Christmas or Thanksgiving or?
Yeah, we were like doing some Christmas, New Year's at the time that Laura Lee Solomon had no company and she was very lonely. So it was kind of like a way to cheer her up was to spend the holidays online with other people in a Skype call. And that way she could lecture me about getting too drunk. So that was. That was back then. Noreen and Viviana, both of you probably spoke together back then, but I don't expect you to remember it. It was a long time ago. Does any of that ring a bell, Noreen? It doesn't have to, but
No, not too much. Yeah. It's
no,
okay.
That's fine. And Dat Dude 873210 says sound is loud and clear, Doug and Vivian. And I'll introduce Dat Dude 873210 to Noreen Helphand as well. And I'm so happy to see that you're still involved with the Soka Gakai. And so the people that are coming over, they are, shall we say, people you've known for a long time. Is there anything you're?
Yeah, this is not any large group by any means,
Understood.
So it's very small, very small. So today, yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, come on.
May I ask what that is? Makoko Kekai?
It's just Namyo Horenge Kyo chanting.
So what Viviana Sanchez is asking about is Soka Gakai as a organization. If you could provide, go to town. After all,
It's an organization originally from Japan. But I do want to make it a point that Nichiren Buddhism and Namyo Kyo and the Lotus Sutra, they're not exclusive to the SGI. That is just one organization, but it is kind of unique. And so Nam Renge Kyo means Nam is to devote oneself, Myeho means mystical, Renge means cause and effect, and Kyo means sound.
Interesting. Wow, that's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that with me.
Thank you. You're welcome.
And more than that, you're welcome to go into depth. I'll tell Viviana right now and all of our listeners that Noreen Helphand has always been aware that whenever you try to do something good or benevolent, then dark forces attempt to intervene and do their best to sabotage all of your efforts. And what happened was when I brought Noreen Helphand onto my program at one point, and the producer back then was Kat Jenkins, and she was an elderly lady, and I pray she's still with us. I would be, however, surprised if she is. She was, even in her 80s then, I believe.
I'm not. Are you sure about that? I don't think she was that old.
Okay.
I do not think so. No, I think she looked older in the pictures. She wasn't that old. No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Hopefully then she's still with us. And but at the time she was like essentially the producer for Revolution Radio, and she brought up the fact that was the most sabotaged, interfered with, just the most impacted production she had ever helped to partake in. She was like definitely challenged every moment of that transmission, while Noreen Halpan was attempting to explain Soka Gakai to the masses, and it was just, as always, just a really rough ride. And so we got through it, and despite being cut off multiple times and being sabotaged, everything dropping, and we just made it happen. And so she was able to explain to a great extent within 2 hours what it was all about, and her own experience in this movement. So feel free now in this opening hour to kind of go in depth with it and introduce people to it, and with the chanting in the background, it makes it perfect. And while you do that, I will put up the hyperlinks and get my pages set up and prepare for transmission. Okay. Right. I mean, I'm here with both of you, but we'll participate. But so honey, you want to go at it, or talk about anything else you feel might be relevant? And Viviana Sanchez and you can participate. Either, whatever comes to mind. You sound like you're pretty much at peace with the world, or is that the case?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Gee, that's a complex question, right?
Yes. I did notice that the other day you posted, and I did respond to it, that you felt that there was a lack of real ability to respond to the many of the challenges we're going through with the mass shootings and all that. But you can go there if you want, or anywhere you want. So I'm sorry I interrupted just when you started. So whatever train of thought.
No, that's fine. I mean, that's you're good at regulating the flow of the conversation.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you. So
yeah, I mean, that's always been your talent, and just
Mm-hmm. And so that being said, if the two of you could start a conversation, I would deeply appreciate it. It's not that difficult. Come on, Viviana, how was your day?
Yes,
get it started.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Well, I've just been busy bee. So I just want to say that I'm joining with your group of prayer people and combating whatever is coming against us. And I have to say, it's very uplifting.
Wow.
Beautiful. So this is so I take it you're Japanese heritage as well?
Yes.
And so is this a type of a type of spiritual thing that you're trying just to keep alive within your group of sphere of family members and such?
In a sense, yeah. Let me try to describe it. Oh well, somebody's asking me. Hold on.
Sure.
Hold on.
No worries. So just so you know, Viviana, the other half of her heritage is Jewish. Basically, she had a Japanese mother and a Jewish father, and they met after the Second World War. And her father was involved with the Secret Service. He was the U.S. Secret Service, and yet he was stationed in Japan. Obviously, this was to prevent a lot of counterfeit money from flowing into the United States through North Korea. It would be laundered through Japan. That's where the North Koreans would spend it. And so this would impact the United States economy. So to prevent that, he was over there. And so you're back with us and able to talk, honey? You can cover this yourself.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. So basically, wow. There's a lot of spiritual modalities, and I think they're all relevant. This is just one way to do it, and I think it's very calming. And I was just going to tell my mom here that I'm doing shakabuku right now on the phone. Yeah, they heard the chanting. So.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
How do you spell that? Shakabuku?
Oh, that's just meaning the sharing. Yeah.
Yeah. In other words, sharing the good news. Yeah. So yeah. So spell out the chanting.
Oh, that's NAM. Yeah. That's one word. Myoho Nam Myoho MYHO Renge RENGE and kill KYO.
REAINGE.
Okay, let me do it slower again.
Or you can spell it in the chat box while you do that.
I'm trying, but I want to
Let
get
me
it
see.
right.
No, I mean Noreen, you can spell that out
let
for
me
Viviana
get to that.
in the chat box while you
Yeah,
spell it for our listeners.
Let me do that.
So
Hold on a second.
it's
Yeah.
Nam.
Okay, I'll do that right now. Let me see.
Take your time, honey.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. That should be the first. Okay.
Well, can you just spell it out for me so I can type it in the chat? Because then I can go look it up.
I think I'm typing it out. Oh, in this one. But anyway. Okay, wait. Hold on. That would be it, I think.
Yeah, by the way, I'm terrible at spelling unless I write it down myself. So there.
Okay, NAMMYOHO RENGEKYO. So that's 4 words right there. I don't know if you see them.
Yeah.
Okay, so NAMMYO.
Okay, now that's one word. Okay, then the next word is MYOHO.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third is RENGE. And then the last one is KYO.
KYO. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm going to go look that up.
Okay.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, Nam means to. I'll just real briefly. I mean, I don't. I don't want to really go on too much with this, but Nam means devotion, and Myeoho means mystical, Renge means cause and effect, and Kyo means sound. So it's basically a mantra, and it's originally Sanskrit. But anyway.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And and let people know that when they use this chant, they can pray for altruism, such as healing other people, but also their own needs, such as if they need money.
Yes. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So
yes, you got it.
Well, I mean, I'm certain you could elucidate.
Well, you know what? I mean, yeah, I that's true. I mean, it's. I don't know. It's like when people pray, to Jesus, that's also a different kind of prayer, and it's just as different, and that's all good, So they're basically, the goals are the same, but they're just different modalities. That's all. Yeah.
Well, if it's an engagement in the spiritual realm and principalities, and it's for the force of good, then it could be equally as powerful, just vibrationally, however you.
Yes.
Because I could already sense it in the chanting, so it was lovely.
Awesome.
Wonderful, yes. And so, aside from all of that, ladies, I noticed that the other day. Let me see. I know that our dear lady Viviana doesn't spend too much time on Facebook, but I did see on Facebook. So Noreen Helpan wrote the other day that something about the government's non-responsiveness. I believe it was to this mass shootings in particular. Was that perhaps you could elucidate on that and start a conversation? With our Viviana, I mean.
Sure. Well, I don't. I don't know. You guys, we all have different takes on this, sort of. But, and I think I described this to you, Doug, on a show with you before. Not long ago. I mean, I don't come on all the time, but when I do, I brought this up. I don't know. To me, I'm beginning to think a lot of these shootings, not all. They're kind of false flags to me, that they're just they sound scripted. I mean, this doesn't mean, and I always state this, it does not mean that people do not get injured or killed, or it's not that. It's not literally that. But I think that, I guess I'll say who he is. People like George Soros, okay? They're involved in a lot of these. Not all, but sometimes they are. So, when you hear the really sensational ones, we could think that someone like George Soros or people like that are involved in the strategy. Because you have to realize, okay, I mean, if you want to even take the irony to me is that back almost next to each other, there was, the Baltimore shooting, and then the one here, only maybe 45 minutes away from me, down here in Orange County, California, the one where the Taiwan, the Chinese national who went into a Taiwan church down here, and killed one man, I think a doctor, and injured some people, and he said it was because he was against Taiwan. And then we know about the Baltimore thing. So, the point I'm making, okay, to me, that's too close together, number one. And I think when you hear, I'm going to say more, the Baltimore one sounds more formula and scripted, a little bit more than this one here. This is a little bit different or new, this type of thing here. But, I'm just not, but I find it all of it sounds suspicious to me in some manner. Something about, I'm just using those two as an example. There's so many others. There's what should I say? There are many of these types of shootings, whether it be the Las Vegas one, whether it be the, I don't know, Parkland, whatever. Okay, or these two that I just described. I'm very suspicious personally. I think that they are false flags in a sense. Not always, okay, but many times nowadays I think they are. And people and this is just one example of an individual like George Soros, is funding and behind this, but his cohorts and such. So that's what I think.
Okay. What I'm going to do is warn everybody. You're going to hear noise for a second. What I'm going to do is just put on a back screen. We are assaulted by that rain sound, and there, I muted that. That takes care of that. Just wanted to warn people that was going to happen. So that being said, Viviana, please respond.
Well, I'd have to agree with the dear lady. I just feel like it's too convenient whenever a certain type of event happens on a mass scale. And then all of a sudden, you see the legislation and policies coming in and the government, and then that's swaying the mood of the masses. And then we're having divisions and chaos. And so I think it is a large fabric of the desire of darker entities or nefarious matters trying to promulgate into our society via false flags.
Yeah.
And I think they've gotten so used to it now, and I think we've also just allowed it to be okay in our psyche.
I agree. So true.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, by the way, just to apologize, while Viviana started, I was turning on our own live stream so that I could just have that to monitor it and compare it to the studio that I operate with. And during that period of time, you heard Noreen's voice start up again. So that was not Noreen interrupting Viviana. That was my doing that. That was not supposed to happen. That has never happened before, because when I said I was going to turn on the screensaver and you're going to hear the rain noise for a second, and then once I muted that, then everything I turn on after that mutes. This is the first time that has ever happened. The only reason I'm making a big deal of it is because I'm complexly post-traumatically stress disordered. And just so people understand a little bit about this as an educational opportunity, it's little things like that that throw a complexly post-traumatically stress disordered person over the edge, as opposed to big things. The horror of complex post-traumatic stress disorder is that it's produced under extraordinarily extreme conditions. So if there's bombing and various other kinds of violence, I can maintain myself far more than most people, but yet something like this will throw me into a murderous frenzy. This is just something so that everyone is aware of that. You have no idea how aggravating that was to me. So whether that's part of a psyop or something, just some glitch or malfunction, like I said, technically that's not supposed to even happen. Who knows? We'll take advantage of this while I'm speaking to remind everyone to put in an upvote. As soon as anyone has access to a different IP address other than the one you're using now, I need to remind everyone that the first thing that happens as soon as we launch transmission is that we're assailed by downvote bots. These are like Autobots that go in, and they're not the Transformers of your youth that you saw on Saturday morning cartoons. These Autobots are the ones that are purchased by basically Stephen Outram, and he was involved with information technology, but he's, despite being a multi-millionaire, he's incredibly cheap, and so he purchases very cheap bots that assail us with downvotes. And the reason for this is because it throws us off of searches. So YouTube, I must remind everyone, it operates on aggregate. It's a popularity contest. So when somebody's assailed by downvotes at the beginning of the transmission, when you want it to appear on searches, that's when he preempts it by literally hundreds of downvotes. Now, YouTube, to its credit, filters these out. It takes maybe about 2 hours, but they gradually filter these out within the opening aspect of the program, the opening hour, and shortly thereafter it bleeds into, and then the rest of the transmission functions normally. But the only way to overcome this so that we show up on searches in the beginning is to basically give an upvote from every IP address you have. Remember, the enemy fights dirty, and they use literally single rooms where they've got multiple computers, and you have to do the same. Use your tablet, your PC, your whatever you've got, and whatever's got a different IP address, throw in an upvote, and that will help us get on searches. And then more people will hear these lovely young ladies yawn. And with that, we
was that a yawn?
Somebody yawned, yeah, and
No.
okay. At any rate, to Wale says Vivian with this is a friend of Vivian's, no doubt, and so she was saying something about psychological operation, and oh my God, what was that? That was interesting. That was not myself, and it wasn't me playing with the videos.
I think my phone it's sensitive to picking up things or something, because I'm not doing, all I am is sitting around with some papers. I mean, I'm not, it's not like, yeah.
No worries. This is like we get strange audio on our programs all the time, and this is because, as you might imagine, especially in the opening hours, it's very bizarre. It's like whatever NSA agent or cultist is assigned, they just are settling in or something. So yeah. So with that, I turn it back to you two ladies, and I want to thank Daniel Arola in the chat room for bringing up other perspectives, and me in the chat room, who's that lovely little pie with the slice taken out of it.
Oh, is that you?
No. Me. That's me.
Oh.
Is Diane Hillis Buchberger. That's Diane Hillis Buchberger. Yes.
I just subbed to you, me.
Cool. That's Diane Hillis Buchberger. She heard whispering. Yeah, she heard the whispering too. It's very bizarre.
Wow.
So we get this weirdness. She said it sounded demonish. It did. It was very demonic. And thank you, honey. That confirms it wasn't voices in my head, which is, not something that I worry about. But, I always make a joke about it, because once we get on air, I make jokes about what's within my head and what's that anyone else can hear. Such being said, these two ladies, I think, have it down. Let's have them, aside from a few other people to say hello to, whoever Wallet is, and Diane Hillis Buchberger as me in the chat room, Daniel Arola, and anyone else who's been joining us there, my welcoming to you all. And with that, these two young ladies will be putting what Viviana can do is cut and paste what our dear lady Noreen entered into our text box here on Skype, and she could put that into the chat. And that might, maybe, perhaps, if people started chanting that would help us expel the demonic whispers that are in all of our heads at the moment. And there, with that, turning it back to these two ladies. And Diane Hillis Buchberger says that was very funny, where Viviana thought that me was Douglas. Yes, I know. Well, that would be, I would like to think that people wouldn't assume that I would use an icon that was a pie with a slice taken out of it, but that is,
well,
yeah.
You could just be wanting to try to be simple.
Yeah, well, it's cute. Well,
but you would never be that simple.
Yeah, well, it's not so much simple. I think of it as kind of like feminine. There's a sexual connotation to it. So
to pie?
There is. You're so innocent. You're so innocent, honey.
Yeah. I don't even know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So just so you know that there's that. And at any rate, so I'm already getting questions, of course, about the different things. I'll respond to them later, probably around the second hour. Let's give these ladies a chance to talk. And there we are.
My mic was muting itself so much. There we go.
Yeah. And now,
anyway,
now that it's not muting, that's people in the background we're hearing, or what?
No.
No.
That's the TV.
Oh, the TV! There we are. Okay, and that might explain a lot. And so everybody ignore Daniel saying Poontang Pie. And of course, yes, and of course, Diane Hillis Pukeburger says she does not mean it that way. So thank you for clarifying that, Diane. I never suspected such. You know us, man. We're just in the gutter. We're in the gutter, and
That's not true.
Yeah.
No,
I
it
don't
can't
know that.
always be true. No, please no.
Well, such being said, let me turn it back to the ladies. I'm going to put some
right.
hyperlinks up.
Go make some tea.
Oh,
and
yeah, I mean,
deep-
I'm here. I'm here. I got the tea. I got everything. I'm just going to put the hyperlinks up,
great.
and I'll just be silent. You ladies take over. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So, you go ahead, lovely lady.
Come on, Doreen, honey. Come on, you can do
So,
it. Yeah.
so on the, on
okay.
the
All right
question-
then. Okay. I guess I'll say. Let me think. Yeah. No. It's kind of pleasant. I'm having a pleasant afternoon because I'm just yesterday, and I don't want to talk about it right now. I was, I planned along with the family of my friend who passed away. Remember, I was telling you about my friend that passed away, and Friday, a few of us helped at the church to set up, and then yesterday was the memorial, which was nice. But and so today I'm just relaxing. But what else was I going to say? So it seems to me like there's. By the way,
Yeah.
can somebody? I'm just curious. May I ask what you estimate the listeners and/or viewers are right now? I'm just curious. That's all.
Well, we can go into. Let me turn this into a little lesson for both of you. So, how are you with your screen? Can you see it when I share screen? I'm sharing screen right now, honey. So, can you see this?
You know what? I'd have to enlarge this, and I can't right now.
Oh,
So,
okay.
can somebody read it to me? Yeah.
Oh, sure. So I'll go in there with Viviana, and if Viviana can see this, basically this was the channel that I'm talking about, where I keep the channel up, and this is to be disambiguated from the studio. So this is the studio, and the studio says that the concurrent viewers right now are 19, which is about right when we're starting. And then what happens is it builds up later in the night to about half 100, about 50 on average. And all of this is, and you see it just jumped up right now to 20. All of this is extraordinarily undercounted. And as soon as
Really?
it's,
Well,
oh
I'm
God,
not
yeah.
shocked, but
Yeah.
wait. So when you say undercounted, can you estimate that actual, viewers, listeners, viewers, whatever, modem they're using? Would you say that there's maybe right now instead of 20, there would be 1 or 200? Is that what you're saying? Or
Pretty much when it uploads,
Okay.
the moment that it uploads, then what happens is you get the most accurate picture of what the average concurrent viewers are. Because the moment that it uploads, immediately it's going to say something like about half 1,000 viewers. So we got at the
I
absolute
see.
minimum half 1,000 viewers, but the point is when they talk about concurrent, it's some kind of obscure algorithm where they're talking about everybody hitting at once. Now, what Revolution Radio had was something that did just the opposite, and it would incredibly overcount by orders of magnitude. So people were under
Interesting.
the misimpression that they had like a million listeners. And this just simply,
You know what? But there is something. Okay, I agree with you. But there is a certain way where there could be more listeners to Rev Radio and other such venues in terms of how they're delegated through mediums like iHeart or Spreaker. So there is some truth to that. That there are more listeners because of these, various venues that they circumvent through. But
Oh, no,
yeah,
I
I
get
know
what you're saying.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But the same goes for your show as well. See,
Yeah, no,
in
I
a
get
way,
it.
maybe.
Oh, yeah,
Mhm.
no, I get it. I get it. By the way, thanks to Shalima Tonje, or Tonge, says, I am now sub to your channel. Bless you. Thank you so much. Don't know if it's male or female, but Shalima Tonje sounds female, I guess. So, kisses over there in that direction. Hugs if you're a male. But again, if you are looking, you'll see the concurrent viewers are constantly changing, and right now they're continually going up. So by the top of the hour, it'll reach about 40 something, and then by prime time, it's going to be about half 100. Then for the
Sure.
rest of the night, we're going to hold at about 40 to 30. And so obviously this will go up as more people sub, but it's not something to overdwell on. Just out of
Well,
curiosity,
I'm
why do you?
just curious because being on you with you, I wasn't really sure about that. I was just curious.
Yeah, I mean, you can see by the number of subs that we're at 2,200 or something
Right.
like that. Yeah, it's so,
Hmm.
we obviously have a lot of subscribers. The just again to kind of bring up how some of these things work. I mean, it all just turns into just technical stuff. That the bottom line is, for somebody who's in media, it's the healthiest thing to do is not dwell on it. I mean, when I bring up
Hmm.
something like ratings, though, I mean, there's a relevance to be taken into account, and that had to do with, say, for instance, the last producer that Viviana Sanchez came in to rescue me from. He was a person who basically, for all intents and purposes, was assigned. Whether he was assigned or not is a moot point. His actions effectively made him assigned as an enemy asset, where he took it as his life's purpose just to scare everybody away. So the problem was I was stuck, and just couldn't really. I can't function without a producer. So the
Now, can I ask? Because obviously this person was known as, what was his name?
oh, he was Jameson Reese. You spoke to him a few times. You might remember
You
him.
mean you fired him? You had to let him go? I'm just
Oh
curious.
God, yes, yeah. It was
Well, can
just
I make a statement? I'm glad you did because
yeah.
the last conversation he was with me and you and everybody was fine. There was nothing was wrong. But I remember when I first was introduced to him, he was to me like really bad and strange, honestly.
Oh, he's horrible. Just horrible.
Yeah.
He's just negativity incarnate. He's
Well,
just
he might have been even a shill. I mean, really.
absolutely, absolutely. Like
Yeah.
like I said, it becomes almost a moot point, regardless of whether he was or not. His actions
Yeah.
were effectively such that he was. So I
Now,
mean,
did you must have let him go recently? Because the last time I was on air with you, he was with us. So it must have been fairly recent.
yes, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
was it was recent, but
All right.
believe me, it's not like I never would have had him on if I had a choice, but I had no choice because he was working
Oh.
for free. But of course,
Oh,
you
I
get what you
see.
pay for. You get what you
Mm-hmm.
pay for. I mean, who offers their services for free? Viviana, I understand because she was listening to me right from the beginning, and
Right.
and
Mm-hmm.
she was always very much volunteering herself, but she was chased away by the original pit bull, Laura Lee Solomon.
All
So,
right.
so this is something that should have happened from the beginning, but instead, and the beauty of it is there's no military background with Viviana Sanchez, whereas Laura Lee
Right.
Solomon had been in
Mm-hmm.
the Air Force, and the individual in question, Jameson Reese, had been in the Air Force. So he went through boot camp and has lost and missing time there. So again, just another product of military brainwashing. Who's against me more than anyone else on earth? The U.S. military. So there you have it. That's it all comes down to that. All these people generally had military backgrounds or were somehow affiliated with people who did have military or espionage backgrounds. So all that being said, again, let me turn it over to you, ladies. I'll go back on to I'll cease the screen sharing for now and go back to sharing the hyperlinks. And both you, the young ladies, if you could be kind enough to take over, talk about current events, and anything you wish. Obviously, plenty to talk about. So if you want me to get
Mm-hmm.
started by providing some hints, I'll do that. But I think both of
Mm-hmm.
you can handle it. Come on, Viviana, give it a start.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I just thought I would go off on the since Noreen is here. Where may I ask where you're located?
Orange County, California.
Oh, okay. And so, what are you seeing there as far as this the latest shootings and such going on in your area? Not in your area, but in the current fabric of the news.
Probably too much to count.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wow. Let me think.
Are we seeing like protests or marching or? how is this? Because I have not been paying attention. Forgive me, I just haven't. I honestly, to the latest current events.
No, well, even my gang brother Beaver said it was to the point where he was feeling like O.J. Simpson. People die every day. Yeah, but go on. Yes.
Oh, wow, that's funny.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Yes.
That was kind of like, you know what I mean? It's true.
Yes, it's true. It gets to that point. We all get calloused. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, honey, there was, I'm not quite sure. Now, you live in a kind of, you might share with Viviana and our listeners, you live in an interesting area where you basically are exposed to a lot of Hollywood types. You ran into, I believe, at one point, Dennis Rodman. You can mention others. Plus, many are involved with Soka Gakai. You can bring that up. Yeah. Tina Turner, I believe. Some others. Yeah.
Yeah. You see. True. Well, I mean, living here, okay, people, Doug, you understand that where you live, it's a little bit of a sprawl, but out here it's very sprawling. So, it's like running into celebrities it's a weird thing because people will, but maybe not at the rate that others would think, but it's like a loose network where there's a 6 degree of separation, but it isn't like that, that exclusive. It's hard to explain that kind of thing, It's hard to explain it, but but as far as like shootings, well, no, we don't have a lot of protests on here. No, not really.
Now, you mentioned protests. Are you equating protests with shootings?
Oh, I'm sorry. Not exclusively. Not exclusively. Let me see. No. So therefore, I don't know. I'm just saying.
By the way, we have some horrible wildfires in your place that are eating up a lot of property. Maybe you could,
Well, that's that would be the Laguna area, Laguna Woods. But I think that's also suspicious because the manner in which some of those houses, were burnt doesn't sound like a normal fire.
Not at all. No. I've brought this up before. The arson campaign against California. Go on.
Yes. No, it's true. So, unfortunately, you guys, we try to live our lives, whatever. But yeah, there are very suspicious things going on all the time. Yeah.
And with some of the celebrities, just to get back to that.
I haven't had any situations with them lately, so I don't know what to say.
No, but I mean, you can relate some things that have happened in your life. I mean, wasn't it?
Nothing. You know what? They're kind of. I don't know. I mean, I've had celebrity sightings, stuff like that. Not like extreme, but a few here and there. Okay, here's a more recent one, if I can even call. I guess a few years ago, my friend that passed away. Actually, she loved Rex Smith, so we went to see him for free at the Scientology Center in Hollywood, of all places. Rex Smith, if you guys don't know, I mean, we were kids when this guy was famous, but he was like a one-hit wonder with "You Take My Breath Away." Great song. I liked him, but my friend liked him even more. So I saw free tickets to see him at a Filipino market really close to me. So I called her up and I says, "We got to go because I know you like him." And she goes, "Yeah." So me and her went, and he did a good show, but he did a very intimate autograph signing and photo op with all of us, many of us. So, I have a photo of me and him and her and him, which we used in the memorial slideshow. So Rex Smith, I mean, in his heyday, he had long, like a rock and roll hair, long, beautiful hair, and he was very attractive. This time around seeing him, a little bit older, shorter hair, but he wasn't fat or anything, at least, right?
Yeah.
So, he was very nice, so.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and he's married to a Filipino. That's why there were I would say the majority of attendants were Filipino, in that venue, because I picked up the free tickets at a Filipino market. So I'm like, yeah, that goes to show that his biggest fans are in the Philippines, and the Philippines that were here who liked him went to see him too. Yeah.
Wow, that's so cute.
Yeah,
And
it was cute.
yeah, and of course, but just so people understand, Los Angeles being what it is with Hollywood, the sightings are something that are like part of everybody's lives more so than they would be anywhere else. I
Well,
mean,
let me just preface that by saying that you're correct, but the weird thing about celebrity life, I think nowadays, is that these people, they're not only living in the LA area. I mean, they may or may not, but they also live in other places. So it's kind of hard to say whether. I would guess that maybe back in the older days, or in the past, there would be more, is my guess, because not as many of them lived in other places, but that probably started back in them having second homes or third homes in other places probably dated back to the 40s or 50s, right? I don't know. So you're talking like, so it's almost normal for a very wealthy celebrity, to have various houses in different locales besides here. So, therefore, and to meet up or bump into one would therefore be, like situational, I guess, depending, right? So that's what I think of that. And also, if you are involved in the industry, that would be way, way, way more, But, other than that, I mean, if a celebrity has a house, in Hollywood or LA or wherever around here, and, somebody bumps into him because at the market or something, yeah, okay, you have that, and other places too. But you have to realize that, maybe half the time, some of them are trying to avoid being in public too. So that also lessens the chances, right? So it really kind of depends, I think. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. How about where you're at, Viviana, honey? Tell us a bit about that kind of like, I mean, I don't know how to describe it. Kind of like Mayberry, USA, kind of like a gated community without the gates. I mean, it's like you don't need them really, right? Something like that, kind of.
No, I think we're pretty sheltered. We have a very large police force as far as being federal, state, county, and city, and being a place where police are taught and schooled here. So, and that being said, with the two major interstates, it's just not a place you want to do any type of nefarious deeds, because a lot of people get caught here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So normally we're just kind of a chill area, but when with election years, of course, we see the with a lot of Californians moving here and such, you see this divide in the political process of.
Where do you live?
I'm in northern Arizona.
Okay, right. So you're in the West, but yeah, okay, got it.
Yeah. So we feel the propensity of this whole idea of the Democratic move and trying to take over the state. And so it'll be very interesting to see how the state turns as far as influentially trying to become Democratic. Like, I'm in a Democratic region, but mostly predominantly Arizona is a red state. So, but that fabric's really changing, and hopefully we will have more of a middle ground, like a purple state, is what I'm thinking. And but you see that the fabric of this division is very real for us here. So.
Well, I like when you said purple, because I'm somewhat moderate. I think I said my views before on the show. I don't remember. I think because I am a moderate, middle of the road when it comes to politics. So, but I would say I'm not as much. Well, I hate using the term liberal, because I think liberal is not. It's misused. I think it's how can I say this? Yeah, I think it's misused, the term. Misused because because the old school liberals, like when you're talking about John F. Kennedy Jr. and maybe, a little bit after that, that to me is, or, that era, would be more the old school liberals, in my opinion. You know, and I like that better. I'm more of that type. I think what's going on now, unfortunately, is liberalism has been hijacked by leftism, and it's just bad. So, you know, that's why I'm a moderate, and I have some liberal tendencies and some conservative tendencies. So I guess I'm a moderate, you know. But no.
Oh, okay. And that tends to happen with age, I think, as we learn our viewpoints and consider the fabric of what we're going to believe or support. Yeah, so I'm already already hearing these ads, and I'm just like, oh no, it's an election year.
I know.
So Australia just had a sweeping election as well. I think their party just completely changed, but I'm not quite sure. Maybe Douglas can talk on that later if he's been paying attention.
Oh, yes. For the sake of Tricia Whitmore, one of my favorite Australians, I'll certainly go a bit into that. I think it's very fortunate. Definitely they needed this to happen, and I'm impressed that you noticed that at all. So, yes, they've undergone a sea change, and in the meantime, I'll give it back to you ladies. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, in our community, we have quite a few Australians that, when we talk about, you know, the events going on in their current day in life, and so I always like to stay aware of what's going on with Australia.
Wow, why are there so many Australians in your area?
In my area of YouTube.
Oh, is that what you mean? I thought you meant like living in northern Arizona.
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm usually talking about just our community here on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
And tell us a little bit about that community again, whatever you're willing to share.
Well, it's predominantly more of drama and awareness. I would say drama and awareness. So the two clash, and it's also intertwined with this whole true crime community. It's a menagerie of different types of people, and we have wonderful people actually, and many times we just find the fabric of, you know, using YouTube to be a distraction and get away from reality, and just have fun and communicate. So a lot of people from Australia will join us, and a lot of creators are from Australia as well. And so it's just fun to know them, and they're just wonderful people, very supportive. And if you ever have an Australian friend, you'll always have a friend for life, because their spirit is just so robust.
Wow, delightful.
I really appreciate them.
And of course, our dear lady, Noreen Helphand, visited Australia with myself, so you can tell us all a little bit about that, honey.
Oh, wow. Oh, but there's so much to that. But I do want to say that it was lovely there. And I do want to confirm what Vivian said, that it does seem to me, it's wonderful. I mean, the country is, and the people, you know, they really are. They're truly wonderful. I think she's correct. They seem to be steadfast friends, because even Revelation Radio, we still have a lot of Australians involved and listening, and they've never like turned on us. They're really good generally. I mean, you know, they're pretty good people. I like them.
Yeah, one of my friends said they are just a friend of the underdog, being that the fabric of Australia has always been kind of where the outcasts were sent, you know. And yeah, so they understand that process, which I appreciate always.
Right.
Oh, that's so wonderful to hear both of you ladies talk. How about you, honey? Noreen, did you have a special place on YouTube or some other place where you can kind of vent or cathart with people online? You must have an online group, right? Or several, I would imagine, at this point.
Oh, myself, let me see. I was just thinking about what Vivian was saying. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. I was just going to say the Soka Gakai, too, is also a social venue, I would presume, but go on, yeah.
Yeah, it is. Soka Gakai, let me think. Yeah, it is, too. It's that, too. But, Talk about YouTube though. Yeah, I do have my station or my channel. A lot that's posted on there right now are, not all my Revolution Radio shows are on there, no, but there's, a number of them, not a lot, but I might start to also put other video content on there, but that would be Noreen Helpans, apostrophe S, Wild at Heart, we'll just say Wild at Heart, and that's, if you type that in, you'll find my channel.
Right.
Oh,
So
okay.
subscribe
I'll
to
look for
it. Yeah, thank you. Subscribe to it.
Absolutely. I'll drop it in the link. Wild at Heart.
Thank
So you came from Revolution Radio.
Yeah, I'm still with them. Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. It's just, Mike Ringley's dead, so it's become somewhat of a different environment. Basically, a mad painter's running it right now, so I can't imagine it as having improved. But such being said,
Well, it has improved in some ways.
yes, I suppose.
I don't know.
Yes. So long as you're on it, everybody's welcome to go there to listen to our dear lady Noreen and, have fun. I don't know if she takes too many calls anymore, but you can go on about that, honey.
Oh, no, I do on my show, which is West Coast time. On my show, yes. So that would be tomorrow, a Monday, let me see how I explain this. On the West Coast, that would be Monday, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Studio A, but the server is from the East Coast, as you know, Doug. Yeah. So that would be 3 hours ahead of me. So that would be more like midnight going into Tuesday, and that's for the U.S. So I do take calls on there, but I need to have a Skype contact from you. Whoever, if they want to call, because I don't have a Skype phone number.
You don't. Well, you've got a Skype ID.
No, of course, because we're on now. But I'm just saying that I don't have how people who don't have Skype accounts, if you have a Skype number, as you know, people can call in through their phone to your Skype, but I don't actually have one.
Oh,
I have obviously an account. So if a person has an account, then obviously if they friend me, then, I can pull them, I can call them, or they can, when I say they call me, I have to call them and then pull them in. But, I don't have a Skype number is all. That's all.
Thank you. I don't know much about that technology. That's incredible. You know more than I do.
That was the same when you were on that station as it is when you're using Skype now. It's just Skype. I think you can still buy a Skype number, for not very expensive. And yeah, I just don't seem to use it as much, so I don't have one. But, I guess people who, it just depends. So, you know what? I need to make dinner for my mom now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hang up and then hopefully join you back a little bit later. Is that okay?
Of course. That's fine. We'll be available again around 9 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. If you want to drop in for a few minutes then, by all means, there'll probably be about an hour transition from 9 to 10 before I start monologuing. So, by all means, honey, we love you dearly. Thank you for joining us.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you,
yes,
guys.
thank you.
Thank you, Noreen.
Lovely
Thank
to
you,
meet
Anya.
you.
Yes,
Right.
nice to meet you, Vivian.
Nice to
Okay, you
meet
guys.
you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Yes.
Have a lovely evening.
Yes.
You too. Bye-bye.
There we are, and so it will be a few minutes before we bring Peter Moon on, and at the top of the hour, he's prepared for that. In the interim, I've gotten all of the hyperlinks up and have somewhat caught up with whatever happened on Facebook while I was out. We'll be catching people up maybe organically with what some people have, with what's been going on. I was going to talk to our lovely lady Viviana about it, and by the time that she got back to me, which is no fault of her own, I was probably brain fried and unable to really remember anything that was going on. Anthony Morales was saying on May 8th that he was watching live on YouTube. So I guess what I need to do is, it's I got to be careful about responding to men. You don't want to, slap up hearts, everything. I do that a lot just habitually because I tell people how short life is. And otherwise, of course, it's, nice to see men trying to communicate without trying to make a pass at me. So I try to, respond in some neutral, manly manner that, won't offend them. So just thinking aloud because I got some notification that somebody had posted on one of my timelines. But every time this happens, I get thrown into this little business message box on Facebook with some of these timelines. Is very different from what I'm used to. And it's always confusing and I'm not quite sure if I'm able to get out of it. And so that's creepy. So I tried to get out of it and got this page isn't available, so hopefully my timeline hasn't suddenly been blocked. So I'll find out about that, but I tried to get back in. Other than that, of course, all of these mediums of communication, they're not what they used to be. They're all changing. And of course, with Tesla man getting involved, and he ruins the name of Tesla, but he's still Viviana's favorite troll. Elon Musk, the Musk man, is going to change social media yet again. I noticed Viviana Sanchez was pointing out that we're live with Douglas Dietrich on her Facebook timeline. And so everyone, do me a favor, if you have any connection with Facebook, do friend Viviana Sanchez. She was kind enough to use one of my illustrations as her Facebook icon, and so Goddess bless her. And
that's my favorite. That's my favorite one.
Thank you, honey.
Next to your Native American, the Native American girl.
Thank you.
I always use that one too. It's my favorite.
Yes, the chieftainess, the kind of princess who's basically nude but with the feathers. Yes, the feather dress, the feather headdress. Yes,
it's beautiful.
Thank you, honey. Thank you. Bless you. So that's all wonderful, and so thank you so much. And also she added the stand with Ukrainian flag, and I appreciate that most certainly. So with all
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you. With all that going
I just saw this, Douglas. Guess what?
What?
George W. Bush has made a speech on Ukraine and Putin.
Yes.
Did you read it yet?
Oh yeah, he made a gaffe about Iraq. How dare he invade Iraq? Basically, yeah, it's really funny. Yes, it's pathetic. It's awful. It's just awful. It just goes to show, right? I mean. Honestly, I could go on about that, but yeah. By the way, do me a favor, bring Pete the Moon Man on, honey.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm reading this article. I'm lost over here in translation.
No worries.
Forgive me. I'm sorry.
No worries.
All right. So, do I ring him now?
Yeah. It's,
okay. So
no
add Peter Moon. Peter Moon. Okay, sir. Here you go. And there we go.
Okay, so he should be on any moment if he's not on now. So let me put a calling in the messenger box to him because I know sometimes he can't hear the ringing. So let me tell we are calling. There he is, I think.
Yes.
There we are. Yeah, so such being said, this is definitely we're gonna see what happens organically tonight.
What's gone on so far?
Hello, Peter Moon. Welcome.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm okay, thanks. Thanks for asking.
Good.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah. Oh, nothing much happened. The lovely Noreen Helpan joined us for a little bit, and we were just talking about trivial things, kind of burning bandwidth while I got myself together. And as much as I can ever get my act together, just funny things going on here and there. I would just say that most of all, we're just very lucky that everything technically is working, and that's very important. It's good to get that. When Noreen joined us earlier, there were strange, funny, demonic sounds that were coming off electronically that were heard by our audience and by ourselves, little whisperings here and there. Then after that, it kind of faded. It's usually the worst is in the opening hour. It's like whatever NSA agent or cultist that they've assigned to us settles in during that period of time or something. So all of that being done with, hopefully, we now have you with us, and we can, shall we say, stabilize the platform. The ladies were doing wonderfully, but now that you're here, we can kind of bring up various things that are relevant as well. So, Peter.
Fun and games. Fun and games, Douglas Dietrich.
Yes.
But it's just you and Vivian and I right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, right now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, where would you like to begin?
Oh God, again, organically, we could take it to any number of areas, but I guess what does come to my mind, I will share with the listeners. We might take it a little bit from there, and it might be kind of like a little running theme throughout the night. Later on tonight, I might run a little comedic with it, but I guess let's just put it this way so people understand. With, of course, the termination of Jameson Reese, what I do need to say is there is always collateral to this. Again, to reemphasize that it was important to do what we did. Noreen Helphand expressed her gratitude that we terminated Jameson Reese. She herself.
It's a domino effect. It's like when you hit one domino, other dominoes go.
Yeah. And with Noreen Helphand, she brought up just a little bit. She didn't go into it very much, as there was no need for her to relive the horror. But she was pointing out that she too was very disturbed by Jameson Reese, and that he did not treat her well when she was first appearing. She brought up the fact that he was very disturbing and very disturbed, and that she was just glad he's gone. So she was ecstatic that Our Lady Viviana is working with us now. And with this kind of domino effect, what people may or may not notice, depending on whether people even care, and there's no need for you to really care. But there was always one thing people may have noticed for several years by now, is that Salvage Sheikh would put his little blessings at the bottom of the YouTube episode almost immediately after it was published. So he would get up in the morning when it was published and just slap that up there and then review it later during the day. Now, he was always very supportive and effusive, and certainly said many nice things, and of course conducted a number of interviews with myself, with Peter Moon, and with, of all people, Jameson Reese. So there are those interviews up there on his channel, which should still be accessible.
Douglas, I didn't know he did interviews with Jameson. What are those interviews about?
Both of them. Well, by the way, and again, just so people understand this, I don't say these things to defame people or slander them now that they're gone or something. This is something people can follow up on their own. Basically, basically genocide. When it came to Salman Sheikh is also a believer. He's expressed this a number of times on record on this program, which again always disturbed myself. He felt that 85% of the population is going to die. That's a pretty high number. So when it comes to 85%, this was like part of his gospel, whether he was deriving this from the Quran or some other kind of reading or some occult kind of trip he himself was on. I never followed up on it because it was just something that I found so bizarre issuing from him that I just, he would go into that trip vaguely. Sometimes people would remember when he was speaking of my gang stalkers and then talking about the eternal lake of hellfire, etc. So sometimes every once in a while that would come out, that the hellfire and brimstone aspect of what one would normally attribute to a much more fundamentalist take on Islam would manifest. So he and Jameson were apparently going in that direction, and I didn't feel any need to lean any further into that or review it any further. But it's definitely up there for people to see. I don't know if I'll remain sub to his channel. I'm sub to it right now. I don't know if it's going to remain that way, because
I guess it would be safe to assume, although we can't fully accept an assumption, is that Jameson was helping to reaffirm his beliefs.
Oh yeah, that I knew. I can tell you that automatically. I heard. Of course they were both going into the, everybody's got to die trip, and it's that was something that they could share. So if anybody wants to follow up on that on their own, they can. The thing that I will present about this, so that people understand my stance with Salman Sheikh. The first thing is that I'm very grateful for the help he provided myself, which was financial. He was a kind of a sponsor. He would send at a baseline about $25 a month, and then some months he would send $100, and some months about half $100. But he would tend to at least once a month send something, and every little bit helps. So when he was on here, he would say, Douglas is your Vulcan intervention. You need to listen to him, etc. And, he was always very helpful in that regard. And then again, there was kind of an effusive nature to his personality that I found very hard to square with his apocalyptic fantasies that 85% of us have to die. And this was not negotiable. This was like something that he felt was preordained. So this is whatever his interpretation of whatever he was involved with, which it may or may not be some reading of the Quran and maybe something else. He did have that, and he did mention that a few times on air. So anybody who's been listening regularly has heard him say that. So then the other aspect to bring up about is the paradoxical nature of his faith. So understand that this was something that I went into deeply, so that people could understand that I understood Sufism. And when it comes to Sufism and the entire range of what the Sufis are about, understand that they're highly romanticized for a reason, and they are a mystical kind of branch of Islam wherein the regular practice of Islam does not approve of them. So when it comes to Sufis, they would be the kind of Muslims that most Westerners would get along with because they are far more quote unquote liberal. But when it comes to the more regular practice of Islam, I'm not even talking about fundamentalists, the regular church of Islam, no matter whether it's the kind of Shia or Sunni, most of them would basically tell their followers to stay the hell away from Sufis. So that people have a bit of an understanding like this, Sufis are independently enlightening themselves. So when Sufis do this, they tend to go out into the desert, and they tend to basically meditate, contemplate, and therefore, according to the regular church, they would basically find themselves vulnerable to possession. So the regular church does not trust people to go out and do that. They basically encourage people to stay with the church and be directed. And of course, we can look at that as being spineless, and and think about these other Sufis as being courageous. But understand that they do open themselves up. That's the whole point. And some of them attain a incredible enlightenment, and with that, an incredible power. But then it's always emphasized by Muslims that many of them become incredibly diabolic and incredibly evil. Now, of course, listening to Salman Sheikh all these years, you would never think that of him. That's not the first impression you would get. but there was always this paradox concerning his involvement with the Freemasonry. So that is something that, just to put this into perspective for people, when it comes to educating our man on the Cthulhu phenomena, the Great Abandoner that I spoke of on Salman's program, and it was something that people need to listen to because it's up there on our channel, which is the Maggot Man's channel, John Warrington's channel, which you can find just by looking at the Odyssey, ODYSEE, the Odyssey, that you will find connected theoretically through my subscriptions. But Jonathan Warrington, of course, he was somebody who was given these episodes, and we have them as well, and they're up on his channel, and people can review my interviews with Salman Sheikh there. Since Salman Sheikh has disaffiliated, then he didn't want to be affiliated with myself anymore. He removed his blessings. Then what we did was we simply removed his name from those interviews and put them up on the channel. So since he doesn't want the affiliation, then that's fine by me. But when it comes to this kind of phenomenon and the kind of why it was always odd when it came to what he's pulling with his Masonic trip, you're talking about, a good comparison would be what happened with the Soviet Union when the Soviets invaded Afghanistan. Then one of the things that they did was they basically opened up a kind of cadre system. And the cadre system that they established was one in which they had a bunch of Muslims claim that they were practicing Soviets, that they were philosophical Marxists. Now, the state was atheistic, and though this may sound like common knowledge, I don't think people appreciate the ramifications. When it comes to something like the state of the Soviet Union as it was, and their persecution of the church. Their persecution of the church drove the church underground. And when they drove the church underground, then they basically were pursuing that to the point of extinction and extinguishment. And the end result was they left themselves wide open to the antithesis of the church, which was Satanism. And when the Satanists of the Rasputin tradition began to go on the offensive as the primary force of resistance in the Soviet world of state-sponsored godless atheism, then the state had no defense. To put it to you this way, basically when they were pursuing the church, when they were denying the existence of God, I'm not even speaking on some supernatural level. God gets back at them indirectly, though you can interpret it as such. But basically, the Soviet Union could not, therefore, acknowledge a satanic counterpoint to the church, because that would be acknowledging the validity of the church itself. There is no devil because there is no God. Therefore, they could not even acknowledge the existence of Satanism. Therefore, whereas the church was hunted to the point of extinguishment by the Soviet state, the Satanists ran free. They had no impediments. No one acknowledged their existence. You could not officially acknowledge that they existed. So for that reason, when Aquino and many of the intelligence agencies in the United States were burdened with contacting the resistance in the former Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union's KGB and security forces were so thorough, so obsessive, so compulsive, that they were annihilating all forms of resistance, the only effective form of resistance left in the Soviet Union was Satanism. And therefore, they opened pylons of the Temple of Set in the Soviet Union, just as they did in England. And ultimately, the co-religionists from the Rasputin tradition, such as Alexander Dugin, made direct contact with Michael Aquino. And ultimately, Alexander Dugin became introduced by Alex Jones regularly and repeatedly as Putin's brain. So when Putin was able to take over the former Soviet Union, at that point you had a direct satanic takeover under Rasputin tradition influence of a satanic government over Russia, which we see the results of now. This was...
Can you clarify something for me, Douglas?
Of course.
When the impetus for Satanism in the Soviet Union was a direct result of the church being suppressed, or I'm missing something. I am missing something.
Well, as you know, during the time of the Tsar, that Rasputin came as a kind of satanic counterpart where the church failed. Where the church was unable to save the Tsar's family, Rasputin came as an open Satanist and could save the family. And therefore, that was the first real sign of a kind of satanic imposition and impact on the Russian culture. When the Tsar was overthrown, which in itself was a victory of the forces of hell itself as interpreted by the Orthodox peoples, because the Tsar was more than just an emperor. The Tsar was also the head of the Russian Orthodox Church. So this would be similar to the emperor being overthrown in Japan. It would be somewhat close to that. The Tsar himself was not viewed as God, but he was certainly viewed as a manifestation of God on earth, very similar to the Pope in the Roman Catholic culture. So when the Tsar of Russia was overthrown, it was already presumed that the forces of hell had ascended on earth. And at that period of time, the Rasputin cult, the best way to just refer to them, because if I refer to the Russian terms and all that, just people are going to get lost. So the best way to say it is the Rasputin cult. They basically...
I did find a name for it, remember?
Yes.
I forget what the name was.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Going into that now would just take us down another tangent.
Yeah.
But when it comes to that phenomenon, this became the resistance under the Soviet Union, because it really wasn't at that point a victory for the forces of hell in the sense that people were acknowledging Hail Satan. It simply opened the gates of chaos and the Bolsheviks took over. And when the Bolsheviks took over, then ultimately they suppressed the church. The Tsar was dead. Now their job was to suppress the church. And the reason this was advantageous for the Satanists was because they became the only valid resistance. There was no other resistance. Any other kind of resistance based on politics was easy for the KGB to track down and destroy. The church was being extinguished wherever they could find it, practicing deep underground. And so in that sense, they had to acknowledge the church as the enemy of the state because the state is atheistic or anti-theistic, anti-godly. But when it came to Satanism, they could not acknowledge it as existing at all, because that would imply that the church is right. If there is a devil, there has to be a God. So the state could not acknowledge the existence of Satan or the Satanists, because that would be a victory for the church. This is why it made it easy to become a Satanist in the Soviet Union, and that was their only functional resistance network that the Americans could contact, and that made Michael Aquino the primary contact point. Does that make sense?
When you say it, the Satanists were resisting the government?
Yes.
Okay.
Because
so
they wanted to take over. Yes.
But at the same time, they were just creating their own sphere of influence.
Yes. Because understand that Satanists cannot thrive in an atheistic environment. A Satanist is a theist. A Satanist acknowledges that there is God, because otherwise there would be no point in Satanism. You understand what I'm saying, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is disambiguating for me.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So when it comes to when Muslims were subjected to the Soviet invasion of the Soviet Central Asiatic republics of Kazakhstan and Tajikistan, and then these places were assimilated, they had already created these cadres of so-called pet Muslims, which were like communist Muslims. And the communized Muslims would make this claim that Islam and atheism can coexist. And then by the time they invaded Afghanistan, they tried to proselytize this So they would send in these cadres into Afghanistan saying, see, we're Muslims, but we're also Soviet, and that the philosophy of Marx is what modernizes us, but we can still be spiritual. Now, the insanity of this position and why the Afghans resisted so violently is, well, it should be obvious on the face of it. It should be self-evident, but let me explain. You've got people who are saying that they're Muslims and they believe in Allah, the God, but they're honoring a atheistic philosophy that says God is that does not exist. So they're trying to say just take the spirit of it without believing the reality of it. In other words, live the word without believing in the spirit behind the word. And of course, the people who were not communized said, fuck you, and you're crazy. And you're talking about, this is like somebody saying, I'm a Jedi Sith, or I'm a satanic Christian. It's just, this is just something that is, it doesn't compute. It doesn't compute because it cannot compute. You're putting together two polar opposites that it's got to be one or the other. You're either pregnant or you're not. So this is somewhat like saying, I'm always pregnant, but it's like Schrodinger's cat. You don't know if I'm pregnant or not unless you perform an abortion. So it's something like that. It's so bizarre.
Okay, so now I have another question about the Soviet Union. Now, this stuff these pylons were rising long before Aquino was even born.
Yes.
And at some point, he made contact, and that was probably after the fall of the Soviet Union, wasn't it?
No, it was before the fall. Remember, when I was working with Michael Aquino, the Soviet Union was still going strong.
Okay.
Yeah. And so he was contacting people behind the Iron Curtain who were practicing Satanists. These were the only resistance the Americans could find. This is also what made Aquino so powerful, was because...
Oh, so it helped bring down the Soviets.
That's right. Aquino was given an enormous amount of credit for the fall of the Soviet Union. He and his cultists and their contacts with Alexander Dugin. And of course, they needed an age of chaos first. And hence Boris Yeltsin was brought in, this alcoholic. And then that alcoholic was easily pushed aside by Vladimir Putin, who came in as the savior after Yeltsin, with his democracy, brought in all of the foreign pillagers who raided the national resources and became robber barons, lords of plunder, and that was capitalism, and democracy was made to be painful and chaotic so that everyone would welcome anyone who could save them, and thus Vladimir Putin was brought in as that savior. This was all satanically manipulated. It was never would have functioned that dysfunctionally without that kind of manipulation. But just to put this into perspective for the kind of, shall we say, paradox when it comes to these communist Muslims, then you can imagine the paradox with someone like Salman Sheikh with his Masonic practices. Now, he's been very deep about the Sufism, but he very seldom spoke of his Masonry. And just so people know, this is a man who has gotten very high in the Masonic ritual standards. He's been through many different order initiations, and he's constantly posting up on his Facebook page his different graduation from various levels within Masonry. Now, when I explained early on in my career as a public informant, about the differences between the Illuminati and Freemasonry, and I said the Bavarian Illuminati were an attempt to basically take over the Roman Catholic Church and fortify it for the onslaught of Freemasonry, which was dedicated to the fall of the Roman Catholic Church. And therefore...
Fortify it against the onslaught of Freemasonry.
Yes.
Well, I have an issue with that, and maybe you can elucidate on that.
Sure.
The Bavarian Illuminati was, Adam Weishaupt was succeeded by Giuseppe Mazzini, who, basically took over the Papal States, destroyed them. And he was a Bavarian Illuminati. I mean, he was the successor to Adam Weishaupt.
Yeah, he was. This was the schism that was going on in the Bavarian Illuminati. The point was that you had Adam Weishaupt establishing a form of masonry that would be antithetical to that which was demanding the destruction of Christendom or Europe at the time. And when it came to Europe at the time, it was still very much in the identity phase of Christendom being more the unifying identitarian concept than Europe. This was part of the modernization process towards a European identity. So understand that this was a very complex movement where Adam Weishaupt was taking an enormous risk, one that brought him on trial by the church as a heretic, where he was attempting to both hijack Freemasonry in Europe to turn it away from the anti-Christendom path and then basically establish a kind of fortification of the church so that Europe could evolve. And the closest thing that Europe had to evolve out of at that time, whether it's for better or for worse, was the church. That was the major unifying factor in Europe that crossed all national boundaries. So they very much became involved with the Jesuits. Now, when he was brought on trial and brought down, the man, Giuseppe, that our man Peter is describing, took over this schism part of the movement and then worked on the destruction, ultimately, of the Papal States. So they were carrying out the Masonic agenda. So the original Bavarian Illuminati, the true Illuminati, that's why they had to go underground and became propagandized against. You're talking about something very similar to what happened with the Templars in the Near East, who then became propagandized against as demonoid goat fuckers by the church, who then basically confiscated all of their assets because of the enormous wealth that they had and burned them at the stake, except for the survivors going underground. So
you also have a sort of a natural affiliation between the Freemasons and the Templars,
yes.
That are both, very anti-church, particularly in France.
Yes, well,
particularly in France. And France becomes such a focal point for a geopolitical focal point of, great magnitude.
Yeah, and this is what resulted in the Cathar Revolution against the church and the church crusade against the Cathars in France. So if anyone wants to see how much the Cathars overtook in France, all you really need to do is take a look at a map of Vichy France in World War II. That was essentially all the lands that were conquered by the Cathars that the Pope declared a crusade against. This is why the Third Reich used those geographic boundaries for Vichy France, was because they were established by the original Cathars. So when it came to the fact that the Bavarian Illuminati went underground, that element of them, which was true to the original cause, is what became the Schutzstaffel, or the SS, which existed before Adolf Hitler. Now, that is like occult knowledge most people have no idea of, and the person who was most familiar with it was Heinrich Himmler, and this is why he had such enormous influence. And just so people understand how much influence Heinrich Himmler had, understand Heinrich Himmler had no military experience. This was not a man who had served time on the front during World War I. Yet, by the time of World War II, he was in charge of several military operations, and his performance was fine. He was operationally competent. So this was a man who had a natural talent for military genius without needing to be a combat veteran. But Heinrich Himmler was a product of that ancient secret society of the Bavarian Illuminati. This is why he had that training without having to go through the military experience other men had to. It was part of his background, his initiated background, his illumination. That's why he was illuminated. So when it comes to the SS and the history thereof, I was pointing out the struggle between the Bavarian Illuminati, the real Illuminati, and the Freemasons. and presenting the reality that the Illuminati, as ultimately manifest in the SS, were the heirs and protectors of European identity and the first transnational army. This was the precursor to NATO, the precursor to the Warsaw Pact. This was a supra, as in S-U-P-R-A, a supranational army of forces that accepted nationalities from all over the world. So you had a very distinct pan-European global identity to the SS. This is true Illuminatism. So when it came to that, as opposed to the Freemasons, who were seeking to destroy Europe as the civilization that was heir to the old Atlantis, which the Freemasons claimed to have destroyed, the Freemasons conquered what they claimed was the new Atlantis, which was the Americas. And therefore, they are involved from our very inception as a republic with the Founding Fathers. So when it comes to the Founding Fathers and their sinister agenda of genocide and annihilation and their Freemasonry, they were deists. The philosophy and the religion, if you will, because this is what it is, the cultic religion of the Freemasons is deism. Anyone who thinks that this is a godly republic founded in Christianity, you're a fool. You've been completely misinformed and misdirected. It's all bullshit. All of the Founding Fathers were deists. These were men who believed in a clockwork universe, one that was created by a god gone away. That God had basically created this clockwork mechanism of our cosmos and then abandoned us. And therefore the throne of God was empty, and it was up to man to make himself God to occupy that throne. That is deism. So when it...
I think you'll find it interesting, Douglas, if I read a quote for you.
Sure.
From George Washington.
Yeah.
It's here. He stated in the following in his letters. Quote, I have heard much of the nefarious and dangerous plan and doctrines of the Illuminati. Quote, I believe notwithstanding that none of the lodges in this country are contaminated with the principles ascribed to the Society of the Illuminati. Quote, he's talking about Freemasonry. Another quote is, it was not my intention to doubt that the doctrines of the Illuminati and principles of Jacobinism
right.
had not spread in the United States. On the contrary, no one is more fully satisfied of this fact than I am. So he's very showing himself as a Freemason. There's no disputing he is a very highly regarded Freemason, that he was completely anti-Illuminati.
Thank you. Bless you. Thank you. Bless you. So when I was presenting the Illuminati as the preservationists, they called themselves the perfectibilists. You can look that term up, perfectibilists. The perfectibilists were the heirs and preservers of Europa, whereas the Freemasons are seeking its destruction. In between that is the multi-thousand-year-old, the multi-millennial church. Now, when it comes to the Freemasons and their war with the Illuminati, where the SS represents the good guys and the Freemasons represent the bad, as I presented it, this is because of this deistic perspective. So when it came to deism, the throne of God is empty, man can ascend to occupy it. This is ultimately what Freemasonry is all about, to usurp the throne of God. So when George Washington and others of this deistic cult formed our republic, it was all towards that ultimate end. And in regards to why this is important, think about that kind of philosophy and compare it to Islam. Now, if you were, say for instance, in Helena, Montana, one of the things that I had to do when I was young to try and prove myself to think tanks was to point out different things that would impress think tanks. And like I said, I went too far, impressed them too much, and that's when the big names in the think tanks told me, you know, we can't tell our employers, our contractors, any of this because this isn't what they want to hear. all we're doing is juicing the system and making as much money as possible, like so many defense contracts that I've spoken of in the past. When I've spoken about what engineers did with the development of fucking basically so-called Star Wars defense initiative systems and so many other physics-based laser mechanisms, space-based systems, that so much of it was just crap. And all they're doing is juicing the taxpayer, and everybody's making bank, so nobody really cares or reports any of it. And people, of course, have made running jokes of this, where they've published books that were basically satires, saying how the Pentagon will never be overpriced. They'll pay 10 times whatever somebody else is charging you for a toilet seat. And this was based on the accounting reality that the Pentagon had purchased toilets that were multi-$1,000 toilets. This is like just like they were in space or something. They were like purchasing toilets that would work in outer space for the building within the Pentagon. I mean, obviously, this is completely unnecessary and totally stupid, but this is the crap that they do. And so when it came to this kind of madness, a lot of this has to do with just people ripping off one kind of scam. But there is a different kind of scam that goes on with the think tanks. And the think tanks work at a far more abstract level. Their job is to prove that there's a Soviet threat, a communist Chinese threat. And so they spend all day cooking up imaginary powers that the Soviet Union or communist China have that they do not. I mean, for instance, we see it now. We see people presenting the budget for the Navy, for the U.S. Armed Forces, and they're basically telling the people of Congress that, oh, we cannot fight 2 wars while you're asking us to cut our budget down. But they are also saying, like, oh, we cannot, defend the country without enormous advances in our technology. You can obviously take a look at the majority of our competitors, China and Russia, and those people are in the tank. I mean, it's like, well, what are they talking about? Who are our competitors that would even be, that we should even take into account? I mean, this is obviously a scam. So when it comes to the scam that was the fix being in for many generations, it was just hyper blowing up the threat of the Soviet Union and communist China, which were a monumental existential threat ideologically and insurgently, but not in any way, shape, or form industrially, commercially, or technologically. So when it comes to the kind of threat the army, the military was facing, it was always a low technology, even a non-technology threat. That is our primary threat today among the cults of the kings of Edom. Such being said, when it comes to what I was trying to impress the think tanks with, one project that I worked on was predicting the next American Civil War. And one of the things I pointed out was that it would be an East-West conflict in America rather than a North-South conflict. That the frontier West was all mountains and missile silos and Mormons and militiamen, and that the natural organic capital would be Helena, Montana. And I pointed out that if you were to go to Helena, Montana, and spend any time there among all of the militiamen, you would think if you didn't know any better, that you were in a Taliban stronghold in Afghanistan or something. Now, this is slightly sarcastic or satirical, but not by much. Everywhere you would go, you would see crescents and Muslim symbology. And you would think, fuck, how many Muslims are here? Everybody's white, but all I see is Muslim shit. You would basically think that because of all of the Freemasonic temples. Every temple has got all of these crescents and all of these weird symbols from Islam. And what you need to remember is that this is Islamo-Satanism, so that you understand what is going on. They are copying or jacking symbolic symbols. They've been doing this for thousands of years. And yet that George Washington and Ben Franklin and Tom Jefferson and all those white propertied slave owners were not Muslims. These were not secret turban-wearing guys bowing towards Mecca, no matter what time of the day it was. So they were jacking all this symbology through their Freemasonic cult as a form of symbolic inversion. This would just be like going into a satanic temple and seeing the crosses upside down, the pentagrams are upside down, everything's inverted, and this is the inversion of the norm. This is the ritual of inversion, the inversion principle within cults, and that is what the Masons do for Islam. They are inverting all of its symbology, jacking it towards an inversion process that is satanic in nature. This is basically anti-Islam. It is just like Antichrist. This is anti-Muhammad, peace be upon him, anti-Allah. So when you get somebody like H.P. Lovecraft, which is why I was trying to explain H.P. Lovecraft in my interviews with Salman Sheikh, and I say this man came from a Masonic family, but it must be noted H.P. Lovecraft was never initiated into Masonry. His father had been an upper-level Mason, very high level, which is why he inherited such a vast occult library. And yet, here you have him converting to Islam. So the reason that H.P. Lovecraft not only never attempted to become a Mason, which may have helped him in life, the reason was he was never accepted as a Mason because he was a Muslim. So he could not become a Mason. It's basically, if you're a Mason, you're not going to be Muslim. So when it came to H.P. Lovecraft, as he was, this is why he was never Masonic, why he never carried on his father's tradition. He had converted to Islam as a young age and then said, I will never be a Mason. So when you have someone like Howard Phillips Lovecraft, and I was explaining Cthulhu, understand that as a Muslim, what Howard Phillips Lovecraft ran into in his research, in his multilingualism, in his, shall we say, autodidactic brilliance, he comprehended something that Westerners could not. The human etymology as pertinent unto diabolic summons by calling upon the barbarous name of Cthulhu, commonly bastardized from the Chthonian, literally dwelling beneath the surface of the earth, the nether regions, into the English as Thulu. The original Sumerian is Cthulhu, the ancient Sumerian conveyance of the title Lord of the Abyss. Kutu, meaning abyss, Lu, meaning Lord, or entity of eminence. Al-Kadulu, the Arabic, the Forsaker. So the Alge al-Arabiya, the Arabic, Kadulu, Forsaker, that means abandoner. And as I said, the most readily accessible primary source available in the English that I can think of for one to read when researching roles of the Arabi magics about the abandoner would be in the Al-Mukarribun, the Arabi Magicians, or Magic and Mythos by Jamal Haldoun, as translated by Steve Locke from the Arabic. And there the co-authors articulate how Al-Kahuru, the Forsaker, manifests as a spiritual force that powers the practices of basically a kind of Qigong, Tajrid wa Tafrid. Now, Tajrid and Tafrid. Tajrid means outward separation, and Tafrid means inward solitude. So Tajrid means disentanglement from home and hearth, from all wealth, from all materials or materialism. Tafrid, isolation from company. Now, Tajrid and Tafrid, these are two terms and practices all but forgotten to conventional Islam, as derivative from synthesis of several Arabic root words that are rich in nuances. Al-Stajlema, meaning surrender in the total and unconditional sense of the term, in conflation with al-Shilayim, meaning obedience in the sense of voluntary servitude. That's those two words form Islam, meaning submission, presumably in devotional dedication to the will of Allah, and Allah alone. There being no disagreements about this among any Islamic scholars. Now, specific to Tashawuf, the real name for Sufism, understand that Sufis are a schismatic branch of al-Islam, the submission, defined by adherents as the inner mystical dimensions of Islam, or submission. So, Tajweed wa Tafrid, these are Qigong exercises, breathing exercises, orgone exercises. And these orgonic exercises are used to transcend, i.e., abandon all normal cultural programming. By transcending, i.e., abandoning dogma and fixed beliefs, a seeker can see reality as it truly is, breaking both the matrixial barriers and all moral boundaries of mortal man. So, Al-Cthulhu, the great abandoner, Cthulhu himself, is stimulated by Al-Nafs, the soul breath. This Arabic conceptual permutation of the ancient Egyptian term for spirit or life force called Ka, which is analogous to both the Zhonghua Ren, the Chinese Qi, literally breath, in allusion to the bioenergy or orgone of Qiguang, as channeled by a pure form, Tai Chi Chuan, shadowboxing, and the Nipponjin, or Japanese people's concept of Ki, which employs the same simplified Chinese character, or Aikido. But by Arabi reckoning, the reckoning of the Arabs, inclusive of psyche, the holistic soul, or mind, as it would be understood in the West, but mental identity itself in the realm of Arabi, the self-awareness through desires. Ego, the carnal self-identity. Al-Hadith, the tradition, perceiving it as a little black spot on the area where one's heart is, it being asserted that the Prophet Muhammad himself, peace be upon him, had this spot removed. In its primal state, Al-Nafs incites us to commit evil, such being the base instincts of the Nafs at the lower chakras, the nodal energies, the centers in which the chakras in which energy flows through the subtle human body, your second body, your oral body. So Al-Islam emphasizes the importance of resisting the inciting nafs, the hadith, or recitation, which everyone knows from the book most revered aside the Quran, the Haditha, holds that on surviving yet another campaign of religious war, the Prophet Muhammad himself, peace be upon him, saith, "We now return from al-jihad ashgar, the lesser struggle, to al-jihad akbar, the greater struggle." Now his companions asked, "O Prophet of God, what is al-jihad akbar, the greater struggle?" After surviving a apocalyptic conflict in which men lost limbs and life. Unto which he replied, "Al-jihad, the struggle against al-nafs." This means, or has been interpreted as, the struggle against complex post-traumatic stress disorder, which makes men into murderers after armed combat and a career thereof, knowing only killing as their solution. This is a misinterpretation, or rather just one interpretation amongst a greater interpretation. The struggle against falling into abandonment, nihilism, the philosophy of Jameson Reese, that there is nothingness but the nullity. Thus stimulated, the abandoner, the Sufi, then causes al-hal, the static condition of rule. Alternatively, the possession, or the mystical experience of spiritual state. So the relationships between al-nafs, or al-katulu, and al-hal, the static condition of rule or the possession, is very intricate, and I'm very much oversimplifying all of this. But the co-authors of that book on the Arab magicians, Locke and Haldun, they impart that the abandoner is acknowledged within some schools of Tashawuf, or Sufi poetry. So Al-Qatulu's name be writ in Al-Quran Al-Karim, the holy noble Quran itself, Surah, or the chapter 25, Ayah, or the verse 29. So, verse 25-29 translates as, mankind, Shaitan, is Al-Qatulu, meaning Satan is Cthulhu. And this ayah, this verse, in the Quran itself, is important because it links the abandoner, Cthulhu, with Shaitan, Satan, the Altadraco, the Elden Dragon, the Lord of the Abyss. And of the two orthodox interpretations of this ayah, the most universally applicable is that Shaitan will abandon man, the other being that Shaitan causes men to forsake al-Islam and its culture. Now note that the latter interpretation, it's fairly consistent with the spiritual meaning of the ancient Mukarribun posits that Al-Qatulu, well, obviously, the Mukarribun practices of the Sufi, they're all thought sinful by Orthodox Islam. So any Orthodox submitter thinks the Sufi are Satanists that must be destroyed because they're just pure evil. They're the Sith. So understand that the Sufi, which I don't condemn or feel are all evil, you have to take them case by case. They are emptying themselves and inviting something else in. And they are abandoning all that is considered moral that holds the fabric of society together to escape every bond of society, every bond with every person in their life. These are people who are severing their contacts with all humanity, that their brothers, their sisters, their mothers, their fathers, their children, none of this exists to them anymore. All of that is gone. So when they cut those ties with the blood, then they cut their ties with all morality. Anything is possible. That's the whole point. Anything's possible in the positive because at that point you're free from all material goods, the soft chains of love and affection, and you could attain an enlightenment that empowers you to heal. Or, as happens with all too many of them, you abandon all sense of morality. That means you can victimize and have sex with infants and animals. And this is what people perceive them doing in the desert. So your average Muslim would only approach a Sufi if they're completely desperate. This would be like a gypsy witch. So in Islam, the Sufi are like the gypsy witches. You're making a deal with the devil himself if you approach them by conventional Islamic interpretation. So if you were to go anywhere in the Islamic world and just openly say, oh, I'm looking for a Sufi, you're not going to get a friendly response. You're going to be automatically evade it like the plague. So understand that when people are desperate, like they're impotent or they're sterile or something, and they'll go seek a Sufi. The conventional church cannot help them. Conventional medicine cannot help them. Then they'll seek a Sufi. This is why the Sufi are feared if they enter a village. They're feared and they're despised. They're reviled. But nobody dares to offend them because everyone's afraid of what they can do. So this is not what you may think of. The Sufi may be benevolent. They may be saintly. But they're also not in any way, shape, or form to be interacted with voluntarily. This would be the normal Muslim attitude towards them. a Westerner might think of these dervishes dancing in the desert as mystifying and entrancing. But then again, that Muslim would tell them that's their glamour, that is their entrancement. But then you imagine Salman Sheikh saying, I'm from the Sufi tradition, and then I'm Masonic. Then you're saying I'm like a Muslim deist. It's not something that even clicks. It goes back to he's done what H.P. Lovecraft would not do. You're one or the other. And since he combines this, it's like saying I'm a satanic Christian, or I'm saying I'm a... Now, at one point, and I have his letter, he wrote me a physical letter saying that he was considering leaving Masonry because of what I had taught him. And then he stayed in. And recently he published his graduation certificate where he had entered a higher level on the birthday of Albert Pike. That, hey, I've graduated to a new level of Masonry on the birthday of Albert Pike. Now, Albert Pike, Peter Moon will elucidate this man's history. This is a man who would consider Salman Sheikh to be nothing but an Oriental nigger not fit to lick his boots. He wouldn't go anywhere near Salman Sheikh. He would consider him a subhuman monkey. So for him to take pride in his next level of Masonic initiation on this man's birthday, all of this goes together to put into some context what's happened now. And basically, a crunch point had to come where he had to make a choice. And
before we go into the crunch point,
yeah.
I just want to comment to people. See, one of the unfortunate things, and I learned this in Scientology, is most Scientologists, and this doesn't apply to just Scientology, but it's a very good example, as they're consumers. They are a consumer. And there's a difference between a consumer and a creator. And I was a very successful consumer of Scientology, but I also got to see how it was proliferated, production. There's the cycle of economics, which is, production, distribution, and consumption. So you have people that are consumers. And as a publisher and writer and editor, I'm also producing stuff. I'm more of a producer than I am a consumer. And consumers have a completely different mindset than a creator or the persons who are consuming their whatever it is they have. I think I saw some comment by the what's his name, Donald Fagan, the guy at Steely Dan, identified with Steely Dan, and he made some very sardonic comment about his audience, like he's just playing to a bunch of old baby boomers. It's sad, in other words, he didn't like or appreciate his audience. He's a rather cynical character anyway, talented but cynical. And in other words, they were consuming his art. Now, a Freemason is a consumer. Certainly the rank and file Freemason is nothing but a consumer. And I had one Freemason write to me who took great umbrage in my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity. He really liked the L. Ron Hubbard part. But when I made a few comments on Masonry, he was very, not just offended, but, wanted me to recant what I wrote about it. And he was quoting Albert Pike. This is not what the Albert Pike stuff says, like he read it in a book, Albert Pike. And you see, there are levels of Freemasonry where they're, because I was talking about how it's really the object in Scottish Freemasonry is to create a moonchild. And they pair up different people with different people to have sex. And this is something that, if you're not tapped on the shoulder, they don't consider you a worthy candidate to have sex and create a moonchild. That may be to your credit, it may be to your discredit, depends on the situation and what you think about it all. So when you're, and I can understand how all of this stuff is so convoluted and tricky that anybody, including Salman, could be very bemused and confused by it all. So, and this is what I was talking about, the domino theory. And from what you've explained to me, some dominoes have fallen.
Yes.
And domino is related to the word dominion. Dominion is the province or realm of angelic forces and or Kabbalistic Sephiroth archetypes, which include your planetary influences and the negative sides of those. So what happens is when you penetrate certain realms of secrecy, which is what Douglas Dietrich's data is all about, this is very initiatory stuff. And we all have to scramble to, figure out what is what and how does it fit into the greater scheme of things. And certainly when one is got their hand over their heart and is a member of a certain tradition, they are first and foremost a consumer. And sometimes, if they're lucky, they will either get insight into that consumership or move beyond it and into the realm of creator, or seeing how the game is created. And I saw this with L. Ron Hubbard. I saw that he was creating a very marketing game. And the marketing game was a marketing game, but there was some substance to it if you were fortunate or smart enough to understand it and benefit from the consumership, but also see, what it was and what it wasn't. So, and most people never get beyond the consumership. And then finally they reject it and think, oh, it's fake, you can't get it anyway, which is okay. But anyway, so I just wanted to comment those things that Salman Sheikh was very much in the position of a consumer, which is very, there's no criticism of him there, because that's what most Freemasons are. They're consumers. And they read this stuff and they're being initiated by an invisible force they know nothing about. And they're putting their trust and their heart and their faith in this. And when you do that, it carries a risk and a danger, potential danger. Anyway, go take it over.
Yeah, and so what had happened was that Salman Sheikh had been very close and friendly to Jameson Reese. And Jameson Reese was telling him about his problems, why he couldn't see Lena Shea. The time that Jameson Reese became most actively involved with myself was with the severance with Lena Shea, when she basically, someone flipped a switch and her programming kicked in, and she began to do everything she could to sabotage what she had spent a good deal of time and money helping to build up, which was, my career. And she was doing so much to help me, and then called Jameson Reese to basically tell him that that I was the enemy now. At the time that this was going on, she had already been telling me she was planning on seeing him to perhaps to definitively engage in basically a fling. And I didn't mind that at all. This was something that her and I were still very friendly at that time. And she, of course, was actively doing what she was doing, prostituting herself. And I've worked with escorts all of my life, but the very fact that Jameson Reese was so loyal to me was, as I said before, in itself somewhat suspect. He was obviously the product of a program, and the fact that he wouldn't take making love to a beautiful blonde over, basically staying loyal to Douglas Dietrich, I would have completely understood if he had done the former as opposed to the latter. Though it was touching that he was loyal, the question was why? And at that time, when he became my producer, it was obvious, of course, he was the product of a program when he was in the Air Force for a short while, and of course was rejected, but there was missing time. His time in boot camp, his time undergoing some kind of program, and of course, there's always that military connection, whether it was Laura Lee Solomon with her time in the Air Force, and of course, Jameson Reese. These are people who, it must be remembered, even Michael Aquino was spotted on Air Force bases. That's where he met Michelle Carmela Saldana, was on an Air Force base. This is something because he was the chaplain to all these branches of service. But such being said, when we said he was definitely preparing for some metempsychosis or a transmigration of the soul, which I myself know for a fact is quite real because this was how I helped the Dietrich Artelect escape. This is something that we realize more and more is what Jameson Reese was being prepared for. And certainly he was like living in his mother's basement and being kept as kind of like an open meat puppet waiting for this event. But during all this time that this was evolving, and Elena reported back to me that, oh, she wasn't going to have sex with Jameson after all because she couldn't. Because he's all of the DMX, the cough syrup he had abused for so long, like it does with heroin addicts, rendered him impotent. Then this was a problem he approached Salman Sheikh about. So Salman Sheikh visited him twice, and this is twice that's openly on record. We know of this.
Twice that you know of.
Twice that we know of. Twice that we know of. Visited him twice that we know of that they were open and talking about because they could not talk about it because they met other people. So the 2 times that they met where they encountered other people and were photographed, they shared with us. And during that period of time, Salman was basically told me he was trying to help Jameson as much as he could with this issue. And he described, of course, there were Sufi out in the desert. There were men who could not give birth because they were sterile. And there were men who, because they were sterile, they would approach the Sufi master and say, can you help me so that I can father a child? And the Sufi could do something to share their essence. Now, the way he described it, they were sitting back to back. This may have been something different and more intimate, but basically what I can relate to you was, as described to myself, was that Salman Sheikh was doing his best to share his essence with Jameson Reese. Now, obviously, they grew quite close, and with the termination of Jameson Reese, Salman Sheikh was confronted with having to take a side. Now, what happened before he left, when he was on with us, shortly before he went into his Ramadan period of withdrawal, he told us that he had had a dream of Michael Aquino, and that Michael Aquino was simply smiling at him smugly, knowingly, and he had shared that. That's on record, that's on air, just like the 2 public visitations he had with Jameson Reese. This is all on record. This is all there for people to find. This is recoverable. So this is evident. At any rate, what happened was that this began to be associated, when he spoke to me about this, with his involvement with sharing essence with Jameson Reese. Then he felt that now Michael Aquino was entering his space, and this was frightening him. This was freaking him out. He was very frightened by this. Now, what puzzled me was, of course, if a man's faith is true, certainly the best scene for this is The Devil's Reign with William Shatner and Ernest Borgnine. And Ernest Borgnine is playing the goat-infested devil worshipper, and he basically says, nothing is impossible with a faith as strong as mine. And when he challenges William Shatner, show me your faith. And then William Shatner is faced with all these demonic cultists, and he freaks out and pulls out a gun and shoots them. And he starts shooting, and they don't fall down. Then, Ernest Borgnine looks at him pityingly and says, pointing at the gun, "Is that your faith?" This is what I felt like with Salman Sheikh telling me that he was so freaked out by Michael Aquino appearing in his dream. I'm like thinking, big fucking deal. It's like, why does this even bother you? It's like, to me, but to him, this was like a disconfirmation process. So he did mention it on air. Again, it's on record. So obviously this freaked him out. But then I told him, as this thing went down with Jameson, I said, dude, okay, this is going on with you, and it's obviously connected to Jameson. He's obviously the source of this. If Michael Aquino is indeed recorporeal, it would explain a lot. Now, I sent our man Peter Moon a screenshot, and this screenshot is of this wonderful lady who's been a fan of mine for a long time. And what made it interesting, just to show the supernatural aspect of this to people and how you should take this seriously, this is not a joke. Peggy Wood Amalal said, I'm listening to your podcast again, and I went to block Jameson, but he blocked me. I can feel that he is spelling hexes on you and your loyal followers. Now, her saying what she is about spelling hexes, you can take that as you will. Jameson Reese did not know this woman. The fact that he blocked her before she went to block him, that is impressive. That's like, oh, how would he even know to block her? That is profound, because he was friending everyone else and sending them every message that he could to try and tell them how reasonable and rational he was. And then Peggy Wood Amalal says, I know you're not about enlightenment, but would you please humor me and shield and ground yourself every night before sleeping? I told her yes, I would, and she said, about Jameson, he is possessed. No fear, because the light is stronger. The light does not need the darkness to thrive and grow, but the darkness does need the light to feed. Much love to you and your cause. I will continue to support you in the background. So here we have that, and you can tell this woman, if she were to see Michael Aquino, she's not going to dissolve. And yet, Salman Sheikh did. So when he wrote us, and basically the first thing we found out about all of this was we were all blocked. Basically, and by we were all blocked, I mean 3 people. There was 2 that make sense to a degree within this context, and 1 that does not. He blocked Peter Moon, myself, Salman Sheikh did. Blocked Peter Moon, myself, and Jojo Mikolajczyk. Now, this is what's bizarre, because Salman Sheikh never met Jojo Mikolajczyk. This makes as much sense. This borders on the supernal again. This makes as much sense as Peggy Wood Amalal saying, oh, I better block this Jameson guy, and then seeing she's already blocked by him preemptively without this person ever really knowing her or knowing even who she is. And here's Jojo Mikolajczyk has never met Salman Sheikh. She's like a person who accepted his friend request because he was a friend of ours. Then suddenly he blocks her, of all people, along with Peter Moon and myself. So when I gave him a call, and he hadn't blocked me on the cell phone, but at the same time that he blocked us all, he withdrew his normal blessings from my latest episode, which was like this kind of like chicken shit, passive aggressive slap in the face. And I just looked at it as something contemptible, but I was willing to forgive and forget. And I was like, the one thing that, again, this brings us back to chronic post-traumatic stress disorder. Someone can attack me with a firearm or a baseball bat, and it's not like I'll ever forgive them, but it's not something that really irks me or that psychologically scars me to the point where somebody does something chicken shit passive aggressive like that. It's the little things that set off a complexly post-traumatically stress disordered person. And that little chicken shit act of passive aggression really pissed me off. So when I called him just to talk it over, and the first thing was I dialed him, he dialed back, there was some telephone tag. He left a little message that told me some aspects of his fears. And then I reviewed that the next day. Then when I spoke to him personally, he told me, look, I'm really frightened. Aquino is astrally assaulting me. And it's like, basically he loves Jameson and wants to stick with him. And he felt that what we did to him was incredibly cruel and that this should just blow over. And I just says, well, look, we can't bring Jameson back, but why don't you just hang out? You're welcome back. And so he says, oh, okay. And I told him, look, I'll just tell everybody your timeline got hacked and I'll ask them to accept your friendship again. So he sent a friend request again to Peter Moon and to Jojo. Now, all of this sounds very childish and high school level trivial stuff, but it's it's relevant. It really is relevant. So he sent a friend request to JoJo. I don't know if she ever accepted it. If she did, I encourage her to block him.
I think she did.
Okay. Yeah.
I think she did.
Yeah. You can tell her my thought on that. And when it came to, because she later told me he was an agent of chaos. When I gave her the screenshot, she said, gosh, he's an agent of chaos. Just dump all this. And so by the way, when she says chaos, she said, that's a pointed term. This is like the cult of the kings of Edom. This is a chaos cult. This is Cthulhu. This is chaosism. That's the ideology of nihilism and nullity. So when she said that, I think it's pointed. Nothing gets by her. So when it came to him, he sent another friend request to Peter Moon. But Peter Moon had told me right off the bat, and this is where my own callousness comes in, because I'm so calloused. I've got scar tissue on my soul. My tolerance, my envelope of tolerance for insane, lunatic, maniacal behavior is just too much. And this is why I over-tolerated someone like Jameson Reese as long as I did. My tolerance levels are just too high. I've just been exposed to so much psychic and occult radiation that I'm just at this point like Godzilla, like a radiovore. I just feed off this stuff and as much as I can and throw the rest away when I'm not processing it. It's just, I've got to get over this. So when it comes to what Peter Moon brought to my attention that struck me as absolutely correct, and this is why I need adults around me, he basically said, we can never trust Salman Sheikh again. He said, I'm not accepting his friend request. Basically, how can you trust him again when he just off the bat blocks you like that for no good reason, withdraws his blessing from your video? What the hell is that? And so it's like he doesn't want to be publicly affiliated anymore. Like, but anyhow, the end result is it's very much like, how do I describe this? It's I had it on the tip of my tongue, but I lost it. There's so many parallels to this that make it more comprehensible to our listening public. But it's just basically where this guy has obviously gone to the point where he's done something where you can no longer trust him again. The way Peter Moon described it was, he's going to be like the Riddler. He's forever going to have a question mark, a giant question mark on him wherever he goes. So what it was like for me when I called him, for instance, and I pointed this out to Peter, I come from both a Chinese and Japanese background, and we're some of the most ritualistic cultures on earth, where form and ceremony is part of our matrix of reality that renders society even functional. That because we're very crowded, overpopulated regions of the world, the bowing, the formality is absolutely necessary, or we would simply annihilate each other. You can only live in such close proximity, whether it's Tokyo or Beijing or other parts of heavily populated Asia, by that overcrowding can only be dealt with immense levels of formal intercourse that streamlines our functioning. And yet when I called him, I was just incensed by his answering with, "Assalamu alaikum." And he's like, I'm like thinking, dude, even when Asians do what they do in society, all of that goes out the window when you're in a combat squad in the field of battle. And this is what I recognize Team Dietrich as. We're in a constant struggle on the front lines. And any Japanese units on the front lines are not going to be going through any of the normal formal rituals of greeting and
bowing to Allah when you've got somebody with a bullet pointed at you.
Yes, thank you.
Salam, sir.
Yes, thank you. And when I call him up and we're talking over each other, because the first thing I'm saying is, "Hey, dude, what's up?" And he's coming at me with that. It was just so infuriating, because it's like, look, when you've just blocked us, not just myself, but a number of people online with no explanation, withdrawn your little blessing on the episode, and then you greet me standing on ceremony. I mean, this is just preposterous. This is just bullshit. So when I said, "What's up?" just talked him down. "What's up?" And then he's going to me, "Well, I'm really, really frightened. Anakino's showing up all the time, and yet I really love JMO." And I said, dude, if the more you hang out with JMO, the more this is going to happen. But you see, what's going on here is that this is like the old gay guys during the AIDS epidemic, when the AIDS was rampant and it was a killer. It was a death sentence. And people were still going into the glory holes of San Francisco where they were sucking and fucking. I mean, for those of you who don't know, a glory hole is basically a hole in a wall of like a kind of mini bathroom like affair where people would go in and some other stranger, a total stranger, would stick their dick in through the hole and you'd suck it or fuck it and you never saw the rest of the guy's body or face. This is what people adored in San Francisco. We had glory hole like establishments that had been operating for years by the time the AIDS epidemic emerged.
How come there's no song about it? Unless Bruce Springsteen's Glory Days was alluding to that, which it wasn't, but there's no song about glory holes.
Oh, God knows. But I remember
that I know of. That maybe there's a subtle one out there.
Yeah, probably. I mean, God knows. But you know, the idiot James Arthur Yanchik asked me, "What? How would anyone? Why would anyone do that? What if you stuck your dick in that hole and somebody inside the cubicle who you couldn't see took a machete and chopped your dick off?" And I'm like, dude, the fear is part of the thrill. The fear of contracting AIDS is part of the thrill. All of this has to do with the thrill of fear is the sexual stimulant. It's the aphrodisiac. This is what it's all about. You know, if you don't get it, you don't get it. It's not what I'm into, but obviously these people are who are basically, how do we say it, cavorting in this fashion, clientele. What do you call it when they consume something, when people are visiting this sort of, what do you call them? They use this business, so they have a special name. I forgot what it is. But
a patron?
Patrons, yeah, the people who are patronizing. Thank you. I could never have gotten that out without you. The people who are patronizing these establishments are obviously into the thrill of danger. So this is what Salman Sheikh, this is the space where he's at. And this is why it really pissed me off that then after he does this little switch game, this bait and switch game where he says, "Oh, thank you, you know, let's just move on. You know, I'll try and, you know, get it together. Let's just move forward and I'll be on your show on June 15th, the Ides of June." And so I put him on the calendar as coming back on the show. And that's when Daniel Arola wrote me, you know, all this is really weird. Salman Sheikh told me this evening he was going to be on your show again. And I says, yeah. And so apparently he kind of like went back to that. By the way, all of this was on his 30th birthday. Just so people know, it was like yesterday or the day before. It was his 30th birthday. So I'm talking to him on his 30th birthday and he's torn between, you know, all this. But then he writes us all this stupid note where he said, you know, oh, the higher spirits of Sufi. He says he's trying to get back into contact with the higher spirits of Sufi and he cannot. I mean, this is basically...
This is very easy to explain.
Yeah. And just to finish it off, this really pissed me off because I'm like thinking, dude, you've got none of this has anything to do with higher spirits. You're caught between two primal elements of lust and fear. It's just basically, this is what's ruling your life and your decisions right now. But he said, oh, because of this, I can't, you know, come back to Team Dietrich, you know, etc. And then left us all this little note and then went on his merry way. And, you know, so at that point, I was just like, okay, Peter Moon's right. We, you know, and just, you know, let's end it here. And what this forced me to do was, this all happened on Friday. So Friday was his 30th birthday. Then yesterday on Saturday, this forced me to go out and go to the bank, which I had to, you know, this was a bargain and it was, you know, it paid off. It was a win-win situation. Basically, Holly Koditis Kiefer had sent me a $100 money order, but our man Salman Sheikh had sent me a $100 check. So I said, oh shit, he might put a hold on this check. So you can't do that with a money order. So Holly Koditis Kiefer was safe, but she would never recall it anyway. So what happened was I had to go to a bank. And because ever since COVID, JP Morgan Chase has closed all of its banks on Saturdays, there's only like 2 or 3 open in the city at all. then I had to go to the only banks that were open. One, in this case, it was the one on Powell and shit. The other one would have been in Chinatown. So I had to get a cab to go down there because it's far enough away in the city. I wasn't going to walk it. Not at my age now. And there were times when I was younger, I would have done that without a thought. But anyhow, I had to spend $25 just to get there and back. It's a two-way trip. I mean, about $11 to $12 there, $11 to $12 back. Really, it was about a quarter of $100. Now, the good news is, even if he had put a hold on the check, I still would have been able to cash Holly Kaditis Kiefer's money order. But thank God he didn't put a hold on the check, or hadn't thought about it. And then I was able to get $75 out of his check, whereas about a quarter of that money went to the cabs. But it was still a bargain. Still was a beautiful day, which was why I was able to take the photograph that I did, which some people are claiming they can see orbs all over my photograph on the photograph that's published in my promotional banner for tonight's show. Not the one that's embedded in thumbnail of myself with my angry son there. A different story on that later. But anyhow, so back to Peter.
While we're on the subject, Douglas, I want to put out a solicitation for people to contribute to Douglas, even if it's 10 or 20 bucks.
Thank you.
Just, if you could contribute to his cause, 10 or 20 bucks at the very least.
Bless you.
Just following up on that.
Thank you. Deeply appreciate it. I appreciate that profoundly. So once I was safe in that regard, came home, then I pretty much feeling safe that we've got the episodes. I did my interviews with him, and we got that on the Odyssey channel, ODYSEE, with the Maggot Man, John Warrington. So long as you can access that, and I figured we got that safe in Warrington's own computer system, and we've got or sourcing from his own computer system out onto the internet, and we've got, I was able to cash his check, which I'm presuming will be his last, and then basically, so here we are. It's basically he took off with, and as Diane Hillis Buchberger says about Salman, he should be frightened. And I hear what she's saying, but at the same time, what does that tell us about his faith? And of course, it says Peter can explain all this. The man really doesn't have a faith because he's in the company of all these old white men. And, this is why, of course, when I asked him about, hey, you've got a girlfriend, or are you ever pursuing this? And then, okay, then now it all makes sense. It's just basically he is what he is. And he found, Jameson and himself found comfort with each other. And, there was a time in my life where I would have wished them both the best, but I don't think the best can ever come out of this. It's like Daniel Arola said that the only way he could ever see Jameson coming towards anything positive would be if he converted to Islam, which he doesn't ever see him doing. And Salman really isn't the guy to do that through for all the reasons I've just expressed. So there you have it. With that, I think I've laid enough of the context.
You have, and I have some things to say. But first, the analogy is, games are metaphorical for life. And one of the things is sometimes in a game or a maze, you hit a dead end, or in a labyrinth, you hit a dead end, and it does not get you out of the maze. And you're in that dead end. The only way to get out of a dead end is to turn around and go back the way you came and go through the correct route. So all it means is when you're in a dead end, you've taken a wrong path. You made a wrong decision. You should have gone through route X instead of through route Y. No pun intended with regards to X and Y chromosomes. But those of you who've been part of the program for a long time, or have listened to it for a long time, you see all these people come on to help Douglas, and some of them are spies, programmed, as he said, and some of them are people that are attracted to what he has to say because it's obviously unique and interesting information. But it's, like standing on a cliff when the wind is blowing. you have to be careful. They have these bluffs at Montauk, not far from the base, and it says, "Don't stand near the bluff." Everybody goes there, they stand upright and they look over the bluff. Anybody I take there, yeah, I say stand back. They don't stand back. This is, you don't know what you're walking up against there. These are wind-blown cliffs, and they put them there for a reason. But when you get exposed to the information Douglas is talking about, it's highly charged, it's dangerous. And for Aquino to work through the dream, people are vulnerable. And to take the way of lust is never a good choice when you get into esoteric choices. Aleister Crowley will change the card of the tarot that is strength. He called it lust, saying that lust is an exhibition of strength. The lion is very lustful, but the lion is very dominant. So the reason the male lion can exhibit lust and have all of these different female lions is because he's the cock of the walk. He's the tough guy. He beat out the other lions. They are his territory, and he protects them at night. And they forage food for him, and they give him first dibs. And then he will protect them at night. That's why he sits around all day and rests. He's active during the night to protect them. So that particular lion is strong, and he exhibits lust because he's earned that position as the top of the food chain. And he has to periodically stave off other challengers. But when you yield to lust, when you're not at the top of the food chain, the lion, such as Aquino, who's higher on the food chain, or you're vulnerable to, is going to come after you and exploit your vulnerabilities. This happened to me when I was starting the Montauk Project. He put this woman on me, but I would not succumb to her charms. It would have completely destroyed my book, what I was doing. I would not succumb to her. And I now see, I didn't know it at the time that she was practicing satanic magic. Oh. I didn't know. I learned that later. And this is like, okay, they're just putting it through the ether. It's not like it was an organized plan in the basement of the CIA. No. So this is what happens to people who get active or interested in this work. And what I'm trying to do with Douglas is to, digest, process, and deliver information, which will add further clarity to this, because people are spinning their wheels with information. And here we see that the forces representing Aquino are still very active from the death state. See, Aquino physically departed 2 years ago, just about 2 years ago. And now we see, and he wanted to transmigrate to another location, to another body. I also understand that L. Ron Hubbard was very obsessed with his next life and wanted to be able to return to his hordes of riches and this sort of thing, which I always thought was foolhardy.
Yes.
If you have what you say, earned a fortune or are deserved of a fortune that's to be worth your while, you can be born into that fortune. You don't have to go and, get all the old stock certificates. They don't have stock certificates anymore, but get all the old stocks and get your old treasures. It's like, okay, just some people are born into money and some people are born into fortune. And why not? That seems like to me a much easier way to go than fretting about how you're going to get to your next, diabolical or convoluted situation in the future. And it always comes to me, why do you want to reincarnate in the first place? Well, this tells us that Aquino is still gyrating from beyond the grave.
Yes.
However, all he can work with are weak links. And this is the weakest link. And what's so vulnerable about his weak links is that they make themselves so evident. First, Jameson, by, bragging about doing something to me, thinking he affected me when he didn't, clearly did not, and bragging about it. These agents of chaos tell you who they are. And unfortunately, Salmon, who I like very much, told us that, and this is like what I explained to Douglas, is flipping. People flip. I'm sure you've all known somebody who abruptly changed their personality. I once saw this when I was a kid in Yosemite with my friend Greg. We went up to, this guy was glad handing our camp and he was being friendly, and bringing over whatever he brought over. And then he says, oh, come over in the morning, send the kids over, whatever. So we went to see him the next morning and he goes, what are you kids doing here? And he was so grumpy. We just, got scared and ran. We were only 10 years old. We got the hell out of there.
Wow.
And then later we realized he was an alcoholic. He's being real friendly. And then it's like, what are you kids doing here? It's like,
Jesus.
He flipped. But that was an alcoholic. He's got one personality when he's drinking, and then he's got another personality, when he's drunk or hungover. And people cannot hold their position. This was a L. Ron Hubbard definition of power, is your ability to hold your position in space, to be stable, to hold your position. And when you can't hold your position, you're inconsistent, you're not stable, you messed up. And we've seen this happen time and again with people who come into the, I don't know what to call it.
The fold, so to speak.
The forum, come into the forum of Douglas Dietrich, because this information has not been released to the public because there's guardianship and the guardians are holding it back. They're holding it back. And we've access to the point that we've read the book and generated some interest in it. Well, that's a good thing. But we have a long ways to go here. Yes. There's much more to do. So the other thing is, people have exhibited sympathy for Jameson. Sympathy.
Not many.
And
some.
But they have.
Few.
And those people have flipped on Douglas. They have enough. If it's one or two, that's enough.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Jameson. Um, as I was explaining to Douglas in the other day when we were talking privately about the novel Dracula,
Yes.
when Van Helsing in the book, he's in the book. He's not just a character that they made a stupid movie about. He is very knowledgeable about how to, deconstruct the vampire. And Lucy, who has been bitten by the vampire and is slowly transforming into a vampire, is under his watch. But he has to go do something and he cannot be there full time. So he instructs the maid to within an inch of her life, saying, do not take this garland of garlic off of her. You're going to wear it around her neck. For no matter what she says, do not allow her to take it off. She must keep it on. Otherwise, she will, be compromised. And sure enough, he leaves. And Lucy gives the most convincing for the maid to take it off for just a little bit. And the maid, like a stupid sucker, takes it off and, hell breaks loose with poor Lucy. So this, he says, whatever you do, don't do this. Whatever you do, don't do this. And she does it. And unfortunately, you don't give in to the vampire. You don't allow it. You don't tolerate it. And I'm not saying these people are vampires, but it's a principle. If you're trying to kill something or trying to eradicate evil, you do not coddle it. You do not forgive it. You don't let it into your house. You stamp it out. And in the metaphorical sense of a vampire, you drive the stake through the heart. And if you do not, you're telling the universe that you will allow this in your life. This is the same way you deal with bullies. If you stand up to a bully, you're not only letting the bully know you won't tolerate it, you're sending out a transmission to the universe that you're not going to accept bullies anymore. And you often see this with the abused woman who takes the man back and enables it. This is called enablement. So people who are sympathetic with evil, sure, people who are evil are not all evil, but you don't want evil in your life. And we're dealing with very sensitive information here. This is information that Michael Aquino would not want to be spread.
Right.
And Douglas Dietrich destroyed Michael Aquino's grandiose position at the Presidio.
Yes.
He got rid of the Presidio. And it totally weakened Aquino,
Yes.
made him much weaker than he was.
Yes.
So this is what we're dealing with here. It's not a social club or a comradeship of, bunch of people getting together to play canasta or something. Where everybody looks out for each other in a brotherhood sense. I mean, that's okay. We do try and help each other. And that's okay. I don't mind people like Sarah, writing to me, Sarah Shields, who wrote to me today. Mm-hmm. But this is not, it's not, as I say, it's not a social club. This is a very serious mission. And those of you who have supported Douglas, we appreciate. And those of you who listen and learn, it's appreciated. And I know many of you get it. But this is not something either Douglas or I anticipated coming up. It's the evil outing itself, saying, here I am, come and get me. And does this mean these people can't change? Well, sure, they can change, but they have to make the decision. And from everything we've seen, it's very frightening for them to make the decision because there's a lot of pressure exerted upon them. This is worse than peer pressure. Peer pressure was something I never really was vulnerable to. I didn't have issues about peer pressure, but I've noticed people are very, I guess what you'd say, vulnerable to peer pressure. Mm-hmm. But these forces isn't peer pressure, it's much stronger. It's like the pressure of addiction or the pressure of being haunted. I remember reading the book, was required in the 10th grade. I Never Promised You a Rose Garden, right, about this woman's mental illness.
Yes.
And this entity would come into her mind. His name was Yuri, like Yuri Gagarin, the first cosmonaut to go into space. Might have been spelled differently. I think it was the same. But Yuri would control this woman's mind. And he could be very nice and enchanting, but then if she didn't obey, she'd be screwed. So it's like it was something that she couldn't resist or fight. She needed a therapist. And then it was a hard road. And they wrote a stupid song about the book.
I never knew that was actually based on the book.
Yeah, it was.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but anyway, a very stupid song. The book had merit because it described mental illness. It gave some insight into it. It was far more insightful than I realized at the time, mm-hmm, because of the way entities play their games.
Yes.
So this is, and of course, we're talking about evil, and I'll never forget the first time I had the first lecture where I learned about L. Ron Hubbard's Sea Organization. A gentleman by the name of Neil Sephardi came in and talked about, wow, he talked about the Sea Organization. I go, wow, and he says, and I didn't know what L. Ron Hubbard was doing. I was, studying, but I didn't have any idea that he was on a ship and he had all this activity going on. And he talked about meeting Ron and how fun it was to meet Ron. Of course, years later, he recanted all this and saying, I even wrote to him and told him, he was the first person I met who inspired me to go into the Sea Organization. He says, oh, I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't cause you. I'm sorry for whatever harm I caused you. It didn't cause me any harm. But this is how people recant, They thought he'd done something very horrible. And that is guilt. But that's not what I was bringing up here. He says, Ron has just released this information on how to handle insanity, how to cure insanity. Now, this sounded very alarming and very exciting. Now, I was very new. I was not really a dyed-in-the-wool Scientologist by that point. I was on the communications course, but I was very fascinated. And later I would learn, what these secrets are he was talking about with insanity. I would get very close to the horse's mouth and I would have daily briefings on it as part of with a group of others who were auditors. And basically it was all about plucking into somebody's mind and finding and locating evil intentions inside of their own mind. And of course, those evil intentions inside of their mind might have been put there by others. People, they might have been subjected to evil intentions. Like sort of, you know, it might go back to being in a dungeon during the Inquisition next to Cervantes, you know, while he's writing Don Quixote. You know, and you're in there and you're watching all this torture go place, and it's like, yeah, it never left you. It was like PTSD, but you know, and you're still carrying it in this lifetime. Evil intentions, it's just this act to do harm, cruelty. It's like, you know, I mean, I don't need to isolate instances of people exhibiting cruelty for the sake of exhibiting cruelty. There are people who do this. It tends to be much more, you hear much more about it in certain countries, certain Arabic countries, and other countries where their cruelty is not, what's it, tempered. You know, we have, even though there's plenty of cruelty in the United States, we do have this part of the Constitution, no cruel and unusual punishments. That was a big thing when the Constitution was made. So there are people who will treat other people cruelty just for the sake of being cruel or being selfish. And this is, you know, the crux of insanity, is having a negative intention. You're executing a negative act of somebody. And it could even be an unsympathetic act. You know, you could have bought an extra sandwich that you didn't want to eat, and you threw it in the garbage rather than, you know, walk down 2 stores to give it to this homeless man who looks hungry.
An act of spite. Of course, those kind of people would.
You know, he doesn't deserve it because he's a bum.
Yes.
And yeah, and you could get off on it if you're that type, or just have contempt for this person, and or, you know, because you're too good for that or whatever. But insanity, and this is what you basically have with these world leaders who perpetrate evil and insanity, like this guy from North Korea. I can never remember his name.
Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, and he, you know, and Donald Trump claimed to get along with him, and of course Donald Trump did get along with him better than anybody, except for maybe Dennis Rodman. But the one thing is that both Dennis Rodman and Donald Trump did was they listened to him. And he comes from a culture where nobody has ever listened to North Korea, at least in the West, and perhaps with good reason, perhaps not. But when you start listening to somebody, you now have a dialogue. But obviously, now, if we wanted to be very kind to him, we could say, well, the evil intentions he has and why he shoots these missiles off now that Biden's in Japan, he's been subjected to so much evil his whole life that this is all he knows. So, you know, he's been scarred psychologically with the evil that's been done to him by the West, if we want to be very kind to him. But all of these world leaders are embroiled in evil situations that if they didn't perpetrate, they've inherited from all of this stuff going on. And so here you have, you've got history of evil in all parts of the world. You go to Hunadora Castle in Transylvania, and you see an incredible castle that's medieval. And you go down and you see the torture chamber, and they've got dummies in there being tortured, you know, not Biofax simulacras, but
thank God,
moving. And it's just to give you a historic.
Is it really tacky? Is it really tacky?
It's kind of tacky, but most of the castle is not that. It does have that there, The best part is you go into this big chamber. It's like a huge bedroom for the princess or the queen or whoever, and there's a guy in there playing a mandolin, and you throw money into his mandolin case, playing Renaissance music. That was pretty neat.
Okay.
But then there's this hole that's like a pit that goes down into it's just like it looks like a well, and it gives a description in English of some character who was put down there and was told if they dug this hole, they would be released in, whatever, when they finished the hole. And basically it was a bad joke. They go dig this hole. They think they put the stones around it, and then basically they just, bury him down there.
Yes.
Or starve him to death. It's just, it's a very cruel thing. Okay, if you build this, you're going to get out. So there's so much cruelty that's been done in the history of the world. And all of this cruelty is embedded into the culture, as you like to call it, the morphogenic grid.
Yes.
I think Rupert Sheldrake called it the morphogenetic grid.
Or morphogenic field, but go on.
Yes. I think he called it the morphogenetic grid, I think.
That would imply that it's permeating the very, very genes. I don't know if they went that far in those days. They were kind of like, this was before DNA was an in thing. So it might be right. You might be right.
I mean, that's how it was introduced to me. But anyway, Rupert Sheldrake, that was before he was stabbed. Right. I guess maybe for misusing the word. Rupert Sheldrake was the reason cited for David Wilcock having a some sort of super soldier with all these weapons to protect him on stage.
Yeah. That was some cop who they hired off duty who was probably a combination gay lover from what I was told. But go on.
Might have been.
Yeah.
It's a good bet. I'd put my money on it if I had to bet. Yay or nay. But in any case, this is what we're dealing with insane people.
Yes.
But I was talking about the genetic or the cruelty embedded into the grid. It's a part of the ecostructure of our genetics, of our history, of our life in this very moment. There is evil in the world, and you have to acknowledge it. You do not have to indulge in it. You do not have to be a part of it. You want to protect your own energetic field. This is very important. So just as I was talking last transmission about not allowing it into your house, you do not want it into your morphogenic field, your energetic field, your auric field, whatever you want to call it. This is why in Qigong, you breathe and you scan down and you scan it out. It's so important that you don't let it in. And I've recently talked to people who are friends of mine who go off on how evil things are, how bad kids are off in the world today. And I tell them, I see a lot of kids that are really okay. I mean, if you watch the news, you think every, kid is having his gender compromised. And while there are gender issues, it does get over-exaggerated to the point where you think every kid is having their gender challenged. And I'm not saying it's not an issue, but there's simply a lot of kids. Now, I don't want to minimize it either, but you have to, there's a lot of positive things going on in the world.
Yes.
Just as there is all of the negative things that are happening, there are also solutions out there. And if you're not solution oriented, you're going to polarize into the negativity. And where it all begins, I was just watching a video on this today. It was a Tai Chi video. It's saying everything you need is in the human body. All your experience, everything, it's all inside the body. The alpha and omega is inside of you. And this is about building the harmonies inside of you. Building the harmonies inside of you so that you are internally harmonious. This is very Buddhistic. And then when you can align your heart, this is called Shin Yi in ancient classics, is Shin is the heart, Yi is the mind. The heart is aligned with the mind. But when you can align the heart and the mind is your intention, with your energy or your chi, there, and it's you're harmonious inside, where the chi is literally flowing through your body and you can feel the flow. There is a point when it'll flow out of your body. And that's where you see miraculous, mysterious force. So my teacher would call mysterious force. You could knock over an elephant if you were proficient at it. One of the problems with that is that when people do it, they often become imbalanced and it's escaping them and they can become sick because they're not balanced. This one teacher was saying it's better to keep it inside. And so instead of, showing how you can knock the block off of somebody and pound your chest like a gorilla, if you're that powerful, better off to just keep it flowing inside of you and just be a smiling Buddha, so to speak.
Yes.
Rather than, pounding your chest like a gorilla. What is it? The only thing that would do would basically impress somebody, and perhaps they want to become a student, and perhaps you could make money off of them. That's about how, why would you want to do it? Maybe you don't want the money. Maybe you just want to teach them. Maybe you're just, if you have a teaching complex, you want to teach somebody, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm trying to stress here is the importance of building yourself up and talking to people who have far more negative mindsets than I can believe. Because that negative mindset is making them literally die and moving them away from life. And I have a very peculiar, it's very interesting with myself because I was watching myself on the video in football from last week. Mm-hmm. And I notice when I think of myself playing, I think of myself physically as I was many years ago when I was much thinner. I think of myself as the thin person who ran fast.
Right.
And it's not that I can't run fast for my age, but when I see myself on video, I say, boy, I'm not the person. I look like an old man out there, although I can play okay. I don't see myself as I really am. I'm not thinking of myself as I really am. Perhaps that's good because my mind is thinking young. I'm thinking like I'm thinking like I looked when I was 30.
Yeah.
Or at least 40. But no. It's not what I am. So maybe that's a good thing that I'm thinking of myself as young.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I do. And I think that that's profound. It's what keeps us young. Obviously, the Japanese saying my mother taught me was that the spirit of youth is more precious than gold. And so, by the way, a question from our dear lady Diane Hillis Buchberger, who she points out, of course, that she had pointed out what she, let's see, what she said here before when she was talking about. She had pointed out what she had seen about Jameson and Michael Aquino reaching out from him. What she says is, when it comes to Salman Sheikh being frightened, she says that he should be frightened. And she says, I think Salman has to be careful now that he is in the higher levels, referencing his Freemasonry. And she says that is more reason to be frightened. So maybe you could tell us what is going on, per what you understand, at these higher levels that someone might be being exposed to that contributes to this.
Well, I can't speak specifically because I don't know in his case, but what happens, see, when you take an oath of Freemasonry, you basically take an oath to kill. And you do, to protect the secrets. And what this does is it binds you. It binds you to them. It's a binding. And it restricts your freedom. You are now beholden to them. Now, if you're just, it could be very innocuous, where you're like, you sell newspapers on the corner, you have a newspaper stand, and that might sound like a very innocuous job. And you just sell your newspapers, and maybe they give you some nice magazines, and you make a better than modest living off of it. And you never do anything. They don't really care. You just live, you go to the lodge, you have dinner. They don't really ask anything of you. Maybe that you're just a non-essential Freemason. Big deal. But when you get into sensitive levels of government or politics, or it's just like the mafia. I'll tell you guys a mafia story. This was from a customer of mine when I was tending bar. He was an artist, really nice guy. And he told me that when he worked in Manhattan years ago, he used to drink at this bar every Friday night. It was a mafia bar. He wasn't a mafia person, but he would drink there, and he would just go have his drink on Friday and go home. And he was a regular customer. They knew him, And then one day, somebody was giving him a real hard time over nothing, as can happen in a bar. And the bartender took care of it. They just took care of it, and they got this. And the guy was going to beat the crap out of him, or maybe even kill him. I don't know. It was just some stupid, silly thing. And and he says, "Oh, thank you so much. Anything I can do or whatever." And the guy says, "Give me your name, and we'll, what do you call it? Someday I will call on a favor."
Right, there we are. Yes.
Yeah, I will ask you for a service. And then he said, one day, it was years later, they called him, and they asked him, basically, we need somebody to spend the night at your house. I mean, any problem, just come, just make your house available, and have, do you have a place for this guy to stay? Well, yeah, he can stay on my couch. And so basically, they drove this guy to his house. He spent the night on his couch. He was Sicilian. He couldn't speak a word of English. And then they took him to the airport, and he was gone back to Sicily. it was obvious to him that the guy was an assassin. They brought him in to commit a murder and then got him the hell out of the country. It was an accommodation. It was an accommodation. Now, it's an interesting, human story. But that's what Freemasonry at its worst can do. It can call on you. Now, it's a lot more pleasant to be, housing somebody like that. He said the Sicilian guy was really friendly, really nice, but they didn't speak a word of English. But they might call on you to kill somebody or be killed. Now, I don't think that happens in the majority of people who join Freemasonry, but there is that proviso. And you can go back and read the history of the Freemasons and the anti-Masons. Was required U.S. history when I studied history in high school, U.S. history, junior year of high school. But
that's amazing. I mean, these days they would never even bring that up.
Well, it's covered a lot, the Civil War, and it was. I mean, it wasn't.
Oh, I thought you meant the Masonic element was like required reading. I was thinking, good God, they were educating people about the Masons back when you were.
It was part of U.S. history.
Right.
And it's part of the Mormon history. Joseph Smith was in the middle of all of that.
Right.
But the thing is, and it was all about this, the secret society, that people are more loyal to the Masons than they are to the government. Mm-hmm. And this was a big issue. So what's interesting about this Freemason stuff is and binding yourself to them, is there was a very interesting video I shared with Douglas because it popped up on Facebook. It was from Sean Stone.
That's right.
And Sean Stone was who now serves as a co-host on InfoWars with Alex Jones.
Of course.
And he was basically talking about his own initiation as a Freemason. Now, he's also a Muslim. He's both. So
yeah, like Salman Sheikh. Yeah.
Yeah. But what he was saying was that right when after his Masonic initiation, he went ghost hunting.
Basically with Anya Briggs, though he doesn't bring her name up. Go on.
No, but he went ghost hunting into psychiatric hospitals, abandoned psychiatric hospitals and whatnot. And he was not only stirring up a lot of poltergeist type energy, he was getting calls, he said, with phone number 666 and all this, like all these weird phone calls. Now, that's something else that can happen with a Masonic initiation. It reminded me of what Stuart Swerdlow had written about when he had applied for a job with the CIA. They used to run a CIA advertisement in the New York Times,
right.
Exciting job overseas. Right. And he said that when he called the number or went and made the application, he started getting weird phone calls in the middle of the night. And he was being, quote unquote, recruited in a weird fashion. So there's this intangible sort of weird thing that is known to kick in with people who join Freemasonry. I'm not saying it happens with everybody, but when you open your heart, you're opening your heart to a secret group of initiates. You can't see them. They can see you. You're on their radar. Now, how well they can see you is another question. But you've done an actual act of magic by undergoing initiation. And you're agreeing with all of these people. I remember when I started doing Qigong in the park, and there was no question, I was a serious student, and I was there. I was part of the
the gang, so to speak, I remember having a dream where I was one of them. There was no initiation. The initiation was the exercise I'd do. And I would have graduations, but they were all personal inside of me. I'd say, God, that was a graduation. Good. Now I'm here. Wow. You know, months later, I just graduated. Nobody told me I graduated. You know, my teacher might sort of give me a wink or a nod about something, but that was the graduation ceremony. It wasn't formal. So when you do an act of magic, which is an initiation with not just Freemasons, but with any group, you are now bound to them. You're part of that spell, so to speak. So you're now, because why else the hell did you belong? You belong to them because you were seeking information, you were seeking higher consciousness, or so you thought, revelation, or maybe you were seeking personal gain by affiliating yourself with these people who are known to wield power. But whatever, you become a part of their group, and now you're one of them. And now, good luck to you. What's going to happen? This is what people get involved in. And it can be very risky. There are some people who can flow with it very well. But at any point, when you get into more sensitive areas, if you were to get into a sensitive area of, say, where decisions were made in banking, or against certain ethnic groups, and you've heard stories of people who've rebelled against established principles, evil principles, and you know, they renege on their commitment or whatever, and they suffer trials and tribulations, or they just tell their story and move on. But when you move into more sensitive areas of geopolitics, of anything, like if you were involved with any of the stuff going on with January 6th, 9/11, Democratic, or those riots they had in Portland, I call them the Democratic riots, but the Portland, Seattle stuff, anything that's highly sensitive, it's their way or else.
The highway, yeah.
Yeah. But now, and I'm saying this because I'm trying to give context here. There's nothing really more geopolitical sensitive than the work of Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you.
So it's not that Salman Sheikh is playing with the Federal Reserve or people at the Federal Reserve. That sounds much more impressive. Or, you know, who's going to change the price of Bitcoin or whatever. But it's good because the Douglas Dietrich thing seems like, okay, this is like in this tiny little corner of the web. It is far more volatile and sensitive than people appreciate. That's why Aquino comes through the dream, because we're not even talking about Freemasonry here. We're talking about, I would say, Satanism, because people could identify with Satanism, but it's much more sinister than Satanism.
Thank you.
It's the Edomite factor, which has to be explained to people that aren't familiar with it. But it's the agents of chaos that are here to create nothing but chaos and to make everything. And every negative thought is in alignment with them. That's not to say everybody needs to have no negative thoughts. It's unavoidable. But every time you think overly negative. And who was more negative than Jameson, bringing down the house on himself and people and the human race. That was something I think you said they shared, that the human race either would, could, or should be annihilated. 85% of it or something.
Well, 85% of it for Salman Sheikh. For Jameson Reese, he wants everyone dead but himself so that he can ascend to godhood. He has said that to people. This is why when Noreen Helpan came on tonight, she emphasized just how creepy he was. And she's very good about that. Of course, she uses a term like creepy, which makes it sound almost harmless. But with Crystal River, she just wasn't coming back. She found him so incredibly offensive. So both of these people were impacted by just the sheer evil of Jameson Reese. There's no other word for it. And I think that another thing that we can do is to I think people, hopefully the point is well taken by everyone as to what exactly is going on. Obviously, there's collateral repercussions. There's going to be a ripple effect no matter what you do in this world. But a stand has to be made, and a stand had to be made in this case. And the sympathies that some people may have, try and put yourself in my place. You weren't dealing with this person on almost a daily basis, where because he was friends with myself on Facebook, and because every once in a while, I mean, I would do my absolute best never to speak to him at all, except on the program. But every once in a while, when I got online, he'd be active and just saying every few minutes about how he wanted everybody dead. I mean, this wears on the soul just to see this constantly run in one's news feed. And while I ignored it for all these years, afterwards you realize the kind of damage that it's done to you psychologically. And then he kept wondering why he was always getting kicked off Facebook, and then that he would get further enraged, and therefore everyone really deserves to die even more. It was a never-ending cycle of rage. And if Salman Sheikh finds that somehow sympathetic, albeit we've put into context why, that's I think obviously a very self-destructive choice, and the two of them can have each other. So definitely I appreciate Peter Moon putting all of that into perspective. Another thing that Peter Moon can help us put into perspective is that today, or rather, this is the weekend of a number of things. Saturday was a triple day in terms of several things that impacted myself personally that I cared about. One of them was that it was International Tea Day. And of course, that's very important to myself. Tea is like the stuff of life. I would make it intravenous if I could in terms of my intake. It's not that bad anymore. There was a time in my life when I used to drink 17 cups of tea a day. That definitely had to stop. But maybe these days it's like 2 or 3 cups at the most, if some days totally without. So no longer what it once was, but definitely tea is fabulous. Otherwise, it was also National Armed Forces Day. For those of you who don't know, Armed Forces Day is disambiguated from Memorial Day, which is coming up, and Veterans Day. So it's just where all 6 branches of service, and by the way, when you look this up online, that's what you're going to find. We honor all 6 branches of service. I myself doubt I could, off the top of my head, name all 6 branches of service.
Is it the Space Force?
Yeah, I think they've got to be including that now. Yeah. And
let me try. Let me try.
Yeah.
See.
Yeah.
Okay, we got the Army,
Yeah.
the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, the Coast Guard, the Space Force. Is that how many did you say? 6?
Yeah, that's what they said. 6 on like, I think the government site, which is like,
I've got 6 right there.
Yeah, you did it. You covered all half dozen of them. I mean, the fact that we've got 6 fucking branches of service is mind blowing. By the way, it is also incomplete, just for people to know. There is a Surgeon General, and he's really in charge of a medical biological warfare task force, which is uniformed, and they salute each other. This is why there is a Surgeon general, and their job is to take care of plagues. And as I said, they were suspiciously absent throughout the COVID pandemic, which took millions of lives. They say 1 million, and that's certainly a understatement. Everybody knows that who has any knowledge of what has happened medically, because many people collaterally died of being unable to get into hospitals because of the COVID influx that overtaxed hospital systems.
So we also know that a huge percentage of those were fudged too.
Maybe.
They called everything a COVID death.
Maybe I'd have to look into that.
I've been told that by multiple people on the lines who were nurses and stuff like that. They just call anything a COVID death.
Interesting. I mean, I'll look into it. But the other thing that Peter can help us put into perspective was that this is Saturday. Yesterday. So this is the weekend thereof. This is International T-Day weekend. This is National Armed Forces Day weekend. And this is, just so people understand, the Armed Forces Day is supposedly for the people who are on active duty and serving now. Veterans Day is for people who are out of service, but veterans. And Memorial Day is for everyone who died in service or as a career military man, career military woman, basically a service person who died, who had a career in the military or who died in action. But aside from those 2 days, this is also the weekend day of what was yesterday, the 43rd White Night Memorial Day. So for those of you who don't know, San Francisco's White Night was basically when the conviction of Dan White for the murders of Harvey Milk and George Moscone led to an incredible wave of violence in San Francisco. So the White Nights...
I didn't realize there was a violence after that.
Oh, yeah. There was...
Because we're protesting the conviction or the non-conviction?
Absolutely. For as a matter of fact, I grew up with there were like what would you call them? They used to like put the papers up on the telephone poles and shit, like little pamphlets, and they'd staple them to telephone poles. I mean, just bulletins. They used to like staple bulletins to telephone poles. Do you remember White Night? It would be like preparing people for the anniversary thereof for further protestations or demonstrations. But basically, the White Night started with a court ruling, and by sunset, on May 21st of 1979, it turned into one of the darkest days in San Francisco's tumultuous history. So this was, by the way, like climatic. It was climax to the most violent stretch in the city's memory, which began in November of 1978. When the world really became aware that San Francisco is a cult city. It was a week before the Jonestown massacre sent shockwaves through the globe that something small and seemingly innocuous.
The Jones massacre occurred in November.
Yeah, 1978, the year before.
Yeah.
That's right. And that was when you had this big, violent, stretch of San Francisco Civil War start. It was like when people began to realize the cults ran San Francisco. And it was just a week before November of 1978 when the Jonestown massacre was sending shockwaves all across the world that something small and at the time seemingly innocuous happened. A San Francisco supervisor resigned. So Dan White, a former police officer, he informed the Board of Supervisors on November 10th that year, 1978, that he was stepping down from his position. Now, he'd suffered a series of political losses, some handed to him by the much more popular and politically capable Harvey Milk, and he himself was struggling financially. His supervisorial salary was about $9,600 a year. That's about $41,000 a year today when we adjust it for inflation. And he was running a failing potato-themed restaurant called Hot Potato on Pier 39. And although he was backed by many San Francisco police officers and firefighters, he was not particularly liked by his city hall colleagues. He was known for being insecure and easily upset. As a matter of fact, there's a book by a man named David Talbot that's titled Season of the Witch, which recounts a conversation, if I remember correctly, with, I think, Harvey Milk, or a conversation that Milk had with a friend about Dan White. And Milk reportedly said, Dan White is just stupid. He's working class, a Catholic, been brought up with all those prejudices. I'm going to sit next to him every day and let him know we're not all those bad things he thinks we are. I mean, that's kind of a stupid thing to do in and of itself, but that, just so people know, Harvey Milk was queer as a $3 bill. So to sit next to a known homophobe to provoke him is just like, okay, why? Anyhow, shortly after resigning, Dan White started having second thoughts. He asked Mayor George Moscone if he could get his job back. And after thinking it over, George Moscone told Dan White on November 26th that he would not reinstate him. The next morning, White took his police issue .38 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver and basically walked brazenly into City Hall. As a matter of fact, I hear conflicting accounts on this. I've heard since then he might have snuck in through a basement window. It's either way, he was walking pretty tall and straight by the time he got to Moscone and Milk in their offices, where he hunted them down, shooting and killing them both. Now, at trial, the prosecution sought first-degree murder charges with special circumstances, which would have put the death penalty on the table. And White's attorneys argued that the murders were not premeditated and that he was experiencing diminished mental capacity due to depression at the time of the killings. The so-called Twinkie defense did not argue that White assassinated two colleagues because he ate too much junk food. A psychiatrist for the defense testified White's poor diet was a symptom of his depressive state. Now, throughout the trial, I think it was San Francisco's fire and police departments, they actually openly and publicly and enthusiastically fundraised for White's defense, and they raised millions of dollars. Now, on May 21st of 1979, the jury came back with its verdict. Because of the Twinkie defense, he was guilty of manslaughter, which was an extraordinarily lighter charge than first-degree murder. It would be like he backed up his car and ran over a child or something. Now, the sentence it carried was a little under 8 years. So Supervisor Carol Ruth Silver said, Dan White has gotten away with murder. It's as simple as that. And so outrage ripped throughout the city. And it started in the Castro district, where a crowd of gay residents, friends of Harvey Milk and their allies gathered, and they began marching on City Hall. And by the time they arrived, they numbered over 5,000. Now, San Francisco police were infamously homophobic, known for decades for launching violent attacks on gay gathering spots. So,
before you go on, could you tell me whether the conviction or the conviction of manslaughter instead of murder, was that just a bunch of stupid jurors, or was it were they, anti-gay or something, or do you know what the jury?
From what I could get from Michael Aquino, basically it was very much conspired. He said he had it in his back pocket that this guy was never going to suffer much at all. I mean, even with the manslaughter charge, that got talked down to the point where he was out of jail in a very short period of time, much shorter than 8 years.
Right.
And so Michael Aquino made it sound as if he had bought the jury. And not only that with all of the funding from the fire department and the police, that they were all behind Michael Aquino on this. Or, not that they knew he was involved, but basically, he was basically working with the flow on this. In other words, the fix was in. And,
I get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And in terms of the reason that it impacted myself personally, basically everybody knows that the woman that this man knocked down, Dan White, knocked her to the floor, the secretary of George Moscone, who was never officially acknowledged as his secretary. Leanne Prifty worked at City Hall. She was known as his lap secretary. She basically gave him blowjobs under the table. She was in the room having just finished him off when Dan White walked in and pushed her to the ground and just basically told her, if you weren't a lady, I'd kill you too. But it's beneath my dignity to kill a woman. This is what he told her before he blew George Mosconi's brains out. And at the moment that Dianne Feinstein became mayoress through secession, not through any election, the first thing she did was fire Leanne Prifty because, she said, I'm not a lesbian. Even though she is, she was trying to point out to everybody that she's not. So to maintain that profoundly, in order to make a point, she says, to show everybody I'm not a lesbian, I'm getting rid of this bitch who was servicing my forebearer. And it was also a feminist thing to do. Like, we got to get rid of the whores because we real woman, we ugly woman, we work for a living. And so that's how she wound up at John O'Connell, where she then told me to get the summer job at the Presidio Military Base Library. So this is why Michael Aquino told me, people have died so you could get this job. And the way he made it sound, it was like he had the mayor and Moscone and Harvey Milk killed just so that I could get a summer job. And so at any rate, the result was catastrophic. Because the San Francisco Police Department was known worldwide to be homophobic, this is what made the American flag so hated. The one thing that became their symbol of hatred was the United States Stars and Bars. They couldn't get enough flags. So they had flags flying on every police car. Every American flag was basically stitched onto all of their uniforms on both arms, like as if it were their badge patch. There's patches on either side of a police uniform. San Francisco police were infamous or notorious for putting on an American flag on both arms as well as their patches. So it became known that was a symbol of hate as far as the homosexual community was concerned. So when you had a moderate San Francisco police officer become chief, the first thing he did was he showed himself dancing with gays at a gay ball, and he also made certain that was publicly made famous worldwide. Pictures were taken and published in magazines internationally about that. And then his second order was remove all the goddamn American flags. Get them out of the offices and get them off our cars. I mean, this is the kind of cycle of hatred that you get where something symbolic that should have been neutral then becomes a target because it was abused. So that's a different controversy, but that was definitely part of all of this. And so that finally made the police seem friendly to everybody as opposed to, was a factor making them friendly. Also, they had to hire gays. But all of that being said, you can imagine 5,000 abused gay people with years of pent-up anger. They were all expressed that night when the community fought back, and they set police cruisers on fire. That was an iconic image that would later become an album cover for the Dead Kennedys. I can tell you that much. So there may not have been a song written about White Knight, but the Dead Kennedys took that as their symbol. And also they broke all the windows in City Hall, every one. And they raged against White's light sentence. Moscone's own son, Christopher, who was 16 years old when his father was killed. He remembered in Season of the Witch, that book that I aforecited, the night he watched the scene on TV. And he said, I was like, yeah, I get it. I was with the rioters in spirit. The police retaliated, of course. And after breaking up the crowd at City Hall with massive amounts of tear gas, military levels, some of them left for the Castro, and they went into a gay bar called Elephant Walk, and they began literally beating patrons to the point of death as they shouted slurs like faggot and cocksucker and everything you can imagine. There was one bystander who told the San Francisco Examiner the next day that the expression at City Hall was one of rage at the verdict, but the police came here to provoke us. They entered gay bars and told people to close them, and then they dragged people into the streets and beat some of them to the point where they eventually did die from their catastrophic injuries. Some of them were left vegetables the rest of their lives. Some of them were left impotent because they applied electric tasers to their crotch until they burned the very flesh out of their penises. Now, it took the arrival of the chief of police to get the officers to leave. That's when White Night finally ended, something like high noon the next day. San Franciscans, well, the Examiner wrote it best. They said that San Franciscan turned against San Franciscan last night. Bottles, rocks, broken glass, and blood. That's the memory of the night the white jury came back. Now, the next night was what would have been Harvey Milk's 49th birthday. And so a crowd gathered again, this time 20,000 strong. And this time they chased the police away. The police came with all of their guns and all of their water cannon and all of their rubber bullets, and 20,000 people beat the shit out of them and drove them into full retreat. They retreated into their stations, locked the doors, barred themselves in for days and never came out. And it was all this grief and anger. All the while the protesters were singing and, I guess, celebrating in their own way the life of what they felt was their lost friend at the time. Of course, himself, a pedophile, Navy SEAL, one of the first Navy SEALs, whom they've named a U.S. Navy ship after.
Well, I think you said he founded the Navy SEALs.
He was certainly one of the originals. He was a underwater demolitions team man.
I think he's credited with this historically as founding the Navy SEALs. I believe.
Certainly, that's as far as I understand it. Yeah, that's the case. He's one of the originals. Now, the originals go back to World War II and the underwater demolitions teams, and he was active in Korea. And he was definitely, however, one of the transition men between the concept of frogman and underwater demolitions team man to Navy SEAL, where it's sea, air, land service sailor, or sea, air, land sailor is what they call them. That's hence SEALS, SEALs. So at any rate, definitely whatever perspective Peter can put on this is appreciated. And like I said, it impacted me personally because this is how I actually wound up working at the Presidio military base.
Well, this is the important part here, is that on this energy of violence with the Dan White, the Twinkie defense, the White Knight, as he's explaining, if it wasn't for this White Knight, this focal person, what was her name?
Leanne Prifty.
Yeah. She would not have been in a position to change vocations, perhaps, and work at the Vocational Institute, where Douglas would go to, which she would steer him to the Presidio, and where he worked. And I know that Aquino represented it as this was, his work of magic in getting Dietrich to work there. And keep in mind, for those of you who are not aware, Dietrich's mother was closely monitored because of her role in World War II. And then, of course, it's quite possible that Douglas was monitored himself.
Oh, it was definitive, definitely. Go on.
But for that reason, I mean, just because of his mother and who and what he represented. So this was something for Aquino, but it was on this violence, this thread of violence, thread of violence that he came into the Presidio on. This was his fate. So that's important context to realize.
Yes.
This is part of the geopolitical machinations, because when we're dealing with geopolitical machinations with the work that Douglas does, there's also occult machinations. And unfortunately, these things are just as, dangerous.
Yes.
As being in fire of bullets and stuff. Well, it's a different type of bullets. They're occult bullets. And this is why people get disjointed and compromised. They become goners, so to speak. they get quote unquote killed. They become neutered as far as having any meaningful role in revealing or unveiling information, because they get quote unquote killed.
Yes. And just to clarify for everyone so that they understand that my father, because he had been a career military man, I was a military dependent. That's spelled DEPEND, like depends, like the diapers, ENT, dependent. The reason I have to do that is because whenever I speak that word, most people are so unfamiliar with it, they can't understand what the hell I'm saying. And they think descendant, defendant, whatever they translate it into, it is what it is. I was accessing the base throughout my childhood. So I effectively, to a great extent, by the time we came to San Francisco, I was still very young enough to the point where I can say, basically, I grew up on the base. So it was the first time that I had ever considered working there was due to Leanne Prifty. I had never thought of working on base. It was just a place I went to for the library, the medical care, a place where I grew up. We played out in the playground. It was just like part of my childhood. But then I was never, of course, part of the daycare centers. Yeah, obviously I was too old for the daycare centers by the time I grew up there, or my parents had other things they were accessing. But obviously, as I said, my parents must have known something, because rather than taking me just to the Letterman Army Medical Center, and God knows I spent far too much time there as it was, very sickly as a child, simply because of the incredible filth and poison of the toxicity in every respect, psychological and physical, lead paint in the walls and everything else in the Tenderloin neighborhood that I grew up in, along with all the roaches and the rats and too much to go into, every horror you can imagine, and the surrounding violence. The interesting thing is my parents also brought me to the care of Dr. Michael Lenore, who was a black African-American doctor who worked through social programs in Oakland and came to visit my apartment house specifically. So they wanted this man involved with my life because something was very wrong with the Presidio military base. Something was very wrong with Letterman Army Medical Center. So they understood that and got us involved with a number of community medical programs outside of the Presidio. And they didn't need to do that. This was something they were driven to do because so many things were wrong. By the way, it was brought to my attention by someone who says, "Oh, I'm sad Solomon is gone." I don't know why. The guy was gone forever. I mean, the guy's been gone for months. But when somebody leaves for that often, I wasn't surprised. When he said, "I'm going to leave for like Ramadan for months," I thought, I never expected him to come back because, Ramadan is not that deep. If it took that many months every year, Muslims wouldn't get anything done. Ramadan is not months and months, okay? The fact that he was leaving for months was already weird. So something was already going on. But it was brought to my attention by this individual who asked to be maintained in anonymity. They said, basically, Salman Sheikh's put out a response. He says, Salman Sheikh's response to the con artist, actor known as Douglas Duane Dietrich. So there you go. Salman Sheikh's response to the con artist, actor known as Douglas Duane Dietrich. Obviously, I'm not going to review this. And if anyone does review that, think of all the times that Salman Sheikh... What did we say tonight that was insulting to Salman Sheikh? There's nothing that we said about Salman Sheikh that is not on record. We had him and Jameson Reese speaking about visiting each other twice. Now, you might notice he never visited me. Now, that's an important point because am I hurt by that? Of course not. But this was something that he had once said, "Oh, I'd like to come out sometime and visit you or whatnot." But his priority was seeing Jameson Reese. Now, you might say, "Oh, it's regional or something. He's in Philadelphia and, they're closer to New York." Well, not really. It's like you get on a plane, right? Either way, you get on a plane. So I don't understand why he's so offended where he goes down to the name calling. You see, this is name calling. You see, what he's saying is con artist, actor. He's going into name calling now. Now, notice, where's all the spirituality here? Where's the spirituality here? You notice I did not say...
Wait.
Yeah.
Salman is calling you an actor?
Yes. Well, here, let me go on screen share so you can see this. And this is, let's do the screen share here. And start sharing so you can see this. And here we are. So, again, please do not say this is from me. But here you are. Can you see this? Salman Sheikh's response to the con artist, actor, known as Douglas Duane Dietrich. Now, this is when he got the highest ratings on his channel, he said, from my interviews. And basically she says it's a bunch of flying monkey shit where he's admitted to giving you his power. Thank you. I mean, first off, I've never gone any name calling here. I didn't say, hey, look at this guy. He's bald and he's like gorging on ice cream and he kicks out a bunch of chin-ups and he looks like an idiot with his shirt tucked in his pants. I mean, I wasn't saying anything like this. I just said, look, the guy, and I basically talked about, this is Islam and this is, Sufism and this is
No, you showed you were very nice to him.
Thank you.
And now he's calling you a con artist.
Yes.
What the hell is this about?
Thank you. Well, it's not spiritual. That's
but I'm saying is like if he was drinking your Kool-Aid, so to speak, for that long.
Thank you.
And now calling you a con artist, he's the con artist.
Yeah, thank you.
Or he has no discrimination. In other words, it took him the condemnation of his homosexual friend or the relationship to make him see that you were a con artist. In other words, because you condemned his homosexual friend from being evil and negative. It doesn't make any sense. It's like, I'm sorry. It's very unfortunate. But as they say, this is the nature of the work.
Yes.
People show who and what they are. And when you show who and what you are to people, and it doesn't make you look good to other people, now you may be perfectly fine. In other words, you may be perfectly fine in your own mind. You may not be, but you may think you are. And that if other people perceive you in a way that looks the way they think you are off, to put it politely, what can you do to correct their perception? All you can really do is attack with frustration.
Thank you.
You're exercising frustration and saying, well, this guy who's calling me all these things is evil, he's stupid, he's a con man. So of course, that's why you have to insult the person who's identifying you, because that's your only defense.
Thank you. And all it does is it validates and it vindicates everything I've said. It's not, he would have been wise not to have done that. But then again, it would have been wise to have just severed on good terms without withdrawing his blessings for a second time, making a public show of this in this kind of bitchy, passive-aggressive manner, and blocking us all. Now, again, but it goes back to
the best course of action would have for him to have taken would be just to never come back, and then to defriend us all without saying anything and just going away.
Yes,
and he couldn't do that.
Thank you.
And but whatever. I mean, I've seen that happen before. People cannot, they have to reveal who they are, and this is unfortunate for them. And the only thing they can do is own up.
Well, this individual who's sharing this with us says your reaction to anything is your karma. So there's something karmic going on with him. And this has to do with he's in a lot of denial. And I think that this is like this is like, nobody wanted this. Basically, our friend says he couldn't do that, so it gives me hope that he is teetering. Laugh out loud. Yeah. Anyhow, the point is that he's definitely he's exposed himself now. She says I like him, and he's sadly impressionable. Actually, don't even give him that. I would just say that he's if you say he's impressionable, that's like saying that he fell victim to myself with my con artist act, right? So that like gives him an out. Rather, the individual, if since that's what he's claiming, basically that's his stance. Then it's almost like it reinforces his own stupidity. It's like we all know that this is an individual who was saying he was supportive. He was saying he was here, and I try to believe he was sincere at the time that he was involved with all that. But then there was always the factor that he did question whether or not he should be in Masonry. When I said, look, I'm not going to make that decision for you, and he stuck with it, then we see the ultimate result. And then we see the ultimate result of his basically going down twice to visit Jameson Reese and becoming very involved with him, and becoming basically wrapped up emotionally. And so since he's invested...
Well, that was very curious to me why he would even do that, because it's not like, here again, it's like, well, it's like we're a bunch of bowling buddies or something. Oh, I'll go down and see you and hang out. That's not what this group is. You see what I'm saying? Like, this doesn't have enough stuff to do.
No, he doesn't. That was the point. You do know his parents are wealthy, and for this reason, this is why he was able to be a bit generous and support me to an extent. And but basically he gets up in the morning, he bakes bread for his birds. He goes out there and he feeds them like he's St. Francis of Assisi. He, then he does his pull-ups, and, I always put these hearts on all his little videos, but he was very, very narcissistic about that. This is his thing. He's doing this. He's showing everybody. And then after that, he'd have a bowl of ice cream. And then maybe little jokes add up. Maybe it was like Rontgens or radiation. Maybe eventually it got to the point where he couldn't take anymore. But I, made little jokes like the fact that, I said, he's always saying life is beautiful. This is what he would say, hey, I'm doing these pull-ups, I'm feeding the birds, life is beautiful. And meanwhile, there's gang gunfire going on somewhere within hearing range of his park that you can hear the gunfire on, some of his videos he'd put up on on his little channels, his Facebook timeline. And I was thinking someday with all those buckets of ice cream, he'll be under the knife, and then he'll say, the bypass surgery was successful. Life is beautiful. He'll be turning around to the camera and saying that. Now, I made some jokes like that. Maybe, maybe it's cumulative, but honestly, I was never cruel to him on air. And certainly, even with everything we said tonight, I think everyone can agree that what I said, I never painted him as a villain. I just said, look, this guy's this, and this is why this is odd. It is a paradoxical juxtaposition of Islam and Masonry that...
Well, more to the point is, why do we have to go through this crap?
Thank you. Why do we have to go through this crap?
Why do we have to be subjected to this crap?
Thank you.
Because this is what it is. It's crap.
Thank you.
And it's like, this is the price we pay for doing what we're doing, and it's not a horrible price, but it's the nature of exorcising evil.
Yes,
and it would behoove people such as him to actually exorcise the evil rather than to embrace it and engage it, because it will ultimately destroy him.
Yeah,
consume him, destroy him. And the human condition in general is such that if I chose to, I could make a case for everybody being worthy of condemnation, if not destruction, because there's that much frailty in human consciousness. There is that much frailty. But all you're really doing is condemning yourself when you do that. Because for all of that frailty, there is also, the kingdom of heaven, the Alpha and the Omega. It's all inside of yourself and inside of every human being. And certainly, I get all sorts of, pieces of praise for helping people understand more about themselves routinely. And that's fine. Does it do the whole trick? I don't know. It's like, but you have to resonate with a positive and feed the positive. And I think that I've touched him in many positive respects.
Thank you.
But
they did invite you to join them in their little escapade, and you said no.
But the negative won out.
Yeah.
And that is the war. Yeah. That's what the concept of the apocalypse is all about. It's like, you win or you lose. The big, you get to the Super Bowl and you lose. And what is the finality of that loss? I can't say. But this is
go on.
He stepped into the big time and he lost. And it's not that this is the big time because there's so many listeners or followers. Is relatively few, but it's the subject matter.
Thank you.
Which makes it bigger than the big time talked about by Joe Rogan, Alex Jones, or any other person with a lot of followers. That's the superficiality of the world we, play with. So you have to, there's a lot of positivity in the world. And I guess there's a constant struggle between dark and light, yin and yang. It's what makes the world go round.
Thank you. And this will not serve him well. It does not look good. It does not, how would I say that? It's just, he really should take that down just because it makes him look stupid and it discredits himself.
Yes, and also all of this whole experience puts other things into better perspective for me with other people, places, and things I've had to deal with.
Yes.
And the way negativity infiltrates itself into certain endeavors, projects.
Yes.
And when this happens, it's like a warning from,
It's also a God shot. It really saves us a lot of frustration in the future. And when it comes to one thing that it shows us about Jojo Mikolajczyk, she's seen as a threat to these forces. Now, for whatever reason, like I said, certainly you can understand why Jameson Reese would demand that Salman Sheikh block First Peter Moon and myself. But why Jojo Mikolajczyk?
Well, he had buddied up to her to the degree he could. He'd buddied up to her on Facebook because he used to post on her Facebook stuff. I used to see it.
Okay.
I couldn't help but encounter it.
Salman or Jameson?
Salman.
Okay, I see.
And they would back and forth, and she indulged him to some degree.
Right. But then still, there was no reason to block her. Why would he block her?
Because she's intimately connected to me and us and what we're doing.
There we are.
It's like she's you and I are connected, and she and I are connected, and she's connected to you as well. So
that was enough.
She's like my media manager. So
right.
And we're very close. So it's like it's a natural. Yeah. And what is all this like operation that they're doing? Why is it so important to them
Why doesn't Jameson just go away and find somebody else to, host?
Because no one will take him. We know that. But together, he and Salman will have their own channel now. And but basically, the young lady who provided us this information says that JoJo's energy was too strong for Salman, that she's powerful, and he is afraid of that kind of power. And that basically, yes, it's
Are they going to do their own channel?
I think we can probably make a safe bet on that now. That's what I foresee for the future. Yeah.
Well, what would be interesting as hell if they do is who are they going to have on? Are they going to digging up Peter Lavenda? I don't think he'd be on their show. I don't think he'd dignify. What are they going to dig up? Some OTO reject. I mean, that could be very interesting. Or maybe Alex or Dugan will come on.
Yeah.
Or maybe that guy who claims he's Aquino's son,
Yes.
And what are they going to say? Oh, no, Dietrich never worked at the Presidio. I have it in writing.
Yes.
It's like, I mean, this is just like Lilith, Aquino attacking his show because we said we're going to talk about Lilith.
Yes.
And we're talking about Lilith, the archetype or the goddess from whatever she is, the female entity from the Talmud.
Yes.
And it was interpreted to mean Lilith Aquino, and we weren't even thinking about Lilith Aquino. It just had nothing to do with it. So we get all these attacks, and it made them look so stupid. Like, just made them look inept and stupid. Whereas she wasn't even on our mind. And then it also provoked the suggestion that maybe, although Aquino was not prosecutable for the crimes because he was in the army, that she was not, she perhaps was prosecutable because she wasn't in the military.
Thank you. That
was even worse. She's like opening a can of worms.
Yes.
Like, she is prosecutable as far as I know. So, I mean, this is just the stupidity. Like, let's come and catch me.
Yes.
Although, I mean, this would be fascinating. If they have a channel, it would probably serve us all well to see who in the hell are they? They can only talk amongst themselves for, a couple hours.
Yeah. I mean, how long can you go on talking about how everybody needs to die? And we're going to.
Well, yeah. I mean, who are they going to dig up? Maybe they could interview Laura Lee Solomon or Lena Shea. Maybe they'd come to bat, but it would be pretty interesting. It would be a comedy, a parade of errors and silliness and foolishness.
Oh.
So if they do indeed do that, we'd have a lot to look forward to.
I suppose. I presume that basically what'll happen is that Jameson Reese will become kind of like a producer on Salman Sheikh's channel, which already exists, and so that'll be kind of there. I guess I should unsubscribe sometime tonight or tomorrow.
I don't think you should, because you want to see what's going on. It's that spells a disaster and perhaps a spat. It's like, because this is not a relationship that's based on. I mean, if you think of what the relationship's based on. It's based upon some, it's actually a bondage relationship, because what Salman does for him is gives him potential economic benefit and some sort of stimulation that he can't get from a woman, and it's like. But how much is that? Because then what does Salman get from the relationship? What does he get from it? It's going to be pretty limited. And then, just as any two partners, especially a love relationship, these things can be challenging just because you have two different beings, unless they're highly compatible. I don't. It doesn't bode well.
Thank you.
Either one of. Although, as I say, if they did a YouTube channel, it could be not only entertaining, but highly informative. Entertaining in its ineptness. Like, what are they going to interview? Who's that guy? Stephen Outram? They're going to get
yes.
Come on, and they're just going to spout the same old shit, and it's not going to be very convincing. It's just going to look stupid. Yeah, he didn't really work. I mean, and somehow when you get this laughter, this relief, it's a relief because it's just so inept.
Thank you. You want to hear something really funny was when I related it to Selena Khan. Basically, when Selena Khan basically called me back and said, what's going on? Something like she could obviously see something was going down. And so I told her, oh God, I had to go to the bank today because, I was just so concerned that Salman might put a hold on that check, and I certainly wanted that, and I certainly want to give Salman a shout out for that fiscal support while he was still apparently under my spell, the way he expresses it, and seduced by my consummate talent, apparently of con art, of chiseling, of con artistry. I can't even get that out. Anyhow, so when I told Selena, oh God, it was just Salman he's really got a close friendship with Jameson, and then when Jameson was terminated, he basically told Salman it's them or me, and Salman he ran off with Jameson. They effectively eloped, and so when I told her that, she just had this. You could see the deadpan expression, even though I wasn't speaking to her where I could see her on camera. You could sense just
you could feel the shock in her. You feel jaw drop.
Yeah, and she just said, "You're kidding." It was just like this, just 2 words. Like it was something like if I had told her something like, "Oh, a friend of mine that we both know went camping with this other friend we both know, and then he killed the other person and ate him." It was like that level of just crazy. And so she was just like, "You're kidding." She couldn't make sense of it. And then when she finally, it sank in, and she was just like, "Oh my God, just move on." Of course. I mean, what else are you going to say? Mirth Ling, by the way, she says some are interested in reaching the platinum medal of stupidity. Laugh out loud. And she does ask a question, and I will relay something funny that she said. And personally, I find this funny. I don't find this offensive at all.
The only thing I would say is I think this goes beyond platinum.
Yeah.
I don't know what's beyond platinum. If it was titanium or I don't know, but there's some element, perhaps uranium. But anyway, go ahead.
Yes. So she says, Mirthling says, and by the way, this is just a lead up. It's very funny. Anyhow, Mirthling says, despite the fact it's never safe to assume, and do correct me if I'm incorrect, yet I imagine no genuine and sincere effort was made since Wednesday, or even at all to find remedy to her own inability to live chat text with visibility. I swear to God, honey, we're not doing anything against you on that. I don't know. Maybe I think what might have happened is Jameson blocked you, and I don't know how to unblock you. That's the I'm not making that up. Anyhow, she says, I'm a hopeful type, although not in the foolish sense and not interested in disappointment. I expressly enjoy your newest co-hostess. I presently do not recall her name. And she says, and of course, Peter Moon. Yet she's talking about me, your voice laughter, as fun as it is, blast, she puts that all uppercase, the volume, sans any consideration to listener and or others that may be present in the room. Earbuds are of no remedy. Let me know if and when such changes, modifications, and corrections have been genuinely considered and made. Until then, bah humbug. I'll nay join the fray until then. But of course she's back with us. She couldn't resist. And so what she has to ask Peter is, she says, please ask Peter, how does one protect from dream space invasion? And of course, a lot of these astral assaults by Michael Aquino do raise that concern. And of course, if you want to talk about that on Wednesday, which you'll be back before you know it, you can do it then. But definitely, obviously, you might have some suggestions for people.
What I would suggest is get a dream catcher. Get a dream catcher for starters, and get a good one that you like. And also surround yourself in purple light and breathe before you go to bed. Put yourself in purple, and a purple bubble, and that starters there.
There. Thank you. Well, we love you dearly, and share that love with Paula. And of course, we'll be back Wednesday before everybody knows it. And with that, Peter, do say good night to everyone. Unless, of course, you want to stay the rest of the night.
I'm going to go to sleep. And good night. Thank you. And it was a interesting and necessary show tonight. So we'll move on.
Yes.
We'll move on from this. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Love you dearly. And that was Peter Moon. Don't forget skybooks.usa.com and purchase The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II above all else. Sammy Romero has gifted us with his presence, and he's got a lot going on today. I don't know how much of that he wants to share, but certainly he's welcome to stay for as long as he possibly wants. How much time can you spare us?
Hey,
potentially?
Doug.
Hey. How are you?
Well, I gotta get something off my chest, okay?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yes, you sound like Selena Khan. Yes. What? I didn't see whatever Salman said yet. Oh my God! But apparently you just saw his response.
Well, I'm having dinner with my family. It's a Sunday. I go to church.
Yes.
And but I saw this response. I'm like, is this real? And then I did. I'm like, oh shit, it is. Reason why I have this response is, look, you're gonna see his response. His response is pretty much sounds like the faggot Martian Marine. It's pretty much him, but it's like he stuck his hand up Salman's ass and is using him as a puppet. Okay. This is you have a lot of respect for people in a sense of, hey, look, I get it. We all have disagreements. But to actually make a video about you is you're doing it, but it's actually backfiring in reverse.
Yes. Yes.
Because if someone's not important to you, you're not going to respond.
Thank you.
And quote unquote, someone that's a con artist. I'm gonna tell you one thing. I help you because I consider you a friend, and you're a good person. Okay, I don't need to tell you that. I've told you that countless of times. But what I mean is, he literally said you didn't know Michael Aquino, that you don't know anything. You don't know what you're doing. You're a con artist. Well, really, Salman? Because if that's the case, you're still leaving Doug's. You're leaving the interview you did with Doug, and Doug really went into detail about, Sufism and all these subjects that you are very quite interested. So if he's such a con artist, and how are you able to articulate yourself and make sense?
Thank you.
But it's not even, I don't even, that's not, it's just, I can't believe it. It's more like, man, Simon, I kind of think you would just move on with your life. You don't need to be one of them, is what you're doing. Yeah. And it is what it is. It's not
he's degrading himself. He's debased himself.
Right. And it's almost like, look, it's one of those things where you're kind of confirming to me that you and Jameson were just really boyfriend and boyfriend. It's nothing wrong. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It is what it is. Y'all have that bromance, and y'all want to, and have that type of relationship. It's, it is what it is. But to go to that degree, to call you a con artist and to say that you seduced them into giving them money, no, that's not how it works.
And by the way, you'll notice that throughout tonight, I never said they were a gay couple. I said that Salman was using his Sufi technique, as he explained to me, to try to give some essence to Jameson, help him get that boner back up. It was like, I didn't say, hey man, they met and, they're slamming and hamming and no, that's not what I said.
It's just, what I'm saying is it's the way what he's saying does not make sense.
No. I know what you're saying. But what I'm saying is he obviously took it that I called him gay. He obviously took it like I'm going out here and outing them or something.
Yeah, but if I'm not, it's like if you call me gay, okay, call me gay. Do I care? No, I'm not gay.
Yes,
so what do I care? It's like you call me an albino. Okay, I'm an albino that I have melanin in my skin. So what does it matter if you call him gay? No, it's just you're giving it validity.
Thank you, because a spiritual person would be above that. It literally,
right?
Or even just a mature person, not even a spiritual person, but simply a mature person.
It's like you're saying, my girl's gonna kick my butt if no. It's called humor. It's called you breaking my balls. It's just it's just you being humorous. It's called being a person. But what I'm trying to tell you is, to me, it's more insulting because damn well what you're saying doesn't make no sense. And it's almost like Aquino speaking through you now.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, he never knew Michael Aquino. Do you know how stupid you sound like? Didn't you just hear Doug's transmission 3 weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago about the fanatiphage? Who the hell's gonna, in the free time, just explain shit like that?
Thank you.
Well, do you think Doug really wants to do that? No. In fact, the only time Doug talks about this is when he's in transmissions. You think Doug really goes around to a bar and tries to pick up a chick and say, "Hey, you ever heard of fanatiphage? Let me fanatiphage that ass." Really? I have to make it humorous because it's almost like it's stupid.
Thank you. I mean, where else could we take it but satire? Thank you. Go on.
It's stupid because it's like, Simon, damn well, that's not even close. And if it's about money,
he's the one who said on record, that he had Aquino visit him in his dreams. So he did. Aquino smiles at him, and I wonder what else he did to you. Because, it's what I'm trying to say is it's almost childish, is what I'm saying. Okay, it's not even the fact that he insulted you. It's just, really, you're this, well, God's gonna strike him down and God's gonna deal with him when he's done because he con artist, he swindled me and he used his silver tongue. There goes that gay shit again. His silver tongue. What? I'm sorry. This is, I didn't want to take it here. But this is where it went to because Salman did what he did. Look, this does not reflect well on him. Go on. Let me roast him, okay? I'm gonna imitate him, okay? Because I can say I have personality, okay? Douglas Dietrich used his silver tongue on me and allowed me to give him money, yes. And he's a con artist, and that's not his real name. And he never knew Michael Aquino. No, he didn't. Wait a second. Douglas Dietrich's not my real name? What's my real name? Of course, I don't know. Look, oh my God. Like I told you. Oh my God. Like I told you. You are Asian. Yeah, Lin Yiping. There's, so I have more than one name. Maybe the name he used. Maybe he had a secret crush on you that he maybe called you his Asian daddy. I don't know. Or Papi Chulo. I don't know. But what I'm trying to tell you is, it's kind of gay in my opinion. Thank you. That was very. I don't mean by very fair, not like just very, very stalkish, gayish type of thing. In my thing, if I'm trying to really articulate myself, and it's because it's just silly, but he's pretty much saying you don't know what you're talking about, but at the same time, it's almost like you gone to that side, and it's one of those things where Doug has never forced me to give him money. No, he hasn't. I do it because you want to support somebody that has put in the work, and it takes work.
and you got to respect someone's work.
Thank you.
And if I'm not here for, I'm not, I don't put expectations on Doug to be the bestest friend in the world, and Doug is gonna, pick me up or change my tire. No, that's not how things work. People give to you what's in their limits, and no one's seducing anybody. It's just, I think it's because he's in his feelings that his boy toy is no longer affiliated with you. And
thank you.
It is what it's. I mean, I guess he should be hurt, but like I said, you're not tying him not to be with his boy toy. You're just saying your boy toy's toxic, and he's pretty much crazy.
Yes.
He's a nihilist, and it's interesting because he's a nihilist, and then Salman's a Sufi Muslim, piece, but it's very I don't know. I think there might be more to him than just that. That it makes me question him. That look, you sound very confused, because for somebody that was a con artist, you never ever contested what he was talking about. You never gave him questions, critical questions that challenged your information. You received it wholeheartedly. And it doesn't make sense, and it's almost just comical because you're just giving them more validity, and you're probably gonna get more subscribers because of this. Seriously,
yes,
because when you hear a response, you're like, okay, this sounds like Dickie Con Cole, and this sounds like Kino, where you used to say he doesn't know you. And all these detractors, but at the same time, why are you even addressing them?
Yes. Thank you.
And, like I said, there's some stuff, not everything I connect with you, but what I know is you're not lying. You don't lie. You're not going to lie for a 12-hour transmission. And your monologues go on, what, half of that, maybe 6 hours?
Yeah.
No, it's not. You can go party and just do what you want to do, essentially. And this is the thing where I think he's still going to listen. And I know he's probably still listening.
Yeah.
Because he knows. And it's just the fact that it's almost like you're lame. You're pretty much a lame. The reason why I try to jump on, because I can't believe what I'm hearing. In the sense that you can part ways with somebody, but the fact that you're trying to discredit him too is pretty low.
Yes, it just was bitchy and unnecessary. But then again,
very catty.
Yes,
very catty. Very just very bitch.
Yeah,
just very bitch, mate. Okay, and yeah.
It definitely, and I thank you for that. Honestly, it's one of those things where we knew, of course, something was terribly wrong when he's just blocking people without any forewarning. That was not mature. That was not, and it was something that when people have problems, all they have to do is call and talk them over. And this was obviously something that was intensive. He did have an emotional bonding with Jameson Reese that was very deep, that was visible to someone like Pac-Man Morales, who brought it up first. He actually brought it up before anyone. And that was as well, like Daniel Arola was saying, here was this individual, Salman Sheikh, trying to make it look like things were still copacetic to Daniel Arola. So obviously he's kind of presenting a false face. There was a lot of deception there going on. By the way, Brandon Young says he's timing in to send his support. He says, good to hear you guys. I was in Seekonk, which is where Peter Moon has his seminar. My girlfriend and I almost went. Love. And if you want to come on, Brandon, just let us know, and Viviana will bring you on as well. Blind Ron is with us, so he's listening to Skype tonight. And, it may take me an hour to wind up or so, but I'll eventually get to monologue and answer Ron's question, and I'll probably get a little bit into that, what he asked later, but he says he's in Arizona. Says, hello, Douglas. So hello to Ron. He is a dear friend of Ben Estenius, my sponsor, And then he says, yes, they did everything was called COVID death. But by the way, I find that personally very hard to believe. My understanding is the complete opposite, that there was an undercount and many deaths that were from COVID were actually not classified as COVID deaths. So such being said, this is the problem. We did not have a unified or mobilized front on this conflict, which was the plague conflict, the conflict of dealing with this plague. Such being said, the pandemic can wait. I mean, a little hint at it later maybe, but obviously this is something that we're all tired of it. But when it comes to, just to sink into satire myself, just to indulge myself, someday I'll be caught in some dark alley by Jameson Reese and Salman Sheikh. They'll chase me down some dark alley and trap me and, tell me, yeah, after you outed me, this will be Salman. Yes, my parents got rid of me because they can't understand gayness, and I was rejected from the Muslim community. And but then Jameson will say, yeah, and my parents moved, and my brother and sister got the house, and only our love kept Salman and me alive. Yes, and then they'll punish me, probably take me prisoner, and they'll make me do fucking infinite pull-ups and shit. First they'll make me bake fucking bread for the birds every morning. That's it. I'll be baking bread for these birds every morning. Then they'll make me do an infinity of pull-ups, after which, all the while Simon will be saying, keep that shirt tucked in. Keep that shirt tucked in your pants. Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. This is like so ridiculous.
It's the fact that he's when he was unfollowing people, you're just confirming who you are. And it's almost like, you know what I mean? It's almost like the whole time you really weren't, you were only really just for your benefit as long as it goes your way. It's just one of those things where it's like you're outing yourself even more, and it's not that, and it's dumb because no one cares. Really, no one cares.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't care who you love, like, as long as they're adults and they're consent and they're not children.
Yes.
And they're not animals.
Though with Jameson, all of that is questionable, but go on.
But what I'm saying is that, there's ways of doing things where, look, like I said, I don't hate Jameson, but he was a distraction in the sense of bringing in the right listenership, and what people don't want sometimes is to give you the validity you deserve, the affirmation you deserve, the audience you deserve, because there's people out here that want this information.
Thank you.
In all this information, it's very multi-layered, but someone's going to take something from it. The fact something like MK Naomi, where you literally broke down how this program was using cancer as a weapon, so on and so forth. When you talked about, I can go on and go on and go on. And this is not even touching the Lovecraftian stuff, which he had such a hard on, with Lovecraft and all these subjects that you touched, and they loved it. Okay. And to say that you're a con artist, but you were on Doug's, information penis, literally. I hate to put it that way, but hey, they're throwing out the silver tongue vibes. Oh, he seduced me with a silver tongue.
Oh my fucking
like, really?
God.
Is there something you want to tell Doug? Like, I'm sure that's not the first time Doug has had a guy like him. He, like, come on. But what I'm trying to say is all this information you relate to them, they loved it. And the thing about it is I just think that's what makes it even more. It just makes it even more hilarious that it's just hilarious, because it's not even worth like taking it seriously, because you made yourself as a clown to begin with. And it's like, well, there's really not much you need to do. It's okay, have a nice life, hey, love each other, but be yourselves, but at the same time, it's like, they're really the ones missing out, and they're not really going to miss out because they're tuning in right now. It's just, they are.
Yes.
Because information is what they want. And it's okay to want that, but if you're going to not respect someone's gift, something that they've worked hard for, and they've all the horrible things you experienced,
Thank you.
to not respect that is a complete slap to your face. But even worse, it makes that person even look more just more ignorant, in the sense of being dismissive.
Thank you.
Just the fact how you just describe even simple stuff as being an adult, having that third space, having certain space to just, decompress and just, be a person.
Yes. Bless you.
It's just not Lovecraftian. It's not a Presidio key. No offense. It's just that side of who you are is there. But I think the more listenership is going to grow, and you're going, there's a lot more to your culture, is what I mean, where you've learned more than just that. So for them to be dismissive, it's just, they're just really ignorant, and they really need to grow up in a sense that just love each other. Like, if y'all want to be gay, just be gay. Like,
Thank you. Yes.
it's not that big of a deal. Like, like I told you, it's like you make your blood boys look like Tupac and Biggie, man. They make them look like rappers. They might also be, Suge Knight, and you might as well be Death Row, pretty much. Death Row Records.
Yes.
That's how, and they're very catty. It's very catty, very very sassy. Oh, Doug seduced me. Doug swindled me out of money. Oh, you know what I mean? And I hate to make that flamboyant voice, but it's very sassy, and it's like Vivian acts more like a male presence than they do. Like, all these women that have supported you, to me, to have more of women of their word, almost like they have the balls to at least just be mature.
Yes.
And to go back and be sassy and talk about you. It's like, he kind of came on today and say, hey, let me just say my goodbye, and I'm still friends with Jameson. I'm sorry, but I'm still friends with them, and I know it's a conflict of interest, but guess what? I'm still going to support you, and if it does turn to shit with them, then it's on me. But I'm in between two friends. At least I can respect that, But at the same time, the reason why I'm saying this is because I've learned just to do things. Just, you might as well just do it and be straightforward, because it's just, you get this where people are trying to cover the tracks, and there's really no need. He just could have said that, and I could have been respectful and say yes, because I think Pac-1 is kind of like that too, where he was trying to see if there's a good silver lining to it,
right? But
to go to that direction and just to totally shit on you, then that's uncalled for, because you're a great resource, but you're also a person, and there's respect, and someone that is a Sufi and claims they follow all these these teachings, you need to respect the messenger. Just like, it's amazing, and it's almost disgraceful that he almost was putting, well, he claims that he knew Michael Aquino. Who the fuck is Michael Aquino for you to even? It's like now you're on his dick.
Yeah. Yes. Now you take his word.
That's really what you're saying. Like, oh, well, he didn't never knew. So let me get this straight. All the shit that Doug talked about, all the evidence he showed, what you're saying is you're condoning his behavior, especially what happened at the Presidio. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Thank you. And
because no one goes that left. You need to understand that there's layers to this, and if you're painting everything with a broad shoulder, then that's really what you are. You're just broad-minded. All that stuff you talk about, what's the use for it?
Thank you.
There's certain subjects that you kind of taught me where, no, the thing with sexuality and relationships is not straightforward, and there's when it comes to humans, we're fucked up really, but you can't paint us in a broad shoulder. I have to go real quick,
Understood.
and then I'll come back later. Okay.
Yes, we love you dearly. Hugs.
Okay.
Our best to your
Yes.
family.
Bye-bye.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Yes, and now we have Brandon Young with us. So, Brandon, my dear man, sorry, I was certain we had called you earlier, and I thought you could just jump on the call. I guess that was my mistake, because when I tried to add you this time, it looks like you weren't added to the call. But by all means, you've been following us forever, and I think you had more than one opportunity to talk to Salman. And obviously, this is not something we want to dwell on. It's not a roast, and yet at the same time, it certainly bears responding to, only in the sense that, hey, he brought it up. He's brought it up into the open. So you can talk about that or anything you want. So tell us how things are going with you and yourself first.
Hi, Douglas. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
First of all.
absolutely.
Oh, great. So, it was great it was that Sammy talking.
Yeah, that was Sammy Romero talking, and I know Viviana. Hey, honey, you can tell Brandon, you did bring him on earlier, right? But somehow he got knocked off the call somehow, because when I put him back on again, it worked. In other words, I should not be able to add him had he been put on the call earlier, yet I know she called you earlier, so God knows what's going on with that. I think she's still with us, so feel free to respond if you want to, Viviana. Other than that, Brandon, yeah, by all means, go on. Oh, there she is.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know what's going on with Salman.
Right.
If you could catch me up a little bit, I'd be happy to respond to that.
Oh, basically, it was like he had visited Jameson Reese a number of times. They had gotten close, and then when we terminated Jameson, we just had to make it total because he's just too toxic. And so Salman he basically said, I stand with Jameson. And he could have said that, but he chose instead to basically pull this kind of like passive aggressive stuff. He blocked myself, Peter Moon, and Jojo Mikolejic, and he may have blocked some others that we don't know about. As a matter of fact, I know he did, because there's one lady who was following us who went to block him, and he had blocked her first. So he had blocked a number of people, and then he friended any number of others. He basically took the friends list from all of us and then tried to network with everybody to convince everybody how reasonable he is and how we basically were cruel to him. But obviously this is not going to work because he's not reasonable, and his insanity shows itself just too often and too immediately. So with that, with that being what it is, Salman chose that, which, I don't care. It's not like I said, hey, it's him or us. It was Salman turned it into that. So he just said, it's basically, it's I'm walking with Jameson. And so, if this were any normal situation, that would be fine, and I would say, God, I wish them both happiness with each other. But this is not a normal situation, and I don't foresee any happiness coming out of that. It's just too odd. It's just too. This is why when Selena called, when I told her what had happened, because she said something was going down. So when she called me, okay, so what's going down? And I told her, yeah, well, basically, we got rid of Jameson, and then the Salman got all pissed, and so he unfriended us all, and now is basically just walking off with Jameson. Essentially, they're eloping. And she was just, like I said, I couldn't see her face. We're on Skype, but we didn't have the cameras on, but you could just sense this kind of deadpan, like, what did I just hear? Like, did I hear what I just heard? Then when she digested it, that was like, okay, that was it. All she could say is, you're kidding. That's pretty much the two words that come out. And then after that, it was just like, she just said, this is just beneath all of our dignity and all of our need to pay any attention to it. But of course, people do ask, and people deserve answers. So when Salman stopped doing what he had been doing forever, which was putting these blessings on my episodes, when he stopped doing that, and that was the queen bitch part that was just completely unnecessary. The passive aggressive part that pissed me off was that he withdrew his blessing on the latest episode, and which would be Wednesdays, the midweek episode. Then he put it back on again after talking to me, saying I'm coming back on the show, and then he withdrew it again. And it was like, it's so chicken shit. It's like, okay, if you're gonna just sever, why do you need to do that? It's kind of like, that was what, none of this would have happened necessarily without his doing that. And so it was like, but nevertheless, it's one of those things where none of it had to happen. He could have come on the show and expressed his dismay, and but like he said he was going to do on June 15th. But obviously, it was Jameson was demanding action now, and this is what he decided to respond with. And then, so when we said what we did tonight, which, throughout the opening hours, I was explaining to everyone what was going on very neutrally, and just saying also what made him odd. And I said the paradoxes of, say, for instance, communist Muslims during the time of the Soviet Union, and they're trying to convert Afghanistan, when they invaded Afghanistan, into this kind of atheistic Islam, which of course made no sense to the Afghans. These were people who grew up for generations under Soviet rule, could accommodate that contradictory thought that I'm a Muslim, but a spiritual Muslim, but a philosophical Marxist. It's basically insanity. It's two conflicting thoughts in your head that is indicative of the 1984 kind of newspeak mentation of ultimate indoctrination. It just shows that you're living in the unreality of totalitarianism. So the Afghans were having none of it, and they resisted. And then I pointed out the difference between Masons and, of course, Islam. And I pointed out that when he was extraordinarily young, H.P. Lovecraft converted to Islam, but never became a Mason, even though his father had been a Mason, and he inherited his father's vast Masonic library, but he never became a Mason himself. And this was because he knew that was conflicting with Islam, because Masonry, Freemasonry, is deistic. And that means they believe that God created the universe and abandoned it so that man can now inhabit the throne of God, because that throne is effectively empty. We're in a clockwork universe. And so that's what George Washington and all the founding fathers believed. They were not Christian. They're deistic. They're Masons. And so for him to be, and then that, like I said, the punchline was he was celebrating his advancement to a level of Masonry that was high on Albert Pike's birthday. And Albert Pike, of course, was one of the founders of the Ku Klux Klan, and this was a man who would have thought that Salman Sheikh was an Oriental house nigger, just a piece of shit to wipe his boots. He wouldn't have thought of him as a friend. So for Salman Sheikh to be celebrating that, to celebrate Masonry along with his Islam, as I said, this is a paradox. This is a paradox that, when I pointed out in Sufism, this is kind of as if he fell for the dark side. It's kind of, that's evidenced by his attraction towards JMO. So not because of it's homosexual, but because of JMO's negativity and his toxic, negativity. But they're both ultimately nihilistic in the sense that Salman believes that about 85% of the world should die, which is, or that is destined to die. Either way, he accepts that as something that needs to happen. So that's a lot. That's 85% that's a lot of the population to die off. So he's right up there with JMO, who wants everybody to die. So except himself. So there you go. It's like yeah. Now they have each other. Now you understand the context, and now all that being understood, whatever way you process it, go ahead and share.
Sure. Well, I guess I'll start with the falsehood that 85% of the population should die.
Thank you.
That should begin with your parents.
Yeah.
That should begin with your own family. That should begin with you, in fact. If it means anything at all, then it applies to yourself.
Yeah.
What makes you more important than 85% of the population?
Thank you.
By what standard are you judging? And I would say that maybe others, just like those people, and I've heard this philosophy or worldview from many other people, not just Jameson or Salman, but other people who think that, the world is just full of terrible people and everyone should die except for them, where they can rule with an iron fist and rule like a benevolent dictator throughout the whole world and everything will be great then. Well, then start with yourself.
Thank you.
That's my sort of philosophy there is like, okay, well, to apply all the weakness and all the things that you don't admire and you think that people should die for, apply it to yourself and see if you hold up to your own standard. And most of the time, it doesn't, because we're all flawed.
Yes.
And so therefore, you cannot generalize 85% of the population. 85% of the population means your kids, means your family, like I say, like, and it also ultimately means yourself.
Yes. Thank you.
You know,
beautiful.
yes. So it's just it's a in a way it's a logical, very rational way of looking at how incompatible or illogical that train of thought is, because it should, by logic, apply to themselves. And if I were to apply, let's just say Jameson or Salmon, if I just said, well, they're, like you said, like Albert Pike, looking at them, would think they would be exterminated.
Yes. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Most Freemasons, most, maybe even most Arrows, most Lovecraftians, whoever it is would look at those people and say, hey, no Jameson, no Salmon, no even Brandon, you should die, and that's not, and then they'd say, well, that's not fair. Well, that's what you propose.
Yeah, not when it's that.
That's exactly what you propose. So how do you have a standard? So that's the whole contradiction. It's almost like a postmodern relativism in a way. And so that can be dismissed from immaturity and just an antipathy towards humanity, which I don't have. I love what we have here. I do recognize its flaws, but I do recognize that we're here and we're trying to make the best, and most people are trying to, for the most part, doing their best. And so that's why I'm here. That's why I do what I do. That's why I get up in the morning. There is a something rather than a nothing, as Kierkegaard would say, or something like that. So it goes a little deeper, and I just don't think people have that point of view. That 85% of the population or more, some people will say, should perish. And then all of us, it's like almost a Thanos concept. Like Thanos thought the world would be perfect. With a snap of his fingers, 50% of the population dies, right? You got Captain America gone. You got Scarlet Witch. Everybody disappears, right? And Thanos sits back and he marvels at his great work, and all of a sudden the equation is balanced. The universal equation is balanced. The Thanos is the equation is balanced. But then what? That's the question, right? Yes. Then what? Yes. What's after that? What's after you make that quote unquote perfect system? And ideologues have this. Mao. You can correct me on this. But,
oh no, absolutely, you're right. Go on.
Thomas Jefferson. Founding father. That America is not exceptional to this. The British Empire, the European, the Roman Empire. We are exceptional. You are not. And it's that train of thought that leads to genocide. It's that train of thought that leads to internment at Angel Island. That kind of thing.
Thank you.
And it's a disgusting, unenlightened point of view, worldview that must be opposed at all costs. Yes. And so I'm very much against that. I'm very much against anybody that thinks in this Malthusian way, which isn't even Darwinist. People will always say Darwin, but it's Malthusian, where a pragmatism of benevolent dictators will rule over, the masses, the very few masses that they deem to be worthy. And who are you to deem worthy? You are a human, just like anyone else. Yes. So that's my gripe with that worldview and philosophy.
Yeah.
Any of your comments, Douglas, I'd really appreciate.
Oh, you said it all. Honestly, I'll be venting and catharting enough later, but you've provided a fabulous intro. Hey, I want us to have some company, but Viviana, are you there, honey? Let's see if we can attract her on or coax her back on. See,
Oh,
see if she's.
Viviana,
She may
you're
have
there.
fallen
Are you on?
asleep. She's...
Oh, she is. So
Hello.
on.
Hey, honey, are you okay?
Aloha.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm here. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay. Is that? I mean, did you? I don't mind. Did you fall asleep? It's quite all right if you did.
I did. I took a little siesta.
Uh-huh.
Sorry.
Oh, no worries.
I was here for mostly all of Peter Moon, and then I'm like, who is this voice? And then it took me a minute, and I was like, oh, of course, it's Brandon.
Oh, so sweet. Thank you.
Hi,
Yes.
Brandon.
I hope that's
How
a
are you?
compliment. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely lovely.
Yes. Yes. No, Brandon's wonderful. So, honey, and my dear friend Brandon, could the both of you hold the stage while I refresh myself? Obviously, it's around
Sure.
this time. Great. So I'll take off. I'll be gone for about 10, 15 minutes at the absolute most. Probably be back much sooner than that.
Take your time, Douglas.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. And
Love you.
yeah, I love you dearly, beyond expression. And again, we can't wait till your girlfriend comes on with you sometime soon in the future.
Kelsey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
oh, did you say her name was Chelsea?
No, no.
Chelsea?
Oh, well,
I'm sorry.
it's cute. No, Kelsey. Well, close enough.
Oh,
Kelsey
Kelsey.
with a K.
Kelsey. Oh, you know what the two of you could start with is obviously, there was a lot of real important things what I'll try and do tonight is when I do get back and when I eventually start monologue, I'll try and start with a little bit of Australia and George W. Bush's speech where he by mistake
Oh.
said Iraq. Yes. And
Well, he said that. Yeah, there was a dictator that one man led a dictatorship, an invasion into a country, Iraq. Yeah.
oh my fucking
Yeah, or
God.
something like that.
Oh my fucking
Oh, I
God.
can't wait to hear that.
Yeah, and I have no doubt that Noam Chomsky, orgasmed. Just creamed his pants over that because it is so fucking funny. But Noam Chomsky, in turn, it's just here we are with what's going on with Russia and Ukraine, and he's still. It's like he's on autopilot. It's like you can only diss America so far. You can't just keep saying, even a stuck clock is right 2 times a week. So
Right.
the fact that he's taken like almost the Russian position on this is frustrating. So if you could give us a bit about your own impression about where you think he's coming from, and that could start
Sure.
Viviana and yourself, then I'll be back. God bless you both.
Happy to do that. Thank you. Hey, Viviana, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Thanks for asking. I'm so sorry
Yeah.
I fell asleep a little. I just,
Oh no, I mean,
yeah.
it's a 12-hour broadcast. You got to take a break, So,
Definitely.
yeah,
Oh gosh. So how's your weekend going?
great. It's a Sunday now, and I have work early in the morning. Spent the whole weekend basically with my new girlfriend, and that's been fun. We had a fire yesterday, a big fire. A neighbor was getting rid of a fence, so we took the whole fence down and burnt it. Basically, a big giant bonfire in the background, which was nice.
Oh, that's cool. It's always nice to
Yeah,
have
it's
a big
kinda
old
cool.
bonfire. Dance around it and do
Dance around. We didn't do
do
that.
whatever you felt necessary.
We should have done that, but we didn't. I kind of, stayed my distance because I've had a cough because of the allergies. But yeah, that's it. How was your weekend?
That was good. It was solemn.
Yeah,
So yeah,
that's good.
just had a lot of chores today because we have stuff coming up and people and so yeah. And then I been doing a lot of stuff for people online, and I just realized, dang, I'm tired.
Yeah,
Found myself
no, it hits
crashing
you.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, well, that's good. Hopefully, you got a good power nap. I hope you
I
don't feel
did.
obligated to stay here.
Oh
I
no,
mean-
not at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know.
So I'm
But,
looking for that. I'm looking for that speech. So did you actually watch George W. Bush's speech today, or was it today?
It wasn't today. I think it was like a couple days ago, and I did see just an excerpt of it. on social media, and it was basically it's Bush. I forget exactly where he was. Maybe it was Davos or wherever. And he basically just says, he's supposed to be talking about Putin in Ukraine, and he basically says, one man. You know how he speaks. It's like one man with the totalitarian point of view took power and unilaterally invaded the country of Iraq. And he's like, oh, right. And it's him, obviously, He's talking about Putin, he meant Ukraine. Whether or not that's an accident is an interesting question.
It doesn't ever strike me that anything he does is an
accidental.
accident. I know everybody thinks it's just so dumb, but I think absolutely.
Exactly. I think it's definitely premeditated, and he laughed it off, and he's like, "Oh, I'm 75 years old. Forgive me," or whatever. And the audience laughed, and it's like, well, we spent billions of dollars going in there. We destroyed an entire country, killed many, many, many innocent civilians, and here we are laughing about it. So it is a kind of a crazy moment in history for an ex-president to sort of just say that. It's almost like FDR laughing about the Holocaust or something. It really is at that sort of level. I don't know what Noam Chomsky's response was. Everybody always looks to Noam Chomsky's response. At this point, for me, he's retired. He's been out in Arizona for about, I don't know, since Carol died, his wife, Carol, who was a brilliant woman in her own right, and studied language acquisition in elementary schools at Harvard. And she was really nice. But when she died, Noam went to Arizona to live for the air quality. And that's about it. I mean, I at the point, I mean, I really could almost predict what he would say to things. And so I don't think he would ever take a Russian position. I think what he does in his own way is point out the hypocrisy of American exceptionalism, which I was talking about before a little bit, by saying, well, what if you lived in Russia? Wouldn't you think the same thing about Putin? It's interesting. It is interesting to compare the invasion of Ukraine to the invasion of Iraq, right? It was both were done unilaterally without the support of the international community, despite protests and et cetera, et cetera. So the parallels are pretty interesting. So anyway, that's kind of my comment on that, I guess.
Interesting. I have not been following was it Noam Chomsky?
Noam Chomsky, years? Yeah. Really, yeah. Yeah, it's been quite a while for me, because he's still going, but it's just like, well, everything that he's said is there, you can almost predict what he's going to say at this point. So, but he is known as the American dissident, for good or ill, but he's also kind of a brilliant philosopher, aside from his politics and linguistics and stuff like that, and psychology.
Yeah, I agree. I like his reasoning and the way he correlates philosophy. It's quite influential to us all, as far as, in my opinion, as far as a figure of, his philosophy.
Oh, for sure. I think, he was cited as like the second most cited intellectual, or second most cited person alive, I think it was, or ever, and it was after Karl Marx or something like that, which is interesting. So, yeah, I mean, very influential, like you say, in many different fields, not just politics, So,
Yeah,
But
I find it interesting because I love to always pay attention to. So I'm looking at this article from Al Jazeera, and it's talking about the Freudian slip as Bush decries the invasion of Iraq and not Ukraine. And of course, there's his mission accomplished.
right.
That's May 1st, 2003.
Yep.
The infamous moment when he stood before us all as God and declared Isaiah 61:1, to the captives come out, to those in darkness be free, which is the right of Jesus Christ himself and alone. I don't know if people realize, but that was the moment of his unveiling
Wow.
as a God. So I found that interesting. And then how this, every time I look at these numbers, when they talk about his death count, it seems to dwindle lower and lower. And I'm thinking, are we that ignorant to believe that his kill count is only 200,000 after what after the millions? I mean, are we not counting the millions who have died not only from the war but the continued war, genocide in the Middle East, as well as our own soldiers who are taking their own lives and such? I mean, if you added
Absolutely.
it all up, I would. What would you
It's
consider?
way more. I have no idea. I mean, I can't put a number on it. It's one of those things where I think, like Mark Twain said, he said something like, there are lies, damned lies, and statistics. And statistics are lies. So when anyone says, only 200,000 people died and that's it, or that's, officials, how are they measuring this? By what metric? That's what I want to know, because are you taking consideration? A lot of times they're not, like you said, taking into consideration the after effects, whether or not that's just sick people in the hospital dying from radiation, starvation from the sanctions that went on for 10 years against the Middle East, that essentially starved and emboldened the warlords, and made the people reliant on people like Saddam Hussein and tyrants, and died under those sanctions. The babies, the radiation, like I said before, and then, like you said, the suicides of the military here back in the United States, and not just the suicides, but the just like psychiatric care and the trauma that our own soldiers have affected. I mean, that's many more.
The losses of limbs and the losses of minds, and
right.
How now they're thanking him and praising him because now they're wearing like these prosthetics, that are like these goat legs, and they think,
Right.
oh, praise Jesus for George W. Bush, I found my legs. It's kind of like a satire of a creation of all things George W. Bush.
It is bizarre, like you said, they are goat legs.
Yeah.
That's bizarre. I didn't think about that.
This article stated that the Iraq Body Count Project has recorded as many as 209,000 violent deaths, civilian deaths in Iraq, and I thought, wow, that number is extremely low.
Right.
Do you remember just like a few months ago when one of the I can't remember the date, but I know it was this year, and this gentleman stood up and he said millions died in bush life, basically, and everyone kind of praised him, and I thought even 1 million is low.
Yeah. I mean, I remember reading, I think it was Human Rights Watch back in the 90s when the sanctions were going on, when the first Gulf War happened, Desert Storm, and right afterwards, Desert Shield, which was enacted by Clinton and continued under Clinton, and then the sanctions for 10 years essentially starved over 1 million people. according to very conservative um, sources. So, I mean, you're right. They don't. I think they're taking casualties as like, you know, people who just maybe fought in the war. I don't know. I'd have to look at the study. The problem is that people are very swayed by headlines. So they'll see, oh, 20,000 dead, 200,000 dead. Oh, that's it. You know, that's all I have to read. I don't have to look any further because they don't have the time. You know, they don't look any further into what those statistics actually mean. You know, they just see the headline. I think that's the news, you know. So it's interesting to form public opinion, you know. But it's good that you're questioning that and obviously know in your heart that it's wrong, you know, because it is. I mean, as far as I know, I mean, it's really amazing how they try to rewrite history.
Exactly. And just look at what the whole 9/11 memorial is. It's basically a retelling of a history. I mean, I'd love to go see it in Texas, but I wonder just what they try to portray it as in their view and purview, and how that's what our generations are going to look at when it comes to the great and wonderful George W. Bush, who, you know what, saved the frickin' day.
Right. Well, it's interesting. Yeah. There are statues erected to him and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, he's the absolute biggest betrayer of all time. And here we are, you know, always whenever he comes up into the news, I just find it funny.
Yeah.
Especially relative to Putin and a little slip up.
Yeah.
Funny.
Well, you know, I saw a clip of what, you know, it's funny how long Putin's been in power, right? Like officially even, you know, like, I mean, so I saw a clip the other day where I think it was Putin came to Kennebunkport, Maine, up here where I live and where I've been to the Bush compound on Walker's Point in Kennebunkport. And he came there and he went fishing, you know, and they had the whole press conference and everything. He comes out and he's just short little guy, you know, he's shorter than George W. Bush even. And they had this little conference, and it all appeared so manufactured. You know, it was very bizarre. But it reminded me of like, wow, you know, this is 10 years ago. This guy is still the head of Russia. You know, George Bush is gone. You know, for the most part, power-wise, we have had you know, Trump as a president. We've had Biden, we've had Obama since Bush. But we've always had Putin. And that says a lot, I think, you know.
Well, it's called, I guess, is Putin's legacy like a tandemocracy with MEMºDAY?
Right. I think well, it's interesting. I remember following, and I wish Douglas was here because he could talk more about this, is France and Russia, even though they have these feigned democracies, they always, even the people lean towards like a charismatic ruler, you know, that will lead them, a king, like Napoleon or Putin. And so they always have these systems that sort of, how can I say this?
Ensures their position.
Or ensure, that's a good word too. Ensure executive power. So unlike the United States, which has 2-term limits, right? And then you're out. The presidency, supposedly. I mean, FDR kind of stretched that. But since then, and they're set by George Washington, these 2-term limits, and then you're out. Then there's no coming back. Instead, in France, and as a holdover from even maybe Roman times, they've always appealed and loved sort of a strong executive. So they love, you know, strong leader, you know. So that's why you have a Putin. That's why you have a Gorbachev. That's why you have a Khrushchev. people like this, these kind of sort of Lenin, Stalin, in Russia. And then you have Napoleon, you have Trudeau, you have all these very strong executive branches, which you don't really get in America, but you do get in Europe, these executive branches that can last, almost like a king or a queen, like Queen Elizabeth. It's pretty close to that, and it rivals that. So they stay in power as long as they can, and it's really interesting. It's fascinating, the whole system. It's a little different from what we're used to in America. So when we see someone in power like Putin in power for 20 years or so, it's normal to the Russians. The Russians might even want it,
Well, I found it interesting that he just typically just got rid of the entire prime minister altogether. Isn't that what it's called? MEM<silence>DAY's position?
Right.
Just,
At the Kremlin.
I'm just going to rule from here on out. We don't need you. Sorry. Thank you, though. Please leave the stage.
Yeah. Sayonara. Yeah.
And MEM<silence>DAY's just like, oh, well, okay.
Yeah. Well, it's
Isn't
either
it?
that or he'll poison them, Putin is a smart, dirty trick type of person. No, make no doubt about it. But he's a very cunning politician in some ways, I think.
Are we talking about George W. Bush Jr.? I just got back.
Oh, Douglas, great.
Yeah, but not ready to participate just yet. But I'm here. Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah. So what were we discussing? Viv and Brando.
Viv?
We brought up Bush in the beginning, and then we brought up the tan democracy under Putin and MEM<silence>DAY and how that's kind of been his ruling power, and now literally just got rid of the prime minister's position altogether.
And how France and Russia sort of favor strong executive branches as opposed to America,
right?
Historically, with like Napoleon and Russia with Stalin and Lenin and these sort of these strong executive branches. And I was saying how I saw a film clip of a news clip of Putin with George W. Bush II in Kennebunkport, Maine, fishing. And that was 10, 12 years ago, and he's still there. George Bush is sort of irrelevant.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I understand what you're saying. Of course, as Our Lady Viviana Sanchez has said, that the Antichrist's greatest advantage is basically having everyone dismiss him, and not just as a buffoon, but as irrelevant. So, I'm willing to certainly give the benefit of the doubt, and she definitely feels he's very much a threat. He certainly is someone who is deserving of no sympathy. So definitely. So is that the direction both of you were kind of going in, or?
We were just finding it interesting. Well, I found it interesting that this whole slip up is being laughed off, and every time I ever look at the kill count when it comes to George W. Bush, it seems to diminish. And then he also has, not only a house of policy there in Texas, but also rewriting history. I wouldn't doubt rewriting history over at the 9/11 memorial there in Texas as well. Mm-hmm. And Brandon added to that.
Yeah, they're both monsters in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, definitely. I think that these are important topics. What else came up with both of you while you were both discussing that? I think that's obvious. Did you ultimately speak a little bit about Noam Chomsky, Brando, or does Viviana?
I think so. Viv, can you maybe recapitulate?
Yeah. I mean, Viv, do you know who Noam Chomsky is?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to listen to him around the time I think I was listening to you. I guess maybe around 2011 and such. So, yeah, I was privy to his philosophy, and mostly wasn't he more like a proponent of the things that Bernie Sanders was promoting or
Yeah.
promoting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Definitely. I mean, definitely those two kind of fall together now. They're along the same lines of radicalized leftism, for what it's worth. So aside from all of that, so what did Brendan say about him? Did Brendan say something about him that you?
Yeah, he was fond of his wife, right? And said
Yes.
he
Oh,
moved
Brendan
to-
was fond of Noam Chomsky's wife? He must have married some
Yeah.
young thing that Brendan was
No,
after.
no, no. We slept together many times, and after when Noam would speak, we would sneak off into the MIT Kreischer auditorium bathrooms, and
Yeah.
often I would, even though she was about 50 years my senior, I would remove her blouse, remove her glasses. No, I'm joking. I'm joking, of course.
There we are. Yes.
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, Carol.
Yeah.
No, but I met her mate. She was a great woman. But he moved away. He moved to Arizona when she died.
Oh, shit.
And I really haven't followed him. But it got to the point, Douglas, where I just could predict what he was going to say at every turn.
Yeah.
And I don't think I was saying. I guess the big point was I was saying that I don't think he's taken the Putin's side.
Mhm.
He's pointing out that the Ukraine invasion is sort of similar to the Iraq invasion in that it was done unilaterally
Mhm.
without the support of the international community and without the support of the world's population.
Right.
You
But
know,
by the
so-
way, I understand exactly what you're saying, but and not that I'm defending in any way, shape, or form the invasion of Iraq. Far from it. I mean, it's but the one thing I will say is the Americans were a lot more sophisticated than the Russians. They made certain there was always a coalition umbrella. So there was always a coalition umbrella involving Iraq, but that would be, yeah. So that I doubt he would be if he's saying that, then he's just not paying attention at this point in his life. But
right.
yeah, but
Well, I think he's drawing attention. The point is that if you apply the standards of unilateral action against another nation state,
right, or he's probably just pointing out they both use false evidence to invade. I mean,
and that too.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So the point's taken, but like you say, like it's rather predictable for Noam, and at this point, I don't really pay much attention to him other than rereading his linguistics and philosophy,
Right.
which I'm very interested in language acquisition, and the psychology and philosophy. But as far as the politics go, I know where he's coming from. I pretty much know what he's going to say, and he's. He often, like you say, like he doesn't have the nuance to know that the coalition of the willing was probably more precise in their hospital bombings than the Russians.
Yes, there we are. Oh my God. And so that being said, I'm glad both of you are covering this. And what else? Certainly both of you might have something to say about the mass shootings ongoing. Of course, that will be inescapable for me tonight. And I guess I can admit what the question is that our man Blind Ron in the chat room is a friend of my sponsor, Mr. Benjamin Astenius, and I'll tell everybody soon what his question was, and then work towards answering that. But in the interim, both of you might have something to say about the mass shootings. Please go on with it now. I think I was kind of wondering why Viviana and Noreen were kind of struggling with it earlier in the opening hour, but I think it was Noreen was very distracted by basically all the people in her home chanting.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So you heard that.
That sounds like a Noreen problem.
Yes. Yes.
And I love you, Noreen. I'm glad to hear you back with Douglas. This is great.
Yeah.
Viv, what are your thoughts?
She's a pleasant voice,
Yes.
very pleasant soul.
Yes.
So lovely to meet her.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, gosh, I mean, feels to me like the mass shootings are now just a societal norm, sadly, and they can be used to have a perspective either way. But whenever they tend to erupt, there's always a agenda, like a built-in prefabricated agenda that the voices are going to speak out, and I just find that very interesting. It's more, to me, it's like a shooter plague, and I think of, are these the proponents of the minds that people have helped to create as our youth, and are they being launched onto society for the purpose of sculpting political agendas and policies? And so that's how my brain thinks. I never look at a mass shooting and think, oh yeah, that's absolutely organic. What's going on here? So that's just my attempt of trying to understand the madness and chaos of, in my opinion, it's just always the obfuscating or a war with our continued rights as independent people. And I always think, I always look back at what the Pope said just recently, how our individuality is a cancer to society. And I always thought that that's the very thing I believe they are trying to destroy. And so that's how I look at it whenever I see any kind of anything with an agenda behind it, especially either the school shooting or something like abortion even.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And how would you connect those two? Because I'll connect them later myself, but how would you connect them? Abortion and the mass shootings.
Well, I think with abortion, from what it looks like, I think it will be something that they are using to pros as a reason to let the population vote on, which I'm not even against. I think that would be a great thing for the voices of the people to have a decision on, because it is the fabric of our society as to how we are going to in the future either support either side. Should it be constitutionally protected? I think those are also things, but I think it's also created at such a time as this for for like democratic purposes, because they feel like at this time having somewhat of a strong stance, because every state they think every state they'll turn blue, and every mind they will help to bring the vote into their favor and gain power continually. I think that they're just using that position right now to bring this about because it's so important to them. But it could go either way. I'm just an observer. I don't really care either way at this point.
Okay.
I'd be interested in what you have to say about it for sure.
So let's let Brandon respond to that and tell us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
As far as the Buffalo mass shooting goes, it was, it still is.
Are you all
very
right? Your
sad.
Your voice is kind of.
No, I'm just very sad. I'm sorry. I take responsibility for it. And that's no. Not in that way, but in a way, it's a failure of the teaching system, of the educational system. And I'm a teacher, and you see these poor problem children that have these, they grow up with these games that they just shoot and kill people in video games. And I know that's been blamed, but it's still true. And then they go to school and they think it's really fun to have an AR-15, and it's almost like life is a video game. Life is the Matrix. This whole worldview that, unfortunately, people like Jameson Reese might have, where people don't really count. They're just glitches in the Matrix. What do they matter? This is what you have to do. And those kids, it starts somewhere, man. And I take responsibility for it because, there are kids that go through the school system that aren't adequately cared for and paid attention to, that slip through the cracks. that just need love or need a right direction or something that would maybe even prevent something like this. But it's just, in my opinion, it's a really sad. I don't buy the whole alt-right thing of it's for the election of Biden, or it's for against gun control or what, No, it's a sad, absolutely horrific tragedy, and there's no doubt about that for me. I have no question in my mind, and I take responsibility as an American citizen, as an educator, and this kid was 18. As far as I know. So those are my thoughts.
Wow, I mean that's deep, and for God's sake, don't take responsibility. That is absurd. At the same time, I understand what you mean. It's we're all responsible in that sense, and we're responsible because we've tolerated it to this point. But I don't want to start monologuing just now. What I can do is bring up the question that Ron asked myself, and this will require a little contextual context of who Ron is. While I'm providing that context, I'm going to turn my cell phone on just for a moment to see if he said anything else in Messenger to me on cell phone. And but basically, Benestanius, probably the only real friend Benestanius has these days. Of course, he's got wonderful Susan, who's his ex-wife, who's in his life. He's got Susan's daughter. He has his wonderful dog, Suede, who's just too violent to bring anywhere with him anymore because Suede attacks everybody, which, well, there you go. And it's like, that's what happens when you raise a dog to, I guess, well, they call them attack dogs for a reason, right? So he's left with Ron, and every Sunday he picks Ron up to go to church, and he'll oftentimes drop in on Ron, and Ron needs it because he lives in a bad neighborhood. And basically, Ron is in what is VA housing, Veterans Administration housing, and what they do is they've merged that into a ghetto with Section 8 housing. And for those of you who don't know, the term Section 8 used to be a military term. And Section 8 used to mean that basically someone was going to be institutionalized. They would be given a Section 8, which meant that you were going to get the rubber room and a straitjacket. And so that's old military terminology that through the U.S. government, under a federal war on poverty started by Lyndon Baines Johnson, they organized Section 8 housing. So this was considered as a military-style mobilization, and that was for incompetent adults to be given housing. So this is merged into the neighborhood with Ron's neighborhood, and he suffers accordingly. There's a lot of violence in his neighborhood, and it's very frightening. By the way, our lady Vivian is saying, hello, it's Sammy, how is your day? I think Sammy's gone for the moment, and he'll be back later, like he said, in about an hour. But, I guess what you're responding to, honey, is what Salman wrote above, right? When Sammy says, just saw that Salman response and stuff like that. That's what you're responding to, right, Viv? Darling?
Oh, I just saw Salman was popped in the chat, so I just thought I'd say hi to him, even if it's a late response.
Oh, right. Okay, that's cool. Yes,
or
wonderful.
Is I'm sorry, Salman, Sammy? Are they one and the same?
No. Oh, God, no.
Oh, God. My apologies.
Oh, no. That's Sammy, who was in the chat room, like you saw. But you're responding to what he entered at 9:14 p.m., right? That's what you're responding to. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. So he'll see that when he gets back. So my point is that so our man Ron lives in a precarious situation, and the houses down there, as you can imagine, are horrible, and especially the VA houses. And of course, I've dealt with the repercussions of Section 8 housing. I know what it's like to be surrounded by Section 8 housing people. So, that's for another time. And obviously, if we bring on Ron every once in a while, he'll be able to speak about this, and I'll be able to speak about my experiences. But Ron is like an older guy who was a veteran who has basically become legally blind. And so he spends a lot of time listening to radio, and basically it's like alternative radio. And so he's basically demanding to know. He said, I should have left my phone on. Let me turn it back on again so I could read what he said. I can't do it justice relating it secondhand. I have to read it. And he was listening to an old episode from 2020. And so he was hearing Lena Shea. And now Lena Shea would take what I said and she would run with it. And, you gotta love that. And this is one thing that, this is like a man-woman relationship where, oftentimes this happens. Sometimes the opposite, but mostly what happens is women in a relationship, they start, reflecting their lover's opinion or their husband's opinion. They'll start, and this is what makes a man feel good. Men feel, oh, you hear her saying what you said as her opinion. And, the man feels manly because, empowered. And so, I got to admit, she would take it to an extreme that I would not have taken it when expressing it, various ideas that I had. And so she would upset people, and I would try to qualify her statements or calm them down. Nowhere near anything like Jameson Reese. But anyhow, so here's what Ron wrote. And he says, "This is blind, Ron, Ben's friend." I said, "Yes, Ron." "She was also talking about COVID. It is airborne. It gets on your hair, your skin, your clothes, and your eyes, so the mask doesn't do any good. You could stay home all you want. It's not going to do any good." And I'm like, okay. Because this came out of nowhere. Then he qualified it. He added context. "Douglas, I was listening to a show on YouTube that you did. The date was 6/3. This is like June 3rd, 2020. Holy shit." He says it was about riots. You have this young lady talking. She says that the Republicans, Trump supporters, are racist. And that is not true because I voted for Trump. And I thought she was way off base. Yeah. And I cannot believe that she stood up for her. By that, he means me, but he calls me a she because, that's easy to do. And he's, by the way, no, we're not making fun of Ron. Love you, Ron. Love you. Okay. He's a good friend of Ben. And,
Sure.
anyhow, he says, I said, okay. Then I asked him, am I the intended recipient for this information? Because I still didn't get what, he is legally blind. I thought he might have been trying to send this to somebody else who might have understood what he was saying. But then I understood when he brought up the other context. So I said, oh, got it. And then he says, do you understand what I was talking about? I said, you mean you cannot believe that I stood up for Lena Shea, right? He says, yes. Sorry about that. I can't see the keypad that good. So I have to go to voiceover because my vision is so messed up. So I said, my Skype ID is Douglas Dietrich 1. Do you have Skype? He says, I have to get it hooked up, but I am now going to get on your show. I am watching that show from June 3rd, 2020. Right now, it's a great show. Let me get my end hooked up, and I will text you when it's ready to go. I said, most excellent. Thank you. Yes, by all means, inform myself as soon as you have downloaded Skype. He says, it's going to take me a couple of days. I have to have somebody help me. I can't see the computer screen that good. Do you think Trump is a white supremacist? Can you answer that question for me? I could just say yes, but yeah. So I said, listen to my transmission within hours. I gave him the lowdown, etc. And I said that ye may hear my elucidation on that matter in detail, so I need not repeat myself. Most blessed be my dearest Ron. Now get that Skype downloaded and sometime soon, so that I may host Ben Estanius and thyself. Hugs. He says, I'm on your live chat now. And so, okay, good. And so there he is. He's in live chat. And basically, Ron listens to a lot of what I would call hate radio. So he wants to start his own little radio station. So, so he can spread the hate out of his VA home. And I'm hoping that by bringing him on, I can hopefully, get him a little bit, lighten him up a bit, and maybe that will help. Let me take a look at live streaming and see if he's responding. But at any rate, so what I will do is, obviously, I will spend time talking about Trump tonight and how he is directly responsible for much of what has gone down. Well, essentially, the Buffalo shooting. And I will make connections between that and the Supreme Court, and of course their thoughts on abortion and their effective revocation of Roe versus Wade. So understand that, yes, I will speak of this, and a lot of people are not going to like what I have to say. But understand, I'm the only person on alternative radio who says it. So I hope Ron respects that, and that Ron understands that, anywhere he goes with the digital spectrum, YouTube or anywhere else, it's easy to find people coming down and saying, yeah, these mass shootings are all set up so that the Democrats can get themselves elected. I mean, this all falls into the great replacement theory. So understand that I'll be doing my best to deconstruct that tonight and put that in some historical context. Now, this is not easy to do. This requires a lot of thought on my part. I'm trying to get my head together out of my ass, and that's why I'm so lucky we have these two here. And so if both of you would address what his question is in your own way, then of course I'll take over later, and basically once I get started, then I suck all the oxygen out of the room and everybody else dies. So for right now, both of you, please take that up while I continue getting my act together. Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Viv?
Yeah, honey, holy shit.
Ladies
I'm here.
first.
I was just talking and realized I was muted.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thanks, Douglas. I also wanted to thank you so much for your brilliant discussion on Abaddon, the abandoning spirit of.
Thank you.
What is how do you say that again?
Oh, the great abandoner Cthulhu. Yeah.
Cthulhu.
Yeah.
And didn't Iron Maiden make a song about that? Brings it to a whole new perspective for me. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, honey. Yes.
I appreciated that. I vibed with it. I was like, I think you're onto something here, Douglas.
Thank you.
It was awesome.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. And with that being said, yeah, and by all means, go on with what you. Yeah.
Well, does anybody know exactly where Ron is living?
He'll tell us when he comes on, but he's living in some shithole in Arizona. That much I know. It's some place that basically the Section 8 housing people have become infested with the drug dealers, and they're all in the majority black. Now, of course, he's nearly blind. Whether he can tell that or not doesn't matter. I mean, basically, Ben Estenius sees it, so he can see that they're black, and this may add to their general sense of alienation. And I grew up in the Tenderloin when it was an ocean of blacks. And so, my 3D graphics modeler, the lycanthrope, who I swear, I have not forgotten. I'm going to privately, some point in the near future, either after we go off air today, and if she's still up, I will show his Facebook timeline to Viviana. It's something I promised her I would do. So my lichen, the lycanthrope, my 3D graphics modeler buddy, he has not had positive experiences with black people. So I try to, lighten him up, but it's been bad enough where he has, taken to using the term nigger. He's been, he fought off a gang of 4 of them the other day who tried to steal his motorcycle. And this was, of course, deep, dark hour, well after midnight. So, this is a guy who's still in combat mode, still got the combat antenna up. And so I do my best to help him with his post-traumatic stress disorder, which is really what he has. But understand, I grew up seeing the worst of blacks as well as whites, and but blacks in particular while I was growing up. And it took me a lot to overcome my racism. And a lot of people tell me I've overcompensated when I advocate. but such is life. And with that, we turn back to Viviana and Brandon. Toss it between each other about, basically Ron's question was, do you think that Trump is a white supremacist? And his logic is, I voted for Trump and I'm not a white
Yeah.
supremacist. So
Right.
he's not, which I'm
Right.
sorry,
So,
Ron, that's
yeah,
naive.
again, logic
Mhm.
dictates, if I may interject.
Yeah, thank you.
That, so therefore it would follow that someone that voted for Saddam Hussein is not a Kurdish massacre. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. There's so many logical things there. Just because you voted and you may not be, Ron, and God bless you, you may not be a white supremacist. I don't think you are. But just because you
we'll assume the best. Go on.
I'll assume the best for now until I'm proven otherwise. But just because you are not a white supremacist doesn't mean that the influences or the lobbyists behind Trump, the people who promote him, the people who get his hype going in the media, do not have an undercurrent of white boy summer and all these sort of memes that go on that essentially put the black man, not just the black man, the poor white man, the indigenous man, the Dene, the Wampanoag, everybody except for this privileged white class that somehow is a false consciousness that Marx talked about, or an alienation where, like you said, Douglas, where the lower class somehow is so disillusioned and so powerless that they identify with their abuser.
Yes.
Which is essentially Stockholm syndrome, in other words, right? But Marx was talking about this in the 1800s, with alienation of labor and false consciousness, where the lower class, which he called the proletariat, would identify with the petite bourgeois or the bourgeoisie, and the upper class, the owners of society. And you see this a lot. You see this with people who worship the royal family. You see this with people who imitate celebrities, and so on and so forth. It's even though they can't even afford an apartment, they will fervently support somebody that is complete opposite of their interest, and would rather see them starve and die than to help them. And so this false consciousness, and I would say, another thing to Ron, I would say, like, how do you define white? How do you define your terms that you're asking? And that's something that you could get to. But supremacist, yeah, I would argue yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that being said, something else that comes to mind, the first thing I would say is, first off, let's get this straight. Is it bad to be a white supremacist, or at least a white separatist? And my argument that I made before, many times, that many people refuse to hear, they blank out, or they forget it, in denial, or they're just rejecting it, or they don't want to hear it from me, or it's something, all they want to project on me is some kind of leftist, kind of communist. If they're from the right, they tend to project these bizarre ideas on me. They stereotype me quite inaccurately and incorrectly. Now, I've pointed out before, we're all racist, and it's a redundant survival mechanism. And I've expressed before that in and of itself, there's nothing wrong with racism. There's nothing wrong with ethnic enclaving. There's nothing even in our Constitution that tells you you have to like anybody, that you basically are free to dislike people, and you should be free to dislike who you wish to dislike. Obviously, we try to prevent that by translating into some kind of violent acting out But in reality, as I've said, we are heading towards a civil war, more than likely. And if the civil war is unavoidable, then what I seek is certainly, I'm intending for my side to win. And my side, because I am a minority, is the Democrats. And it's not because I am ascribing to democratic ideals as they may understand it or you may understand it. I'm a radicalized centrist, and I'm actually a conservative. And really, I identify with traditional monarchies. So in terms of the monarchies and their preservation of historic culture, then I am much more along the notion of a conservative kind of traditionalist perspective than most so-called rightists are. So when it comes to, however, what we need here in America, obviously a monarchy is not where that's not going to be productive for our culture. However, because we are the product of a rebellion against monarchy, and we have a constitutional republic that is multicultural and multi-ethnic, and there is a sizable amount of both populations that do not get along. We saw in Jameson Reese an example of colored racism, someone who wants to exterminate the white race in particular, not just shall we say, everybody in general, but the white race first. Then we have a situation where this extremism has been recognized, and we are processing colored people for hatred now. The black man who attacked the beauty salons, the Korean beauty salons, is being processed for a hate crime. The Chinese man who attacked the U.S. church that was attended by a Taiwanese congregation is being processed for a hate crime. So it is becoming recognized now that colored people can be racist. So understand that these people who committed crimes in the name of hate, they need to be processed for hate crimes, no matter what their color is. However, when we come to where I'm at and what will happen if my side wins, am I going to advocate the annihilation of the whites in America? No, that's preposterous. If anything, I want to simply ethnically enclave them, which is what many of them wish. What is it that most of these white people want? They're not really shouting genocide. They're not screaming. They just don't want any coloreds to move into their neighborhood. Okay, give them their neighborhood. So in the Deep South, we should have white enclaves. We should have a white enclave in the Pacific Northwest that's already forming in Idaho. And there are the extreme whites of the Republican Party that must be deported. And as I've said, Greater Manchuria, the buffer zone between China and Russia, is an industrial wasteland. Directly bordering North Korea would be the perfect place. They have an industrial base. They would have all the cheap labor in the world from North Korea, which would be their Mexico. They would rebuild their own state. They could be the new Mandalorians, the mercenaries of planet Earth. They could take all of their guns with them and serve us all as the Dorsai, the mercenaries of the world. And yeah, and the laughter's there, but at the same time, he gets my point. Brandon knows it would work.
Absolutely. No.
Yeah.
The Mandalorians, if people that don't know, back in the old Republic, the Mandalorians were a trading guild and started their own sort of trading empire.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And they would be bordering Japan. They would have access to technology. The Japanese would be willing to sell them. And they're a buffer zone between the Russians and Asia overtaking Siberia. The Russians would love them. And the Chinese would appreciate them as a buffer zone from Russia. So this is my idea. This is my objective. So this is not genocide. This is, and what the whites have in the Pacific Northwest would, of course, be surrounded with an outlet to the sea, of course, but it would be surrounded in general by much expanded native First Nations reservations, which would no longer be reservations. They'd essentially be the Pacific Northwest surrounding a very large white enclave. But we're talking about the native, they would have basically the majority of Western Canada and much of the areas that surround this white enclave that is already forming in Greater Idaho. As for
Fascinating.
the state of Jefferson, that around Mount Shasta, that should become the Shinto religious fulcrum of the Western world, where Shinto religion will be introduced, and we will have very much a kind of introduction into this earth of much of a reinvigorated Celtic culture as well. That's I think it would be best up there because of the spiritual nature of Mount Shasta. Now all that being said, thank you. All that being said, this would mean that people would be given the kind of identitarianism and basically ethnic enclaving that they want. So none of this is evil. None of this is bad. Everybody can win. We can all win here, and it's a world enough for all of us. So it's not necessary. So Trump is a white supremacist. Big deal. It's like, so if he is a white supremacist, so this is what I don't get. When Ron says, is he a white supremacist? And he's trying to ascertain where I stand on this, because he's trying to say, well, I'm not a white supremacist, therefore Trump isn't. I mean, in the end, does it matter? Obviously, you're a white guy who's in a very bad situation, surrounded by blacks. So I can understand you're feeling threatened. So ultimately, wouldn't it be great for you if you could live in one of these white culture enclaves? I think it would be. So why not create them? So this is where I stand, and hopefully people will understand that. And there's not even any need for a civil war if we just do this first. Unfortunately, people aren't listening to me, and they want it all. And that's the problem. Everybody wants it all. So with that, we turn it back over to Brandon and Viviana. And Viviana, if you could respond to that, and Brandon and you take it from there for a few more minutes. Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'd love to hear your mindset on that. It's very, I believe in tribalism. I think it's what you consider more nationalistic type of thing.
Yes, honey.
Yeah. And I guess we could say all throughout Israel, it was the mandate to keep the tribe
pure,
unified.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And also to keep out rebellion or, certain types of sin that they deemed as transgressions that were, so they just dealt with it like just send them out or just get them out of here. We don't want that because this infects our tribe. And it's kind of like still through society, but we've become so socially conscious to how everybody else feels and what everyone else thinks that we can never cultivate our own understanding of the reasons why we support what we do, because we might be deemed a racist or something.
Right.
So I agree with that aspect. I think it's, and another thing I just want to kind of put out there is I think a lot of white Americans feel like there is a war against them just for being white. And you could be marginalized by that ideology simply because of your skin color. So that's also a form of racism. And on the same, so it's like two extremes. We're living in the middle with a mindset that nobody else is even willing to consider.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that.
Bless you. Bless you, honey. Thank you so much. And for those of you who don't know, Viviana Sanchez is European Spanish. And very important, she distinguishes herself from Mexicans, and many European Spaniards do in these United States. By the way, I'm hearing some keyboarding. Is that our friend Brando or Sammy? It sounds like...
I don't have a keyboard.
Oh, it sounds like Peter Moon. That's weird, because Peter Moon, whenever he comes on, you'll hear the keyboarding first. Then Pete's with us. So that was weird, whatever that was. I don't think Sammy's back yet, but if he is, let's check the call here. I'll find out. Doesn't look like he's back yet. So, by all means, Brandon, take it from there. And feel free to go on about
sure.
the Mandalorians, too, and Baby Yoda and all the rest of that. Because
boy.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, the kids love that Baby Yoda. Whoever came up with that, a
Yeah.
genius.
Yes,
You know? mean,
I hate it. I hate it. It's so disgusting, and yet the kids fucking love it. Yeah, I
you
know.
love it.
It's hideous. It's fucking hideous. You know.
Yeah, hideous. I love the female Yoda.
Okay.
I don't know if you know that one.
I
is her
haven't
name.
seen her, but I presume that you love her because of her great personality, as opposed to
Yes, and her lovely hair that flows upon her green goetic body.
Yes, her.
She is a goetic demon. Yoda is a goetic demon, by the way.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm surprised that Jameson Reese never pointed that out. That's
right.
Jesus Christ. You know why? Because it's too cheerful for him. Go on. Yeah.
So this whole thing about white supremacy, I'll get to that in a second, but I'm as white as they come. And
by the way, share with us, is there any Masonic involvement with your ancient Bostonian bloodline? There must have been.
Oh, of course. I mean, my grandfather, I have photos of the Masonic connections there right on the gravestone. When I saw my grandfather's funeral, it was not, I remember being like, what is this? There's no mass being said. There's no priest. But there's all these people with aprons, and they're doing
like
doing
I said,
a rifle.
When Salman Sheikh puts on his Freemasonic apron, it's right over his crotch. It's like male lingerie. They all wore it like that, right? Go on, tell.
Yeah, well, that's the whole point. And but anyway, for Mother's Day, which was, I guess, last month, I got my mother a card. And it said, and I thought it was pretty interesting, It said, to my black mother, happy Mother's Day. Love, Brandon, But I was surprised that they had like this black mothers, it was kind of a joke. But as you say, white supremacy, well, there's black supremacy. There's indigenous supremacy. There's all kinds of supremacy. And so this idea that you have actually I can see that being harmonious in some way of these enclaves, especially, I would rather see these right wing people up in Mars. I say we send them to Mars with Elon Musk. We send them out to Mars and we say goodbye.
Of course, under Elon Musk's leadership, that would be genocide, but go on.
Oh, no. They'd be happy. They'd be happy to go. They'd be so happy. And they think they're, the forefront of evolution, and they would just land and die. No. But
yeah.
But North Korea might be a better place, as you say. Like you say, like he's a white supremacist. So what?
Yeah.
Now what?
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
And then that's a good point. That's a really good point. And never really thought about it in terms of policy, in terms of actually enclaves and geographical locations and things like this. But you're quite right. I think that would be maybe a more harmonious thing is you want your nation state, you have it, and, the indigenous have theirs. And that's how it goes. I would say that I would love to be in part of that Shinto religion in Mount Shasta, though. I would love to be an honorary member of that sort of community.
Absolutely. I think that you could be a founding member. This is like, I think it's so important to introduce Shinto to the West. And and so in Mount Shasta would be the place to do it. That's our Mount Fuji.
Interesting. Yeah. So you bring up again great points. So I would consider Don, and much love and respect to Ben Stenius, and I know you guys go back quite a ways.
I don't know Don much at all, but certainly Ben Stenius and I go back. And Don, of course, Ron has been a friend of Ben Stenius's for a long time. As a matter of fact, it might have been Ron that introduced Ben Stenius to myself. That might have been the case. So he'll have to clarify that. But yeah, go on.
No, but so with all respect, I would just say, look into this question a little further. It's not so black and white as, do you believe this or that?
Thank you.
You know what I mean? It's a little more nuanced. Life is a little more gray.
Well, I'd like to add,
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Viv.
if we could pose a question, though, would you want your leader or president to have these concepts, and do you feel that that would, whatever they're, if they're white supremacists, would you want that kind of mentality for your leadership, and do you feel that that would seep into policy or that the way that they rule the country? I think that's a better question rather than, just saying, oh, is he a white supremacist? And I would be more concerned about the man's ideology and how it's going to affect our country. Judging from, the last reign of Trump.
Yeah.
I never experienced racism ever until he came on the forefront. I think mostly because people were emboldened to have very, very clear stances on and feed into that spirit. And then now it's like, oh, your last name is Sanchez. Well, why don't you just go back to Mexico?
Oh, that's
all
awful.
around you.
Oh my fucking God. This is, how did you respond to this? And thank you so much for sharing that. That's so fucking important. Oh my God. So how did you respond to this?
I was appalled, really. I mean, I've lived my whole life never facing it. Not when I go to a job or when I go to a school or with any mindset of my friends or anywhere around me. Never had experienced it until the Trumpism era. So I found it very foreign. And I thought, wow, this is a real... But of course, it could have been... to be fair, it could have been a Russian or some type of influential type of campaign, I felt, to divide the nation as well, because we were under that on a massive scale.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
I mean, alternative media, as I've always said, is Russian propaganda spoken in English. So that very much was part of it. Darling, I'm so sorry that happened to you. And yet at the same time, it's so fortunate that you share that, and so important that you share that. Oh my God. So listen to this, Ron. Here's this lady who is of European Spanish background. And because of this, you've got a bunch of assholes assuming she's Mexican and then vocalizing their bullshit. So, I mean, there you go. And this didn't happen until Trump was president. And this woman has, do let this man know you were born here, that you right? So let him know you were born here, that this is, English
I'm here in Arizona, where we have a very large Hispanic, and I've grown up with Hispanics. And it's not that I'm against Mexicans or anything. It's just that it's a different, aspect of viewing your heritage. But they're a part of my life in every aspect. Like so it's just strange to me, the whole dynamic.
Yes. Thank you. And so that's wonderful. And oh my God, let's see if he's responding in the chat room to that. Not that I could see. Oh wait, here we are. Our man. Well, we got one sex bot here. I think you handled all of them, and maybe that was from a different IP address. Let me remove that one. Just dump that in the trash. So other than that, Viviana does a fabulous job. I mean, she's great. And Daniel Arola. Daniel, do you want to join us here? He says, anyhow, he's in the chat room saying, 2 things Trump supporters hate: being outed as racist and 2 black people. Yeah. Yeah. And he says replacement theory is that haunting fear that white supremacists experience about becoming treated the same way that they treated racial minorities in the past. Basically, yes. So all that's appreciated. And with that, of course, Brandon, give us some feedback. And like I said, don't be afraid to take this in areas you might think are even a little silly. I don't know if, honey, do you watch any television? I mean, when he brought up Yoda and the Mandalorian, and he obviously knows quite a bit about it because, his girlfriend is like, I think one of his students. But
oh, God.
Douglas.
But
It's your fellow teacher.
oh, there we are. Yes, yes. There we are. Yes, and
You're funny.
yeah, and but you, honey, you watch much TV? Anything that comes to mind, like that you think is fun to talk about?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, actually, I threw out my TVs. Geez, like 2003. Haven't been watching it. Of course, I'm addicted to YouTube. I really love how we can pick and choose what we want to watch. But Yoda and those types of things, I'm not watching that, so I don't understand it. So please emphasize that, Brandon.
Sure. Yeah. Explain it to us,
Oh,
Brandon.
I don't know. I'm not the expert on this Baby Yoda.
Well, I mean,
Grogu.
on the Mandalorian series, you can tell us all about the
Well, I mean, it takes. I mean, it's a long sort of thing. It's just a Disney series that became very popular. What I've been watching has been Moon Knight, which is essentially he's sort of an Egyptian god, Khonsu, who is reincarnated into lifetimes as a detective that is interested in Egyptology, of course. So you get a lot of like interesting sort of occult symbology and so on. He's associated with the crescent moon. Khonsu is associated with Anubis. He's sort of the guard that protects the queen, and so on and so forth. So that's been sort of interesting to see that percolate in the popular culture. But other than that, haven't been watching too much TV. I've been watching different films, revisiting different films like Rosemary's Baby.
Okay. And why Rosemary's Baby?
Well, I find it. I watched it before, but I never really paid much attention to it. In context of who Roman Polanski is, the different films he's done, his connections to Hollywood, his connections to the occult, and so on and so forth. And this Rosemary's Baby and all the different things that are in there. So I kind of took it frame by frame and paid really close attention to everything that's said and the Ira Levin book and all this. And so I've been kind of doing that. I've been reading quite a bit into Ray Russell, who is sort of a haunted castles, Gothic American novelist, things like that. So very boring sort of things. But to me, they're very exciting. Aeschylus and the Oresteia, sort of the Western classics of the canon of Western classics, where you have the gods intermingling with, the Furies, intermingling with, Apollo and the sort of Apollonian rational mind fighting this sort of undercurrent of the Typhon, and so on and so forth. It's just fascinating. So I don't really watch too much television. I do know about The Mandalorian, of course, because I'm a big Star Wars fan. My girlfriend, I did sort of force her to watch the first trilogy of Darth Vader and the rest and everything, and I find it, it still holds up a little bit, and it's pretty interesting. George Lucas's birthday, I think, was last Saturday, and so not that I celebrate that with any gusto.
Thank you for qualifying
that. But he is an interesting person, and you can see sort of he did write a movie called THX 1138.
Right. The only socially relevant film that he ever did in terms of actual. Yeah. Go on. Yes.
Oh, it's just kind of interesting. It's sort of a 1984. But you can see sort of the influences of Kurosawa and the editing and the costuming and the Japanese and the Asian influence in Star Wars with the helmet of Darth Vader or the sort of the samurai. Luke Skywalker's wearing a gi, essentially. He's an initiate into basically martial arts and sort of the Taoist philosophy. And like I say, like Yoda is sort of this goetic demon, that trains and initiates this Luke Skywalker into a bigger and better world, or whatever the phrase is. So I don't know. I mean, like you say, this whole this baby Yoda is such a gimmick. It's I can see why you're sickened by it.
Well, not nearly as much as I was by the Ewoks, but go on. The Ewoks were the worst. It's just
they do write a good song. The thing is that the cantina there. I was watching it with my girlfriend. This is our first time. Kelsey is she's very smart, and she's watching Star Wars for the first time.
She's watching Star Wars for the first time. This chick must be 9 years old, dude.
I know it. No, she's 27, but she's watching this, and I'm saying, you haven't seen Star Wars, my goodness. So let's watch it, and we're watching the cantina, Mos Eisley's cantina scene, and they got the jazz players up there with the trumpets and the alien type people, and she's like, wow. Even in space, jazz sucks. Which I found really funny, you know what I mean? But no, that's all I have to say about Star Wars. It still holds up. It's still got the thing, and I notice something different with it every time. But obviously, it's a huge franchise that is sold out to Disney by now, and totally different.
Well, actually, by the way, as bad as it's become with everything Disney's done to it and whatever else people complain about, believe me, if George Lucas had retained the rights, it would be infinitely worse. He fucked it up, first of all, by the goddamn Ewoks, and that was, understand this much, the original planet that they were on was supposed to be the home world of Chewbacca and all of these big-ass Bigfoot types, and I know our dear friend Viviana Sanchez, honey, tell your friend I will speak about Bigfoot again, okay? I've done so in excruciating detail in the past, and I promise her I'll do it again just for her. And
Douglas, if you just want to send me that, I could just share it with them.
I don't even know. That was probably before I started. That was before I started really timestamping everything. So, if I find it, I'll certainly share that with you. If not, I'll just go into it again quite happily at some point in the near future, believe me.
That would be so wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, but understand they're real. They're real. These are North American primatoids. And, this is what Chewbacca was supposed to be. And he was supposed to be from this planet where, yeah, you can imagine a world of Chewbacca's kicking stormtrooper ass, but, no, they woun't make good teddy bears. So that's George Lucas had to come up with the goddamn Ewoks. And then that alone was the end of Star Wars for me. But in terms of that, he wanted to go further with this, this cellular chloro. Did you ever get that shit where he said that was, George Lucas, and this is what he was going to destroy the franchise with. And this is the kind of stuff that was pissing off Daniel Arola when it came to the Indigo kids, because a lot of them were basically blood supremacists, that you had to have Rh negative blood and all this other shit. And so it was basically a form of bloodline supremacy. Now I'm trying to look up this stupid George Lucas chloromedia or something, but it comes out as
the metachlorians.
Yes. How did you fucking know that?
I'm a nerd.
Yeah. So this is what he wanted to make the basis of the next trilogy. He wanted that to be like the foundation was. But get this, it's like whoever doesn't have the cells can't use the Force. So it becomes a genetic supremacy X-Men trip. It's an X-Men, mutant supremacy issue. Then,
Wow.
that's and so it was like the beauty of the Force was you could be a Jedi if you could just handle the Force. But no, he wanted to make it a bloodline supremacy issue. No, only the master race can use the Force. And
Wow.
this was very similar to Tracy Twyman's blood supremacy that she got from this other guy whose name I always keep forgetting, even though I have one of his books that it was just so
Boyd Rice.
No, it wasn't Boyd Rice. Boyd Rice
Okay.
Boyd Rice was the picture of fucking sanity compared to this other guy that Tracy Twyman was getting her shit from. She had been a girlfriend of Boyd Rice. She had been his lover for a little bit of time, but his insanity was when he started getting into the Holy Grail kind of trip, and then he was part of the Dagobert bloodline, and this is all bloodline supremacy, but that's the direction George Lucas was going to take it in. And then basically, who the fuck would relate to that? I mean, you cannot relate unless you're of that privilege. You can't relate to something like, I want to read about only people of this bloodline could do this neat shit, and so it's like it's just crap. So there you go. It's there we have that, and that was now, by the way, and I of course know that this is what I say about vampirism. This is not something that what people love about vampirism is the fantasy that you could be a vampire. All you need to do is get bitten, right? And that it spreads. So, and I'm saying no, it's not like that. It's just a subspecies, and what you can get is rabies. Vampires can carry rabies, so yeah, you can get something like that, and you wouldn't want that. So it's there we have it. It's just but that's like what I'm trying to do is explain to people the reality is not the romance. But then this other guy was trying to take it, George Lucas, and turn it into an elitist. It's just awful. So anyhow, go back to that. Now, what do you know about that, and what can you tell us about that concept, or you just never pursued it yourself?
Myself, I've never really pursued the midichlorians. I did realize that it was a sort of, like you say, a genetic, inherited, almost a eugenics theme.
Thank you.
Within the Star Wars universe. And I did think it was quite odd because, like you say, it's like, well, you have a farm boy on what essentially is Arrakis and Dune. This is like Dune with Flash Gordon together. A cowboy western meets space.
Yeah.
Is what George Lucas was going for. But you had a farm boy, Luke Skywalker, who could access the Force in some way, right? And so it was a sort of democratic thing. And then you find out in the prequels that, no, in fact, there's these things called midichlorians, which are essentially like DNA mitochondria that spread. And in fact, you can detect them with blood samples. And that was, you're right. I mean, looking back on it, that's really bad. That's eugenics.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Oh my God.
Amazing.
So what about you, honey? Were you ever a fan of Star Wars? I mean, certainly, like you said, you were kind of like still, yeah.
Of course.
How would I say? Watching
I'm
TV.
Well, I'm an American woman. Loved all the Star Wars up until recently, because my sons love Star Wars and all that. Mm-hmm. But I wanted to, if I could just shift the question, because you touched. Well, Brandon touched on Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah.
And gosh, such a cult favorite. And I actually have this I really like Roman Polanski's art. And then I watched this documentary I put in the chat, and I had not been aware of all of his past. I just kind of a brushing around it. Like, I understood he couldn't come to the country. He had a lot of problems with whatever he's done, in the past. But the perspective of the documentary posed a really good question: is like, should we should we separate our love for an art over the ethics of the artist. And so I find myself struggling when it comes to Roman Polanski because I love his work. Like I'll watch Ghost Rider like over and over and over again because it's one of my favorite films, and as well as Rosemary's Baby. And so for me, I would still watch that, even though I watched this documentary and I'm appalled by the allegations and the things that he's done. So I wanted to pose that towards you guys as well.
Oh, let's let Brandon handle that first. And while he's doing that, I'll refresh myself. And when I come back, I'll put in my 2 cents. But Brandon, by all
Sure.
means, take it away.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, I've been aware of that shadow over Polanski, of the allegations. Not just the allegations, but I think they're actually convictions, of this 13-year-old that he supposedly raped, allegedly, I'm gonna say. But he fled the country. But like you say, like, can you separate the art from the artist? That's an eternal question, and I think you can. Heidegger was a great philosopher, but he was also a Nazi, for example. Things like that. Nietzsche and all kinds of different thinkers are swept up in the zeitgeist of their time. Polanski, for his films, just on their value, on their face value, are very interesting. Rosemary's Baby, like I said, I brought up before. I've been taking it sort of slow, frame by frame, and it's absolutely fascinating. The whole setting and everything, but not just that, but his earlier films, like you say, like Ghost Rider, is essential. His involvement in even the Manson murders. There's a film he made called Tenet, which I think even horror writers or thriller writers of movies today are trying to emulate that sort of creepy ordinariness of evil, or of witchcraft or the occult, that sort of permeates and these cults and so on. That seemed quite ordinary. He does that in Tenet. He does that, but he also did it with Sharon Tate. In his earlier work, I forget the name. I think it's called like Witch's Sabbath or something like that. But he filmed it at a Cathar castle.
Yes, I watched that. I loved it.
Yes, and it's really interesting. Like, not too many people have seen that, but it's black and white, and essentially Sharon Tate is this mistress that basically is a witch, and she, mesmerizes people, and it's very interesting.
But she didn't know she was a witch.
Right, exactly. So it's always got this sort of twist, and Polanski was sort of onto these things, and I think even in the Ninth Gate with Johnny Depp, which is sort of a recent movie that Polanski, I think, was involved in. That's very interesting. It's sort of like the Pilgrim's Progress, but of an occult nature. It's almost like he is discovering the light of Lucifer through this sort of journey that Johnny Depp goes on in that movie. I don't know if you've seen it, but he follows basically essentially an occult book.
Yeah, I'm a little frightened to actually watch that.
It's a bit scary, and I will, it's a heavy movie, but I have seen it. But what essentially he does, and spoiler alert, is that Christopher Lee was supposed to be this sort of occult collector of books. And of course, he summons his deal is to sort of summon Lucifer and the devil. And of course, it's always Johnny Depp that shows up at that point, right? And, I didn't realize that until second or third watching, is that, maybe it is him that is the devil, right? And then he follows his path of books that leads him to this castle. And this castle is a real castle in southern France that is a Cathar castle. And if anyone that knows who the Cathars were a Gnostic Christian religion, Albigensianism, which was basically wiped out by the Rosary and the Catholic Church and St. Francis, I believe, of Assisi. So you don't hear of them anymore, but they went underground. They were essentially a Gnostic cult that went underground. They believed in, sort of a Manichaean view of Christianity, where there was the Old Testament God that was an evil God and the New Testament God that was a good God. It's very convoluted and so on, but the point is that they practiced the occult and they practiced black magic. And the Cathars is where the castle was actually filmed. This film, including that film with Sharon Tate from the early '60s or the mid '60s was filmed. I forget the name of it, but that was filmed there too. But also the Ninth Gate, and you see that Johnny Depp is heading into the light, which is essentially Lucifer, the light. And you see different matchsticks. Lucifer means light bearer, or matchstick, just a fire starter. There's a lot of clues in that whole series. So my point is that Polanski is hip to all this, and he is sending messages out there.
Very much so.
Yeah, and so whatever his personal things are, and if he did wrong, send him to jail. Right? But
well, I think as far as his role in it, as far as the entirety of some people, well, I would say a lot of people that are influencing us through their art are telling us a story, and then in that we're also going to have to wage the battle, because I believe in the spiritual battlefield, and I think part of the war is that the enemy has to tell you about himself and his own strategies, and then also what his intention is. And then we have to pose that within ourselves and decide if we want to engage or receive it or just be ignorant of it. But either way, it's there. Like, it's right there in front of you. You can't say you didn't know. But I think that's what happens when we take in art, and other artists fully well know exactly what they're doing, because it's their religion,
Well, it's almost like, it's like when you know a secret, you want to tell it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right, Douglas? Hi.
Yeah, go on. By all means, go on.
No, that's it. No, that's it.
Okay, so my 2 cents. I just came back and I only heard a little bit, but this is what I'll say. Certainly what I did before Viviana started joining us once again was I spoke at length about, help me out here because I've done so much to bleach her name out of my fucking brain. Rowlings is J.K. Rowlings, is that correct? She presents
J.K. Rowling, yes.
Yeah, J.K. Rowlings. I went in great depth, excruciating detail about this cunt. And she is, of course, the woman who gifted us Harry Potter. Now, I'm no fan of Harry Potter myself, but I do know for a fact that overwhelmingly the blood boys at the estate, the harem of Sugar Daddy, my son's husband, if you will, that provides him with transfusions, they grew up adoring Harry Potter and related very much to the kind of world being described where that you suddenly discover yourself, that Harry Potter was in a plain, drab world and then suddenly discovered himself in a world of kaleidoscopic color. And this is how they felt about discovering themselves and what they were, mostly gay. And so this kind of community or subculture related to Harry Potter more than almost anyone in terms of intensity. And so when she became what she did, a raving transphobic cunt and just used her position as an empowered woman to propagandize relentlessly against an incredibly disempowered subculture, then she revealed herself for what she was. And you've got to take it the way you take Woody Allen. Basically, Woody Allen's a pedophile. But it's not about the man. It's about the art. It's you can enjoy his comedies and enjoy his movies without really paying him any heed as a incredibly corrupted and flawed individual. And with J.K. Rowling's, it's the same way. Take her gift and forget about her. That's really the best way to handle it. It's kind of like what I did with Salman Sheikh's check. He sent me $100 and I wasn't going to send it back. So I went and cashed it, right? So now the one thing I could say that brings to my mind is, of course, that the most I could say about what he did tonight with how he started behaving was he's disappointed me. I'm really disappointed that he responded the way he did, because his projection, his facade, his persona, which, by the way, persona from the ancient Hellenic, the ancient Greek etymology, it's really mask, like masquerada in the Russian. It's a masquerade. Your persona is what you present. It's your facade. This is why I try to be as real as possible, because everyone will do everything they can to crack my persona. Just like, Salman Sheikh tried tonight with saying that I'm this con artist with a silver tongue who seduced him. Seduced him! That's a pointed word, isn't it? That's pretty loaded. His words. So the point is that all he had to do was take what I had to offer and run with it. Just like I took his check. All he had to do was take what he learned from me and just keep it to himself, work with it in the future, regurgitate it or parrot what he felt was useful. But no, now he can't use what I said anymore without people calling him out on it. From this point forward, if he brings up something about H.P. Lovecraft or Cthulhu or something, everybody's going to say, you got that from Douglas Dietrich. Everybody knows that. So everything he said has been proven to be false. His persona has cracked. His persona cracked with what he did tonight, with his catty, bitchy, fag queen display of what would you call it? Just resentment. But that brings us back to these artists, right? I certainly took what I could from Salman, which for a long time, which was supposed to be a positive attitude. We see that was all bullshit. It was all platitudinal bullshit. All he was offering was platitudes. So you can go up there and say everything's all alike and it's all in common, like his normal theme. This is like that and this is like that. I mean, yeah, in the end, so what? In the end, what we seek are differences, because we seek something we can identify with that's different. And this is why tonight, when I go into monologue, soon enough, then I'm going to be trying to disambiguate white separatists from white supremacists. It's not like I'm going to say white separatists are good people, but we know what they want, and it's not necessarily genocidal. And therefore, when I'm just basically cutting down white supremacy, understand that I'm not necessarily cutting down white separatism. It's something that we're going to have to live in the same world together, like we live with communism, like we live with freemasonry. These are powers that I can imagine having their own geopolitical enclaves. What we cannot tolerate is, of course, something that is just so vile and so destabilizing, such as the cultists of the kings of Edom. We cannot abide by that, basically having like a power base of its own. So, by the way, Mirthling says, Rowling stole from the book The Worst Witch. A movie or more was made, I've seen viewed on YouTube, with Tim Curry as Grand Wizard and the young actress who then later played the crazy witch from The Craft. Rowling took story and modified. Thank you, honey. Deeply appreciated your sharing that, and that makes perfect sense. Honestly, yeah, it's just awful how these things work out. And the same with George Lucas. Obviously, he stole from, shall we say, Akira Kurosawa, and from the Seven Samurai, and various other kinds of Japanese anime, along with everything else in the world, to cobble together Star Wars. She also says Fairuza Balk in that version of the movie based on book. So I would just give her a thumbs up on that. And so let me try and get my voice back together. Let me try and drink some, rehydrate myself. Both of you go on for a few more minutes. So does that make sense? I hope that's coherent. That we take the art and not the artist. I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, as a gift. They may have given us a gift, and we should appreciate that gift. And we don't need to appreciate them just because we took their gift. It's like, when I cash Salman Sheikh's check, obviously, does that mean that Salman Sheikh and I are cool? Obviously not, by his own claim, but,
But you do realize the power that you just gave Mr. Sheikh.
To a degree, but it's not enough of a degree where you mean by cashing his check, or by the time I gave him and talking about
No, but you have lent him some of your essence there with, like, when he gets the check, he'll have, like, your signature.
Uh-huh.
Which, is kind of like, it could be used for certain things, but I'm just saying, so he gets something too, like something with your signature.
Does he get the signature when I cash the check? It doesn't, like, go back to him with my signature?
Yeah, it goes back to him.
Okay. I mean, well, he can't forge it.
So, doesn't it?
Not that I know of. I don't think it works like that. But I mean, obviously, I sign it to cash it, but I don't think he gets a copy of the signature.
Yeah, because my sister and I, we handle my mom's account.
Uh-huh.
And so she requested, so you can request from your bank to have all your checks returned back to you once they've gone through.
Uh-huh.
So she'll get all the checks that I ever wrote for reference, and then she keeps them on file.
Uh-huh.
So whoever, I don't know, like, because I write old school checks, like, for rent.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to sign them, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying, so he did get something back in return.
Well, I appreciate you bringing that up. He's welcome to try and forge that. I would laugh my ass off because I have one of the most difficult and unique signatures in the world for just that reason. So any idiot who tries to forge my signature is he might try to use that in some ritual or something, but that would require Jameson, and Jameson's spells aren't worth the shit because Jameson Reese is always turfed when he fucking writes them, and that's therefore it's like this. When Jameson Reese published one of the last things he did, this was the first time he ever did it in a few years of knowing me and working as an executive producer. He tried to publish something on what I said about geomorphology, and when he was trying to publish about geomorphology, it was like just a word salad. It was total non sequitur. He was trying to say what I said, which is take away Florida if there's a rising water levels and we have climate change to the point where sea level rise submerges Florida, which is the first to go because it's under sea level. Then the entire American coastline looks very similar to the communist Chinese coastline on the mainland. And I was pointing this out. This is why the lady who wrote the book on the Hunger Games used just that concept so that she could basically write a story about China while positing it in America, but it was really about China. And that was one of the techniques she used to hide the fact that it's China and yet make it recognizable to the Chinese reader, to release a very subversive book, which was shown and released in China, both as a film and as a book. And so he tried to convey this in this several paragraphs, and it was just worthless. It was completely illegible. Instead of saying America and China, he said China and China. And he just wrote out, it's just crap. It was just like, you couldn't believe this guy, and then he's always high. And when he's not high, that's when he's raving because he's in pain because he's not high. So you can imagine is casting spells. And it's very important when you're casting spells. It's like a chemical formula. If you don't get the right ingredients, if you don't get the right words together, you're not casting a spell. You're going to have it blow up in your face. This is like somebody who's on drugs putting together explosives. And so, yeah, a person who's high out of their mind, totally narcotized and numbed, might get explosives put together, but the likeliest victim is going to be themselves. And so this is what this guy is doing. Everything's constantly blowing up in his face because everything he writes is just gibberish. When I made corrections, when I came in and was like saying, hey, why don't you change this to this, change that? He couldn't do it. He finally just had to cut and paste what I wrote, and he couldn't even do that right. And when he did that, it didn't come out right. And it was just, he can't do anything. So this guy is like, you can imagine when he's casting spells and cursing people. You know, this guy is going to wind up dying of everything he casts at everyone else because, you know, and you know who's going to be caught in that? You know, Salman Sheikh, because he'll be in the area of the explosion. You know, an occult backfire. I was caught in one. And you don't want to be in one. So that's what's going to happen to Salman and his partnership there. And, well, there you go. So that being said, by all means, go on. And
if you ever need any help, I can always interfere.
Oh, you know what Peter Moon said? You know what Peter Moon said about you? He said, if Michael Aquino had showed up in Vivian Ann Sanchez's dreams, she would not even be afraid. She would. He said that Michael Aquino probably couldn't even invade your personal space to even show up in your dreams. So he said that your faith, he could ascertain, is much stronger than that of Solomon's. That your faith protects you. So I want you to understand that that's what he said. So obviously, take that into context, because I know sometimes it's hard to understand him.
Absolutely, I love the war field. I'm built for it. I'm like ready, like bring it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because they don't know. You know, I think some of them know, but a lot of times when you get a prideful practitioner and they have no clue, not that it's any power of mine even, but just the force that you're coming against your selfish desire and intention and anger and hatred, and you're coming against like light of truth, and that's not my light, it's my, you know, the light that is the creation of everything. So that entails like exactly what I think when I saw Aquino, and he would know, like you just don't, you have to have a right way in, right? So you would have to trip me up in order to have a right towards to engage. And I know he would understand that 100%. Someone not understanding that will face the repercussions of what you just said.
Thank you. Thank you. And tell us about it, Brandon. Have you been in a similar situation? And don't be afraid to talk about our blind bard and what he got himself into. I mean, you're talking about a person, life is difficult enough. The man is blind, and then the young man said, yeah, let me make my life worse and fuck up some fucking ancient cairn to the dark powers and really see how miserable my life can become. So you've seen this sort of thing at work with even well-intentioned people. So go ahead and talk about that or whatever direction you want to take it in. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will say I never had a dream about Aquino or Aquino. Never. Never. I've never interacted with him on that level. With John Evans, the blind bard, he did, unfortunately, has this sort of young, narcissistic thing where he wants to almost tempt the devil, or he wants to like taste.
By the way, you know what they call that? They call that white knight narcissism. Go on.
That's exactly what it is. That's a good phrase. And I, despite my warnings against it, He sought out these sort of crusades. In fact, to the point where he studies exorcism at Fordham University in the Bronx, New York. And he's come across some really interesting phenomena that has almost ruined his life in a lot of different ways. But it's one of those things where you have to let the student learn their own lesson.
But you see, some of these lessons are like lethal lessons. It's like,
unfortunately,
yeah.
No, you're right. They're lethal. They could be.
Yeah.
He's lucky in
Yeah.
a lot of senses. You don't destroy a shrine of any sort.
Thank you.
Respect it, whatever it is. You don't destroy it. And so I knew he was wrong in that. He knew he was.
Okay.
But it's a lesson that he has to learn, unfortunately. And he's very vulnerable. But yeah, so, I mean, that's what I would have to say about that. I will say this, too. I really thank you, Douglas and Vivian, for having me on tonight. I should go.
Understood.
And get rest. And I love you both very dearly. And thank you so much for having me on. Let me voice my opinion here. I support you both, and you, especially Douglas, for all these 12 years or 10 years, over a decade now, that we've known each other, and you've survived all through this. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, and everybody on Team Dietrich. And thanks, Viv, for bringing.
Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah, God
so
bless
wonderful
you.
to reunite with you, and you have such a peaceful, calm, and knowledgeable wisdom. I thank you for your time.
Yeah.
You were here tonight.
Bless you.
Give our love to your beautiful wife as well.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Kelsey. Yeah, she'll soon be my wife.
Wonderful.
Oh, nice.
Wonderful. Does she know this?
Yeah, she does, and you both are invited to the wedding if you want to come.
God bless you. Thank you.
Thank
we may
you.
well do that.
What an honor. Thank you, sir. Have a great week ahead of you.
All right. Thank you. Love you both very dearly.
Love you too.
Yes, love you too.
Bye, Brandon.
Bye.
Bye.
Yes. Next, I'll ask him later when he's ready for it, whether he wants me in a suit or whether he wants me in drag as one of the bridesmaids. But, we'll find out. And so, that being said, honey.
I love how you can be interchangeable like that.
There you go. Yeah. And it depends on, what people want to see. And so I did get a question earlier that I didn't address while we had Peter with us because, of course, there's, as I said, we could save that for later. As a matter of fact, it came in actually while you were talking with Noreen. I'm still puzzled at why she was kind of, struggling to find because when she gets going, she can talk for hours too. So I think it was, like I said, she was really distracted by all the chanting going on in her home. But
she had like the TV and her mother and dinner time. Of course, it's life, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. So in terms of my response to this one person who asked the question of, okay, what's going on with your photographic image that's embedded in thumbnail of live stream tonight? So what's going on is my son is irritated and, of course, delightfully so. And I'm telling him how charming he always looks when he's angry. And so, of course, what you're seeing me say is something that most of you would not get. But for those of you who don't know, my son was very young and a girl when I purchased him off the streets and being exploited mercilessly by a pimp who, yes, happened to be black. And when I purchased her, I did not know at the time, but I found out quickly enough, she had gender dysphoria, which meant that throughout her life, she felt she was a boy in a girl's body. And when she finally saved up enough money to have sexual affirmation surgery, then it became the boy she is today. And very shortly thereafter, married the man who we refer to as Sugar Daddy to protect his anonymity. And but still a much loved part of my life, and could not imagine living without him. But the one thing I can say, when he gets into arguments with myself and starts acting bitchy, then I can just tell him, remember, I used to fuck you back when you were a girl. And that really just sets him off in the most delightful manner, as you can see in the photograph. So that's essentially what's going on there. And I appreciate all of you who appreciate the kind of lifestyle that I lead, that he leads, and for those of you who don't get it, I may be basically a cross-dresser. We don't prefer the term transvestite, but I am straight heterosexual, and at the same time, of course, the Blood Boys are overwhelmingly gay. In fact, almost exclusively so. This is why they're rejected by their families and ultimately wind up in orphanages. So many of them are recovered from what are horrible situations and raised with a great education provided, and are given a bright future. So this is they are the source for transfusions that are used in this case by my son's husband, and of course he also gets blood from myself because of the nanoplasma transfusion that makes my blood so unique. So with that being said, I would probably be the only adult he takes transfusions from. Now, we've been on for over 6 hours. We're very close to 7 hours. I should get started. We'll get started. I'd like to take one last short break, do a run to just relieve myself and come right back. And Mirthling is asking me if she should share the movie on my timeline. She was talking about The Worst Witch or whatnot.
Oh, tell her, please do.
Okay. So I gave her a little thumbs up there. And
Thank you.
So
can you ask her if she can tag me, or do you think you could send it?
Oh God, you know what?
Well, how does it work?
Let me get your timeline. Let me get your timeline. So I will give her your timeline as well. So let me give her the link to your timeline. So
cool.
let me take a look here to Viviana Sanchez. I'll do that before I do a quick run. Vivian Sanchez, this wonderful human being. So here is her Facebook timeline. Let me give that to our young lady here, Mirthling. And for somebody who takes the name of Mirth, she doesn't find my laughter too tolerable, blasts her eardrums out. And this is like watching a movie while you're trying to sleep, and then the commercials come on shouting. So yeah, that's got to be a pain in the ass. I guess I can relate. So she did indeed share a link on my timeline. Let me refresh my page, see if that took. And it did indeed. There we are, 80s Halloween special, The Worst Witch. So it is on my timeline now, and our darling Vivian can access it there. And do me a favor, honey. Now I'm only going to be gone for a few moments. Can you hold the stage? You can hold the stage.
Certainly.
Okay.
I think maybe.
Thank you. I know you can.
No
you got
problem.
this. You got this. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay. So welcome everybody. I just wanted to thank Brandon Young again. It was just a wonderful reunification of just people from the past. That it's just amazing to see him. He has grown to be such a lovely, wise, and interesting, calm and peaceful man, and definitely a voice of reason. So I appreciated that. And thank you, Peter Moon. I'm sorry if I missed your discussion earlier, but I'll catch it on the replay. I appreciate you too, and all your knowledge and wealth of knowledge that you bring out here. And I'll be praying for the best to get this book out, because I feel it's so important that we have a record of the end. I like to think of it as the end of Michael Aquino. I don't quite understand the transfer, body transfer, if his essence is still being played with, or whatever this Jameson character alludes to when it comes to him. But I do hope that, when I think of him, I think that his ending is here and done and finished. But I think the historical record is just going to be profound, coming from the voice of Douglas. And I think I know he could do it justice. So I hope that you find everything you need, Peter, and if you need my help and whatever I could do, I would absolutely help you to find what it is that you need to get this moving, because I don't quite understand it. So, but I do appreciate your kind words. Thank you, sir. I am excited about Douglas's. I'm going to stay up for this tonight. So usually I kind of take a nap, but I already got my nap in, and I'm just going to be here for it if he's going to touch on the speech by George Bush as of, I believe it was 4 days ago. So I still haven't even reviewed it, watched it, but he's my favorite study. Like, I love everything word for word, every kind of aspect he moves with his body. But I find it quite interesting that society thinks of it as like a faux pas, where I would look at it as an intentional thing, because of course, if you were God, right, and you were in a position to, I don't know exactly what he was doing, if he was trying to make Putin look like a naughty little boy, like the naughty little princess he is. I would think otherwise and think that it was just a sleight of hand joke, and knowing full well that he was the end all be all to the madness that is the chaos that we live in today. And so I would never see his reprimand towards Putin as anything serious, other than to actually look at it like, that's my boy. Look at what you know what I mean? So I'll be interested in what Douglas has to offer in that respect, because that is, in my opinion, the enemy of our souls. And definitely, if you are in any type of spiritual warfare, I would definitely be praying against the embodiments of all that force, their force, because that is their religion, the force of darkness and the force of death. That is how they draw their power and energy. And so if you're any type of light worker or any type of prayer warrior, to definitely pray against their force with the light of truth. That being said, I'm also, I just had it at the tip of my head, and I'm sorry, I already forgot. I tend to do that a lot. Hi, CK from chat. How are you tonight? I have not actually addressed the chat, but I like all the things that Daniel Arola is saying. He said that Bruce Lee taught Roman Polanski martial arts for a time. Roman Polanski held a pad to his chest for Bruce Lee once and flew several feet back after experiencing Bruce Lee's 1-inch punch technique. Oh, that's awesome. That's an awesome thought, that Bruce Lee actually kicked Roman Polanski's ass. He probably totally deserved it. And then again, he said, this is really interesting. He said, 2 things Trump supporters hate. 1, being outed as a racist. Oh, yeah, Douglas already said that. He hates being outed as a racist. Oh, Trump support. Yeah, I don't really think Trump cares if he's outed as a racist.
I just got back. Yes, the time to hear that, and it's quite true. Yeah, Trump doesn't give a shit. I mean,
He doesn't care.
Oh, delightful.
He walks down the beat of his own drum.
Yes. And what I can't understand is why people feel they need to speak for him. It's like saying, like, like Ron did earlier, Trump is not a racist, and it's like, I know this because I voted for him, aside from the logical questionability, the questionability of that stance. It's just what it is. But so, honey, what I'll do now is Is there any final points you want to make before I take over? I'll take over.
Oh no, by all means, do take over. I'm going to be here for it.
Okay, well, I love you dearly beyond expression, and believe me, honey, this would be impossible without you. Do stay by my side in case I need you, and if you wind up falling asleep and you feel that if you happen to be aware, like, I'm falling asleep, do give me a note that you're doing so. If you're not, and you just happen to nod off, don't even trip. Don't even worry about it. Either way, I'll make it through the night. And but if you happen to be awake and I need you, then that helps too. I don't foresee that, but definitely. All right, so I'll take over now. And thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. I will talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Oh, say goodnight to our listeners, honey, before you go.
Good night, everyone. Have a nice evening, rest of your week.
Yes, beautiful. And with that, what I'm going to do is just bring everybody into, let's first off do my own little check into live stream, and a lot of viewers. And CK says, good to hear from you all with golden, red, and purple hearts. Mwah! Love you dearly, honey. And so Daniel Arola brought up that Bruce Lee taught Roman Polanski martial arts for a time. Roman Polanski held a pad to his chest for Bruce Lee once and flew several feet back after experiencing Bruce Lee's 1-inch punch technique. Okay, and aside from that, were there any other ladies checking in? Oh, I like the latest sex bots. Yeah, we got. I'm being facetious, of course, but we got one here says Tinder X dot XYZ send dick pics to girls with us. I mean, oh, that just sounds so irresistible. I mean, that's just something that. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was always wondering who I could pair up with. Like, I couldn't do that alone if I were some kind of pervert. I would need to do that with someone as a shared experience, because I mean, there's nothing like that, right? I mean, Jesus Christ. Bizarre HD was checking in a bit. That's George Knight. And George Knight earlier had some posts up where he was just gushing over some of Salman Sheikh's love bullshit, saying, yes, Salman Sheikh, talking about love. And, hopefully he gets over that. I mean, we see now that Salman Sheikh's platitudes about love are really all about lust. He likes that dark meat. So, all that having been exposed because the couple was begging for it, one among the creepiest, like that treepiest, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. Now, the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. Now, these small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com to access excerpts from Ben Astenius' yet-to-be-published work entitled The Unfinished Man, or review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. That's Tucson spelled like Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. TheTucsonMurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323-34 3406. That's 1520 323 3406. Now, shout-outs to Crystal River, who contributed $37.50. Now, no story behind that needs to be shared, but there's a private one, and she and I may be together on an episode in the near future, depending on how our schedule works out. We'll see where the world takes us, but I can almost bet she'll be back on now that our man Jameson is gone, and Solomon. He was creepy too to many people. Now, Todd McDonald contributed 125 United States dollars. Now, Todd McDonald, God bless you. I don't know who you are. And he left no notification or note as to what motivated him, but God bless him. And Todd McDonald, if I look up his address, let's see if I can find where he might be just in terms of a country, and just, see if he was Canadian or Australian. And these would be normally where many contributions come from, or the United States. Now, if I remember correctly, I believe he's located in the United States, but maybe my memory serves me wrong on that. Notification of donation received from Todd McDonald. Oh, by the way, he contributed half a hundred United States dollars. So he's in New Hampshire. So, or at least, that's his address status is unconfirmed. So that's fine. He might be not in New Hampshire, but probably is. So it's half a hundred United States dollars. Who contributed 123 United States dollars? Oh, someone who has to be anonymous. So let me, 125, I mean to say. Our man, Todd McDonald, contributed half a hundred United States dollars. Profoundly appreciated. Good man. The other person asks to be anonymous. Sammy Romero tonight contributed 100 United States dollars. So God bless him. He left a message. Thank you, Doug, for being our Vulcan intervention, along with the clasped hands in prayer and the peacock symbol. So very definitely, dearly appreciated. If he's able to come back on for a few minutes tonight, he's certainly more than welcome. And let me take a look at anything else that might be coming up here. And if I've got anyone else who contributed, was that Dennis Marshall contributed 125 United States dollars. And that was about 5 days ago, Wednesday, May 18th. God bless him. So I did read off a number of his messages. He may have even left a few more. So I'll see if I can find them. I do know that I got some notifications he had posted on my page. So let me refresh that page and see if I can, if he appears, like whatever it was he posted on either DDD or I got a nice little, somebody stuck a Bugs Bunny, this is Dennis Marshall. Dennis Marshall stuck a Bugs Bunny little GIF, graphic interchange format image on my promotional banner and says, knowingness trumps all. So he gave a smug little image of Bugs Bunny there, who I've been compared to a number of times. As a matter of fact, that comparison went so far as the consultation that I performed with the Canadian-produced film Shoot 'Em Up. And there are many references to Bugs Bunny in that film because it became a running joke. Now, if anyone wants to know how I became affiliated with Bugs Bunny as kind of like a totemic animal that became affiliated with myself, a character, as well as Kermit the Frog, I'll go into that another time. But in the meantime, here we are. Mirthling says, no, I love your laughter. It's the loudness. Drastic volume change is all. Not complaining, simply neared the threshold of slumber Good night, whilst I listen, and perhaps odd dreams. Yes, it can be odd when somebody's laughing like the Joker in your into your subconscious mind. So that being said, and a shout out to Benjamin Astenius, who, of course, paid his invoice for 300 United States dollars. God knows I couldn't survive without the man. All right, so the lovely Tricia Wittner in Australia. God bless you, honey. Thinking of you. And Tricia Wittner's should be celebrating a wonderful development in Australia where they've had a profound change of government. And this is wonderful for us all. This is the moment that changes Australia, and it's a moment for the rest of the world. Honestly, there's no way to describe just what good news this is. I know a lot of you may not understand it or comprehend it, just why this is good news, because Australia is on the other side of the fucking planet. But understand that Australia, for the Australians themselves, was becoming fucking uninhabitable. And that it poses a danger to all of us because of the sheer size of the continent. It is the only nation on Earth that takes up an entire continent, that occupies an entire continent. It would be like if all of Africa was united. So it definitely is important, as you can imagine, when I make that analogy. Now I'm getting in, of course, some other messages while I'm speaking. I don't presume that that's Tricia Whitmore, and I'm going to try and see where those messages come from, and it might be something coming through in live stream. And Viviana Sanchez is hearting Australia. So, okay, let me get into it. This is like the workup. I try to get into the zone. So, victory belongs to Anthony Albanese, only the fourth Labour leader since the war to oust a Liberal Prime Minister. And I mean World War II, as in the war. But the 2022 Australian election was primarily a rejection of Scott Morrison and the brand of politics he has come to personify. Politics that denied, and sometimes even mocked, the seriousness of the climate crisis. As treasurer, Morrison laughingly brandished a lump of coal in Parliament. And it was also a politics that many female voters, like I'm presuming Tricia Wittner, found especially blokish and boorish. A politics that many Australians came to associate with truth-twisting and lying, such as when Morrison claimed that Emmanuel Macron of France had sledged the Australian people over the cancellation of a multi-billion-dollar submarine contract when it was obvious that the French president had mounted a highly personalized attack on a man he labeled a liar. At a time when conservative politics down under has displayed some small t Trumpian traits, historians may conclude that Australian voters evicted from office the country's first post-truth Prime Minister. Rather than pulling off Miracle 2.0 on the night of his unexpected victory in 2019, this Pentecostal Christian declared that he believed in miracles. The departing Liberal leader may well have led his party into the wilderness. Now, tumbling down have come the walls of conservative citadels. Parliamentary seats where Liberals had for generations dominated now look like barren lands. The shoreline of Sydney Harbor, which is home to the most expensive real estate on the continent, is a case in point. It has been overwhelmed by a teal wave, the color adopted by the swath of independents, who have had such a transformative effect on the country's political geography. Remarkably, the Liberals no longer control any harbour side seats that stretch from the Opera House to the ocean. These include Wentworth and Warringah, which were represented up until recently by two former Liberal prime ministers, Malcolm Turnbull and Tony Abbott. It is akin to my Golden Gate at San Francisco, another great harbour city, losing all its Democrats. Nor did the teal wave just wash over the Liberal ramparts of Sydney. In Melbourne, the party looks to have lost the seat of Kooyong, which was once the fiefdom of Robert Menzies, Australia's longest-serving Prime Minister, and which had remained faithfully conservative since Federation. The same electoral dynamics played out. A party that has become fixated in recent decades with attracting working-class battlers in traditional labor strongholds has lost touch with Tesla-driving professionals in blue-ribbon seats. For the first in more than a decade, the electric car nudged out the coal train. The rise of the teal independents has shattered the main party duopoly in the major cities. Urban Australia accounts for 86% of the country's population. Now, that's a hauntingly similar number to Salman Sheikh saying 85% of the world must die. Only here, 86% got together to make certain that doesn't happen. So too have the Australian Greens, one of the hitherto underreported stories of this election. With votes still being counted yesterday, the Greens are confident of achieving what they are calling a green slide in Queensland. That is a startling statement in and of itself, because if true, it would shatter the conventional wisdom of Australian politics, that green politics is anathema to the country's deep north state. Labor's phobia of alienating voters in this mining and resources hub has had a paralyzing effect on its approach to climate change. Here then, the Greens have been beneficiaries of Labor's timidity regarding emissions targets. If parts of Queensland become Greensland, then the ground has truly shifted beneath the feet, not just of Australians, but of all of us. The success of the Greens and the rise of the Independents explains why the two major parties, the Liberals and Labor, slumped to a record-low primary vote, which is where voters record their first preference. There was always a none-of-the-above feel to the head-to-head between the main party leaders. That has been borne out in the results. Anthony Albanese, then, has achieved an ambiguous victory. There was no great groundswell of support for Labor. Indeed, its primary vote was actually 2% down from 2019, a meager 32%. Although he is certain to emerge as Prime Minister, we still do not know whether he will stand at the head of a Labour majority government. My sense during the campaign was that the Labour leader never fully addressed his prime ministerial plausibility problem. His gaffes did not help, although I think the public became more critical of the press pack's endless gotcha questions rather than his inability to ever answer them. Nonetheless, a politician who was better known for most of his career as a backroom fixer is now front of the house. Front of house and will occupy the prime ministerial residence, the Lodge. This he will see as vindication of his small target campaign and his mantra of safe change. It will also justify his political shape-shifting from a left-wing firebrand to a risk-averse pragmatist. Albanese is the son of a single mother who grew up in public housing in Sydney. His biography doubles as an Australian dream, but the 59-year-old has become as better at sharing his backstory than outlining any compelling vision for Australia. That said, his promise to make the country a renewable energy powerhouse, along with his pledge to adopt the Uluru Statement from the Heart, which is so important to the First Nations people, the so-called Aborigines, has the potential to give his government a narrative that weaves together the unaddressed challenges of the future and the unfinished business of the past. So where to now for the Liberals? The corollary of the rise of the independents has been the fall of the moderate conservatives they ousted. In Wentworth, the Liberal MP, Minister of Parliament, Dave Sharma, argued that the party would become more like the Republican Party in America if he and his moderate colleagues were ousted, and that warning may well be borne out. With the departing treasurer, Josh Frydenberg, likely to be defeated in Kooyong, the departing defense minister, Peter Dutton, instantly becomes the frontrunner for the leadership. This former policeman would take the party on a more rightward trajectory. The federal election has made politics down there greener, more feminine, and, at a time of creeping Americanization, much more emphatically Australian. Perhaps the overwhelming message from voters is that they want a different kind of politics. Certainly 2022 will be remembered for its shock to the system result. Now understand that George W. Bush, whom Viviana Sanchez feels is basically the Antichrist, had a gaffe in his speech where he pretty much issued a Freudian slip, or let loose a Freudian slip of the tongue, kind of like Salman Sheikh when he talks about my silver tongue seducing him. Oh, yeah. Some fantasy action going on there with him. At any rate, when it comes to George W. Bush, he talked about the awful people invading Iraq. Oh, yeah, look in the mirror, buddy. The irony of Iraq, which, if you don't know, I worked for back in the 80s when they were our allies. I worked for their propaganda ministry. Never met Saddam Hussein, but certainly was taken to the front lines to see what was going down. And the irony of Iraq is as thick as the murk enshrouding the city of Basra today. Sickened as we be by Russia's savage invasion of Ukraine under the asinine pretext of saving it from Nazis, Iraq is a country that my own empire has seized, meaning the American empire, under no less ludicrous claims, imaginary weapons of mass destruction, and a bogus connection to the 9/11 attacks. Yet even that prolonged atrocity paled, alongside what I've come to ponder, the havoc we Homo sapiens, the so-called wise iteration of our genus, have wreaked upon our planet. Well, I'm not one of you technically, but I am by 3/4, a little less, maybe by half, since the nanoplasma transfusion. But nonetheless, as Salman Sheikh once said, and Sammy Romero now emphasizes, I'm still more human than most of you in terms of my feelings and my sense of sensitivity to what is best for you. You are, after all, my source of food. And unless we act fast, we've not only wreaked havoc upon our planet, we wreak wrath upon our prospects for a future. For instance, our American empire's real interest there in Iraq, evidenced outside one's passenger plane window by constellations of flames piercing the haze below when flying into Basra, as I did so long ago in the 80s. So much crude petroleum gushes from Iraq's vast oil fields that Saddam Hussein and subsequent weak Iraqi governments never bothered with infrastructure to exploit the natural gas escaping from their wells. Instead, for over 100 years, they've continuously flared it. In Basra, a war-rubbled city of 2 million near the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates, every breath tastes of oil. Oil spills, broken sewers, and salinity pushing upstream from the Persian Gulf, one of Earth's fastest warming seas, have left the water supply undrinkable. And cancer clusters abound. On more days each summer, temperatures approach 130 degrees Fahrenheit, the point where sweating ceases to cool the human body, and air conditioning becomes critical to your survival, to the point where parents take their infant babies and stick them in the freezer for periods of minutes at a time so they don't die. Power failures are routine there, and as that continues, thousands will either die or flee this cradle of Western and Middle Eastern civilization, which now feels more like a coffin. You'd think that would give us pause. More irony, even as the IPCC, the International Council on Climate Change, Climate Crisis, warns that worldwide carbon emissions must peak in just 3 years, then plummet by half only 5 years later to hold to a relatively safe increase over pre-industrial temperatures. The United States is boosting gas and oil output to offset the embargoed Russian supplies. Meanwhile, Russia, with other markets like insatiable India, continues to increase production, including from the Lukoil wells I once saw flaring at Al-Qurna, where the Tigris and Euphrates meet. Something is gravely wrong here. Think of it this way. Unlikely as it seems that we might really break emission increases by 2025, then halve them by 2030, we will never have this chance again. We've blown so many previous chances. In 1956, oceanographer Roger Revel explained to Congress that man-made CO2 drifting skyward could create a greenhouse effect. In 1969, UC Berkeley physicist John Holdren reported that atmospheric carbon dioxide had increased by 10% since 1900, when it was below 300 ppm, or parts per million. Around then, a Harvard freshman named Al Gore became enthralled by a Revel lecture. 2 decades later, he convened his historic 1988 U.S. Senate hearing, headlined by NASA climatologist James Hansen's electrifying warning about runaway human-induced emissions. Yet when Al Gore became vice president, Bill Clinton's fixation on economy, not ecology, muzzled his environmental ardor for 8 years. After the Supreme Court snatched the 2000 presidential election from him, stole it for the Antichrist, George Bush, he deserves that title just for that, 8 more wasted years. Imagine how many solar panels, the 2 trillion United States dollars we squandered on invading and occupying Iraq, could have purchased. As atmospheric CO2 approached 400 parts per million, levels unseen for 3 million years, when the world's oceans were 100 feet higher, surely Barack Obama's science advisor, John Holdren, stressed the urgency to him. Obama's priority, laudably enough, was health care. Yet what could threaten public health more than an unmoored climate and the rising seas? Atmospheric CO2 has approached a level unseen, as I said, for 3 million years, when oceans were 100 feet higher than now. Yet what, or should I say, but, it's still not too late to do something about it. Toward the end of his presidency, Obama did help midwife the Paris Agreement, only to have Donald John Trump yank the United States out. Yet, despite Trump's depravity, during his term, a pandemic finally slowed emissions. Then, with the electoral triumph of Obama's vice president, Joseph Biden, came as a chance to keep that momentum going. It did not. At any military checkpoint near Babylon, you would be reminded why. In Iraq, checkpoints today are nearly everywhere, although it's sometimes unclear exactly who has your passport. After the United States left, ISIS moved in. 5 genocidal years later, they were finally driven out with the help of Iranian militias, which stayed. In much of the country, they are now the de facto government. At this checkpoint that comes to my own mind, because Babylon was a favorite place for me when I worked in Iraq during my summer vacation back in 1988. It was there that recently, soldiers unexpectedly detained my one-time propaganda companion's relation, the civil engineer Azam Al-Wash, the winner of the 2013 Goldman Prize, for reflooding the Iraqi marshes that Saddam Hussein had drained to flush out Shiite rebels. Although Al-Wash is a national hero for saving Southwest Asia's biggest wetland and the culture of the marsh Arabs thereby, plans are regularly hatched to drill there for oil or to divert marsh waters for agriculture, and these are expected again, as protests have already erupted over shortages of imported Ukrainian wheat and cooking oil. Now, those sentries, I've been told by my former propaganda companion, who of course remains anonymous per request, they were ready to handcuff Al-Wash over a database glitch, it turned out, when the president's office fortunately got his phone message. The incident brought back, well, I experienced an arrest once when I was in Iraq. At that time, as a propagandist for the state, and yet a foreigner, basically on the level of an exchange student, technically, when I was interviewing protesters who had chained themselves to pumping equipment at a pipeline being built. Oh, God. What can I say? Rather than talk about that, because there's still a lot of people involved that might still be alive, whose lives would be threatened by my talking about what happened there. Think about the people who were protesting the pipeline built in northern Minnesota by a Canadian company, no less. Enbridge's Line 3. That would transport the dirtiest fossil fuel of all, heavy bitumen crude from Alberta's tar sands, across no less than 210 rivers and streams, including the Mississippi, and through choice wild rice harvesting areas ceded by sovereignty treaty to the Ojibwe people. Luckily, the overzealous county sheriff, who was snaring protesters at that time, well, I knew one representative of Revolution Radio at the time who was there to report on those protests. When they were arrested, luckily, that county sheriff neglected to zip tie their wrists, so they managed to get out a phone message. And after a few hours in a windowless cell, a barrage of calls from Revolution Radio, including calls from myself, helped to spring that individual, who I will not name because I don't know their status now and whether they would want their name out. Now, in a world where each added carbon molecule, or CO2 specifically, heightens our peril, that Pipeline 3 makes utterly no sense. President Biden could shut it down with a stroke of a pen, just as he stopped the Keystone Pipeline. But he hasn't. The only explanation is that Biden, ever the compromiser, is trying to placate both sides of the climate argument. But with an existential crisis, like Basra's, and like our own if we don't act boldly, there are no sides. Now, before I myself left Iraq back in 1988, it was arranged as a gift to me by Iraq's propaganda department for police to escort myself to the archaeological site at Uruk. Uruk is the Sumerian city where writing was invented. And atop the mound containing Ishtar's temple, I looked down at the parched remains of a city that once housed 80,000 people and lasted 5,000 years. I'm not the first man to gaze upon the crumbling ruins of a once great civilization and contemplate the fragility of empire and grandeur. But unlike the poet Pierce Blythe Shelley's eulogy of Pharaonic Egypt in Ozymandias or Ozymandias, or the great Gibbons's sweeping chronicle of the fall of Rome, unless we can stop powering our own civilization by burning things, there may be no more humans left to similarly reflect one distant day on what happened to us. This is why Australia's election is big for the planet. Think of what it means for climate policies. When Australia, long considered a climate policy laggard, headed to the polls on the 21st of May, the 43rd Memorial Day for White Night, also National Armed Forces Day and International Tea Day, we are still in the weekend of what happened. The outcome is significant for the planet's future, because still reliant on coal for most of its electricity, Australia is one of the dirtiest countries per capita, making up just over 1% of global emissions, with only 0.3% of the world's population. It is a massive global supplier of fossil fuels. And once that is factored in, it accounts for 3.6% of the world's emissions. But it's also one of the nations most at risk itself from climate change. In recent years, Australia has suffered severe drought, historic bushfires, successive years of record-breaking floods, and 6 mass bleaching events in the Great Barrier Reef, the largest biological organism on Earth. And it's racing towards a future full of similar disasters. The latest United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC report, has proven this. Now, the current government, which is no longer current, it's on its way out, has angered all allies with its short-term emissions reductions target, which is half of what the IPCC has proven is needed if the world has any chance of limiting warming to 1.5 or 1.5 degrees Celsius. Now, in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions per person, Australia is higher than basically every developed nation on Earth. The G20 average, the Japanese Empire, Canada, which is got higher gas emissions per person than the United States, believe it or not, the European Union or the United Kingdom. Australia beats them all. The Australians are pigs wallowing in their own shit. But Australia is still wedded to fossil fuels, and climate policy has famously played a role in toppling 3 prime ministers in a decade. Now, even though most voters want tougher climate action, some coal towns lie in swing constituencies that were the key to winning elections. So, in terms of what the government was promising, after years of warring within the Liberal National Coalition, Scott Morrison's government committed to a 2050 net zero emissions target at the last gasp before last year's Glasgow COP26 summit. I could go on, but it was the fact that Labour would cut more faster that led to the victory that impacts us all. So understand that this saves many Australians to a degree and may well save all of us. That's the good news for tonight. Now, of course, we'll go into the bad. And it's not necessarily all bad, because we make the opportunities that we will. By the way, Bizarre HD says, I'm free to come on quick if you like, Douglas. Oh, by all means, let's see if we can bring him on. Viviana Sanchez gave a thumbs up. So, honey, do you have this man's contact number? And if not, by God, I got to give it to you. So let me see if I can get on to the call here. And what we'll do is we'll share screen for a minute. And before I transition into the grimmer topic for tonight, let's see if we can add our man. So I'm sharing screen now with Viviana. Participants, we go here, click on that, and then let's see if we can bring someone else into the call. We've already got all these other people who could just jump on anytime they want. Okay, how do we add people again, honey? Do you remember where that is?
It's the 3 little dots on the right.
3 little dots on the right. Oh, okay. And then
It says add people.
There's no add people there, honey.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I see add people, but I don't. What is this gentleman's name?
Bizarre HD, BA. Let's see if we can find him. Let me look him up right now. Bizarre HD, and then we'll see if we can add him. Bizarre HD, but I can't call him because that's just going to knock us off this call. So here we are, 3 dots up here. No, not that. How do we add people? Participants, add to call. Let's see if we can do this. This is so bizarre. 3 dots here. Contact, create. This is so weird. We may not be able to bring him on tonight because we just can't figure this out. So let's see up here, there and there, so let me see now. What I can do maybe is add him on. How do we do that? Add participants. There we are. Okay. Now we look for Bizarre HD. Bizarre HD. Why is he not coming up? This is so weird. George Knight, maybe, if I go by that. George Knight. Here we are in my favorites. So he's just going by his real name in Skype. Okay. So we push the add button. We go back to call. We're trying to add him on. So we're calling you, George Knight, just so you know. So he's given. There he is. Oh, here's
Douglas.
Yes. So let me introduce you. So this is the lovely Viviana Sanchez, my executrix producer. And honey, this is George Edward Knight. George Edward Knight is our man in England, a friend of mine forever as well. And again, a man who supports me and has my back throughout all these years. And so both of you, please say hi to each other.
Lovely. Hello, Vivian. Hello, nice to meet you.
Oh, welcome. Very nice to meet you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Yes. Oh my God. It's so good to see both of you get along. Not that I expected otherwise. So he used to be really immature and wasn't going to marry his wife because she was a few years older than he. But they're going to be getting married soon. And, you know, certainly I would love to be there. Of course, we'd have to cross the Atlantic. But,
Yes.
Oh my God. So tell us, how are things looking with that and anything you are willing to share? I hope things are stable with your family. I know that, you know, their mother-in-law of, well, basically your father's girl was basically causing some issues, but hopefully things have calmed down and tell us what else is going on. I don't know if you had any chance to review anything that happened with Jameson Reese and the termination and all that, but, you know, talk about whatever you wish. You know.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. That's what I wanted to come on just to let you know, actually, because I'm not sure if you're aware yet. Because of course I've been in the dark about everything. I'm so behind because I've not been listening the last few weeks. So I have no idea what's been going on until I got, you know, your messages Saturday night.
Yes.
It absolutely threw me back, but it was something, you know. I've seen Jameson post a few things on Facebook, and he's mentioned your name, and I thought there's something going on there. There's something, I don't know what's going on. Until obviously I got the messages from yourself. But with the wedding, everything's going great. Thank you, Douglas. It's just a couple more months now to wait until we tie the knot. So it's not long now. But everything's going great. Thank you. And it has calmed down. We've not really been talking, you know, to my father. I've not really been speaking to him much. But what I wanted to come on and say was when I woke up this morning, I checked my messages and Sam Shake sent me a message. He sent me a link to a YouTube video he's just produced. I don't know, have you reviewed it yet, Douglas?
No. Salmon Shake. I mean, Sammy Romero did, and he said it was all.
Yeah, I have, Douglas. Yeah.
So please give us your review. Oh my God.
Yeah. This is what I wanted to come on quickly to say. Let me just send you. I'll send you a screenshot, Douglas. Yeah, sure. Of what he sent me. Obviously He's only ever sent me one message before. That was back last year saying that he's going to be in England and he said he wanted to meet me. And I only replied to him with one message saying, I'm quite happy to meet up with you. This is obviously before any of this happened.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
So here's what he wrote is basically, this one other message. And then he sent you basically the link to his, little video.
Yeah. That's the only engagement I've ever had with the man. Yeah. It's so, what? Oh, the first thing he says when he opens up the video, when it opens, he goes, Douglas is a con man. That was the first thing he said. I was intrigued. All right, what else are you going to say? The next thing he said was, Douglas Dwayne Dietrich is not his real name. And I was like,
what is my real name? Oh my God, what is my
Oh my God.
I'd like to find out who I am. Who am I?
Yeah. I was like thinking, Sam and Shay, you've been talking to this man, you've been interviewing him, you've known him for about longer than I have. He says he's been following you since 2014, 2015.
Oh my God.
And so according to him, he's not even been speaking to you. He doesn't know who you are. He's saying Douglas Dietrich is not his real name. I was like, this is insane. And of course, I'm not going to respond to the guy. I'm not going to message him ever again. I feel like blocking him. But look.
Yes, go on.
Yeah, I've got this, Douglas. Can I send you this?
Yeah, sure.
Just because he's saying that your name is not Douglas Dietrich. This is something I got 3 years ago from that sewer shit, which was Richard K. Cole Jr.'s Belgab, whatever it was, that forum.
Yes.
Look at this. This is what I screenshotted, and it says about your mother coming over to the United States in 1968 when you were the age of 2, and it says she was born in Taiwan. So he's saying that there's no information about you prior to 2011. There's no information. I said I've seen videos of Douglas online since 2007. He's been a public informant since 2007 after he was a care provider for his parents.
Yeah. So is it Richard K. Cole who says there's no information before 2007, 2011? Was Salmon saying that?
That was Salmon in this video that I watched this morning. It's only 5 minutes something long. But I think it's just absurd. I was like, are you really for real?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes. And so it's obviously this is like he's lost it. He's as the defense minister of the United Kingdom said about Vladimir Putin, he's gone full Tonto. Oh my God.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And by the way, our friend George Knight is sending me all these docs. These are all documentations. This is like doxing, which is completely illegal, which Richard K. Cole gets away with because, of course, he works for the United States government, essentially the deep state. So all of this is completely illegal, and he should be in federal prison for this. So this is obviously terrorism and harassment. But what he's trying to show is my mother's petition for naturalization. But what does this prove?
Yes.
I mean, we all know my mother came to the United States from a foreign land. So what is it that Richard K. Cole is saying with this?
Yes,
and then Salman Sheikh. Obviously, you're bringing this to our attention because obviously information about me is completely out there. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's just absurd.
Yeah. So for Salman Sheikh to claim there's no information about me out there is preposterous based on the fact that Richard K. Cole has put everything about me out there.
Yes.
Now, often it's completely out of context, and much of it is forged. Not what I'm looking at right now, but it's definitely clipped. So you can see what was just given to myself by our man, George Knight. This is obviously clipped because there's no government form that is that small. This is like part of a government form. So he's cut off the majority of the form. He's cut off several parts from the top and several parts from the bottom is what Richard K. Cole has done. So these are forms he shouldn't have access to in the first place, but he's cut off integral parts of them for whatever reason. And because he's hiding something. And so he's trying to present it out of all context. And he's also highlighted in yellow various things about my mother. He's highlighted the fact that I am married and I have 2 living children. And I was lawfully admitted to the United States for permanent residence on September 22nd, 1968. And my present nationality is Republic of China. Alien registration number is given. And by the way, something like that is supposed to be redacted whenever put on public display.
Yes.
Yeah, or blacked out. But of course, he's showing this all. So the FBI has to be told this, of course. So this is something that the person who helps him do this, by the way, is my medical cosmetologist, who's just a crazy cunt and, completely insane. This is basically her boyfriend. So such being said, she's out of her mind and would deny anything when she's asked because she's so fucking crazy. But who cares? It's like I said, it's like one of those things where you just deal, when you're in my position, it's like I deal with crazy people all the time. I'm just surrounded by these people, murderers and the like and all the rest. I mean, my gang brother Beaver was talking to me about this one guy we know who was a suspect in killing his daughter, Lisa. His name was Paul Mulholland. Her name was Lisa Mulholland. She was killed, axed to death by an axe murderer who was quite possibly, even probably her father. He told me he killed her. Now, I shared that with the police and nothing was ever done. But, this is the kind of people I deal with all my life. This was a guy who was, of course, working at the Presidio and developed just this insatiable crush on me, which apparently Salman Sheikh is presenting himself as having had. So Salman Sheikh is approaching this as like a jilted lover. He's basically saying that I'm a con man and that there's no information out there about me before 2007, 2011, whatever he's saying. This is not possible, as obviously proven by the complete doxing of myself by Richard K. Cole Jr. So that being said, take it further and add further context, please, by all means.
Oh, yeah, of course, Douglas. It's just... I just laughed my head off when I was listening to it this morning. It
is funny.
Yeah,
it is funny.
It's conflatious. It's completely, it's just, I just thought you've really lost your, and I thought he was a very sophisticated young man. He's younger than me.
Right.
I thought he was, and I thought, he's a great supporter of you. He's always supported you financially, all the time as well. And that's what he was saying. But I just don't know. I just don't get what's happened. And it's just crazy. I just think, what are these people doing? It was like, what's a lot of people I can mention, Lena Shea or Pavel. It's like, what the hell? And it's like, I've never found Douglas to lie about anything. And I'm the one doing the thorough investigation, verifying everything he says historically. And I've never found him to lie about a single thing. I just think this is insane. How could you do that? Because now his life, he's going to go down these rabbit holes from now on.
Yes.
Oh, it's just, I just find it crazy and insane. And he was saying that he's got sources in San Francisco. It's like, who are these sources? You're not mentioning names. You're not mentioning who these sources are.
This sounds intriguing. This sounds intriguing. Yeah. So, what did he say these sources in San Francisco were saying? He was
saying that these sources in San Francisco were saying you're part of a cult, a satanic cult, a black cult. I was like, that's just crazy. Like, who are these people you're talking to? And second of all, why are you even talking to these people?
Yeah,
why are you
I find it interesting. Them? Yeah, he's talking, to people who would know that. If I were, who would know that other than other cultists?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's just insane. It's crazy. And it was like, it's just like what was said to me last night, Douglas.
Oh my God.
I was told last night. Well, I'm not going to say any. I'm not going to say anything because I'm just worried about she's going to hear me say her name. Obviously, she was going. You've been posting all these things on Facebook for Douglas. It's like, no, I don't. I don't do it for Douglas. I do it because I want to do it. I'm a grown man. Douglas is not telling me to do this.
Yes, thank you. God, as a matter of fact, half the time you tag them to me, they don't even show up on my page.
No, exactly. That's what we were talking about. It's not even showing up.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely insane. But yeah, now I kind of see now the picture. I was like, these people have just gone insane. Jameson Reese, I've been seeing the stuff he's been posting on Facebook for months now, for maybe over a year. And it's all about just humanity being destroyed.
Yes.
He's just posting videos of nuclear explosions.
Yes.
There's obviously something wrong.
Yes. Yes, he's mentally ill. But like I said before, we're trying to, when he worked with me, I said the way to present it is to say I'm basically trying to destigmatize mental illness. Now, obviously, the problem was that's not my lifetime crusade or campaign, but, he was obviously mentally ill. He was someone who brought up the fact that he was diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, various other illnesses, and I tried to just basically contextualize his behavior, which was atrocious in that context. But the problem was, no matter how much leeway you give this person or how much grace you provide them, someone like that, they just take it and then they use that to they take advantage of your kindness and then they just run with it. And this is why he finally went too far. And this is basically what happened. And it's very funny was that one time it was the transmission that Viviana, heaven sent, she had just started interacting with us again. She was a fan of mine from the beginning. However long that doofus Salman Sheikh claims he was listening to myself, and he was not listening to myself longer than you. You have been listening to myself longer than him, unless he was doing so secretly and just decided to reach out. And he was more of the person who kind of came out of nowhere long after you knew me. But then when it happened was before or right around the time you started listening, Viviana Sanchez was listening. And so she got chased off a long time ago by Laura Lee Solomon. She just started coming back again, sensing that, Laura and all those people were gone, all of these various pit bulls. And just as she did that, then we were closing down one episode when that idiot who I had warned and saw Sammy Romero came on and testified. He'd heard me warn Jameson Reese about this repeatedly. Basically, of course, anyone who's been on the call can jump back on again. And Peter Moon does that. He gets up in the morning, he checks in. And so when I ended the stream and then Jameson Reese felt, I guess, we were alone, but, that's not counting callers who had been on the call. then Peter Moon jumped on. I was too burned out after 12 hours of transmitting to even notice him. And Jameson Reese is too full of himself and his, narcissistic megalomania to notice him. And so he started laughing about, I put a binding spell on Peter Moon, and that's why he was unable to perform in his tag football and touch football, or whatever you call it. Basically, his football game was fucked up. And it was like, Peter heard that and then basically said, it's him or me. And so I said, oh, okay, and so I terminated Jameson Reese, and thank God, in the same day, we were able to bring Viviana Sanchez on, and it's been nothing but improvement ever since. It's been,
brilliant.
Yeah, I cannot look back. But what happened was, and you may know this or may remember it vaguely, you've got a lot going on in your life. I don't expect you to even pay attention, but Salman Sheikh had gone down to see Jameson Reese twice that we know of. In other words, there were 2 times they had to admit it to the public because they had met other people. And so when Salman Sheikh went down to see Jameson Reese twice, apparently they developed a real affection for each other. And so when I brought this up, I just let people know the reality of it was that Jameson Reese gave Salman Sheikh the same kind of ultimatum that Peter Moon had given myself, just basically told Salman it's him or me. And so Salman basically blocked myself, Peter Moon, and, of all people, Jojo MEMqədAY, which, as Peter Moon said, it's known to Jameson that she's very involved with both Peter Moon and myself, so she was looked on apparently as a threat. But it was still very bizarre because Salman Sheikh has never met her, never spoken with her, so he's obviously doing that at Jameson Reese's behest. Jameson Reese had met her in the sense of virtually when she was on the calls with us, so he knew she was very involved with Peter and myself and acting as kind of a mediator between Peter and I. So he viewed her as a part of this triumvirate that he wanted to isolate Salman from, because otherwise Salman had no reason to block her because he doesn't know her. So when he did that, it was obviously at Jameson's bidding. And so this shows they're very much connected. And, it's something that is self-evident when it's like myself and I was exposed to these 2 guys and they're talking about each other and they obviously care for each other. And normally this would be one of those cases where you just wish them both well and say, God, I hope you guys find happiness together, and Jesus Christ, who cares? It's like, but no, they had to make this like this big deal of hostility because Jameson was so outraged and angry, as he always is. That's the only emotion he knows. He basically had to tell Salman, block them. And so Salman, instead of just severing peacefully, he had to block us all. And he withdrew this stupid little blessing that he always puts on the episode, which was always touching and always appreciated. But he withdrew that as like a statement, this passive-aggressive statement. Now, because I'm post-traumatic stress disorder, complexly so, things like that are more outrageous to me than physical attacks or bombardment or something that other people would consider invasive. It's the chicken shit passive aggression that really enrages me. So when he did that, and then I called him up and I said, dude, what's up? Let's talk it over. And he explained, I'm seeing these visions of Michael Aquino, which he said on air. He said that on air before Ramadan. Okay, so, and, well, dude, you're like fucking with Jameson Reese, who like he's recorporeal within Jameson Reese, because Jameson Reese always talked about, you might remember this, how much he admired Michael Aquino. That's constantly, he emphasizes that, and he dedicates himself to the anti-gods and wants to destroy all humanity. So this was obviously, he was an asset all along, and we know this because he said it. He's always said it. He's like, the anti-gods, and I respect Aquino, and he was the, it just, he said it. It's on record. So, so he was assigned basically to scare everybody away, just bring the ratings down, which he successfully did, which is why, when I terminated him, it was that night that I got cut off. That's how angry the deep state, the cult was. And so when Salman Sheikh said, basically, I'm scared, and basically I love JMO, and I said, look, that's fine. Why don't you just come on and talk about it? And he said, he'd be back on the show. And then after that, when I rescheduled him and he sent friend requests to Peter and to, Jojo, then what happened was he changed his mind. He gets talked to Jameson again, then withdrew his blessings again, that passive aggressive shit. And then I said, fine. And so I went to our man Maggot, the Magator, Mr. Jonathan Warrington, and said, do we have, my interviews with him on your own computer files? And he says, yeah. He said, yeah. And he says, they're uploaded to Odyssey. And I said, well, Salman Sheikh doesn't want to be affiliated with us anymore, so take his name off that. He said, okay, and he retitled them. And so then we did that, and I said, I better go cash that last check that Salman sent me, because he always sent like about $25 a month at least, sometimes 50, sometimes 100. The last check was for 100, and I said, shit, I better cash that before he puts a hold on it. So I went out and I had to spend $25, but it was a win situation. Got $75 back, and then I had to spend $25 on the cab fare there and back because all the banks are closed on Saturday because of COVID and shit. So, did what I had to. And then when I came back, I said, okay, now we can be honest about him. And then, Peter Moon and I talked about it, and we never said anything that was name calling. We just said, look, Salman Sheikh. By the way, when Selina Khan called me, by the way, just so people get this, Selina Khan was born in Bangladesh, which, as our man George Knight can tell you, basically the Japanese invaded what became Bangladesh. And when the Japanese invaded that part of the Raj, that's where the Asian Indian Freedom Forces fighting Churchill's empire joined with the Japanese, and those were the basically the Leningrad and Stalingrad of Asian India, of the British Empire, was Kohima and Impal, where the British used Lend-Lease Sherman tanks to battle the armored columns and the mechanized units of the Japanese and Indian Freedom Forces under Subhas Chandra Bose. And Subhas Chandra Bose, of course, is a national hero in India. But he's also, because the Japanese invaded that part, then the British hated that part of northeast India and so when they left the Raj, they said to the Pakistanis, they said, oh, this is yours. It's East Pakistan. So they gave Pakistan a colony on the other side of the South Asian subcontinent. Now, the Bangladeshis, of course, said, fuck you, we fought for our freedom with the Japanese, and they fought the Pakistanis, which was Mr. Salman Sheikh's country. So Salman Sheikh's country was overthrown by the Bangladeshis, and as their national flag, the Bangladeshis fly the Japanese flag. It's the Hinomaru. It is basically the red sun symbol, the Mon, on a green field instead of a white field because they're Muslim. So they have a Muslim flag, green background, but a Japanese red sun. You can look that up yourself. So that's where Selina Khan was born, and she always looked at Salman Sheikh. She always looked at him as garbage because he's Pakistani. So she didn't really like him anyway. But when she called me and said, I know something's happening, what's up? And I told her, oh, well, we had to terminate Jameson Reese. And so basically Salman Sheikh is essentially his boyfriend, and he had to go with Jameson, and so he's left us too. And when I told her that they essentially eloped, there was just, you couldn't see her face, but you could just sense this blank look, just as like she, like this, what the fuck did I just hear? kind of like, and then she said, you're kidding. like it didn't make any sense. Yeah. But then when she finally digested it, it was like, well, don't even pay attention to them. Let them run off together. Why should we care? Normally we wouldn't. But no, they had to make a big deal of it. No, they had to make this stupid video. And it's like, okay, so there you go. So yeah. And so what else is going on that you might share about that, and what else is going on with yourself? So, share with us. I hope your family's doing well. Now, you had COVID recently, and it was the new COVID. And I hope everyone has gotten their full sense of taste and smell back. Is everyone all right?
Yeah, to a degree, Douglas. Thank you for asking that. Actually, we've got over a chest infection. The doctors diagnosed obviously Sarah and Everly with an infection, pneumonia on the chest.
Oh my
so
God.
I've taken some antibiotics, but I had a terrible chest infection. That's why I'm still coughing now.
Oh my God.
It's just Have
you been
so
able to
it's
work?
just,
Have you been able to go back
yeah,
to work?
I did take 3 days off, going back a couple of weeks ago, and then I've been working ever since. I've been working for the past 2 weeks.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And-
Suffering really, but but other than that, all good. And I'm coming out the other side of it now, Douglas. Thank you for asking. But it's just I had to come on today. I had to just dedicate some time.
Thank you.
My customer's just down the road, so I'm at work, but I wanted to come on just to explain that to you, because at least I can speak to you and say it over Skype. Yeah,
I think it's so important to get that on record, and you have no idea how much I appreciate that. And,
absolutely.
And what I find so, shall I say, pathetic. What's so pathetic is that after he was terminated, Jameson Reese reached out to everybody as much as he could to try and prove what a rational person he is, being mistreated, and then to have Salman Sheikh do the same thing, send you the link to his little video. It's like the same behavior. It is basically the persona. What he had was a mask, and it cracked. His persona cracked. He had this persona of this spiritually enlightened person who was mature and was out there for the positive of the world. Now, how long is this video? And my understanding is that Sammy says
5
that.
minutes.
What's that?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
5
I
minutes?
beg your pardon. It's about 5 minutes, like maybe 37 seconds. I could check to verify.
Oh, no, it's not a big deal. I think you got it right. And so Sammy,
about that.
Yeah, Sammy Romero said that he basically says at the end, "I'm gonna fry in hellfire" or something like that.
Oh God, I didn't quite watch right to the end. It was just like when I heard enough. I did watch a few minutes of it, and I was like, no, this is just all crazy. A man who's interviewed you and should know you,
yes,
and should know that you're none of those things that he said in the video. He should know that, but it just looks bad on him, because he's the one been sending, uploading all these videos, interviewing you, and he's saying, this and this about you for all these years, and then all of a sudden he's just contradicted everything he has said. It just makes him look the bad person.
Yes. Well, it does not reflect.
Looks bad on him.
Yeah, it does not reflect well on him.
No,
to say
not
the
at all.
least.
His integrity is just, that's it. Yeah. Oh God.
I'm so sorry.
It's crazy.
This is.
But
I
I had one more thing before I do have to go, Douglas. I do have one more thing I have to. This is something so funny that I went out probably about 3 weeks ago now. Went out with the man who's going to be my best man for the wedding, and we went out, and I went out with one of the other ushers for my wedding, and he looked at my post that I posted about dark energy and dark matter, and he said he agreed with everything that I wrote, apart from the bit that I said that there is a cosmic agent, there's a divinity that was behind it. And I said to him, well, the whole purpose of that post was to prove how our existence is we're so unique. That it is. And just how perfect, how fine-tuned everything is for our existence to even exist in the first place. And that was the whole point, because I mentioned about all the gas giants in our solar system and all these things that I was bringing up in this post. And anyone can look this up on my timeline. But yeah, it was so funny. His response was, and with my usher, the other guy that was in the conversation, he said to me that he believes that the universe is created, that we're all part of a simulation. I said, so essentially you're saying that there is a cosmic agent outside of space and time that's responsible for our creation, but you just call it a simulation. It's like, I just found that so funny how he disagreed with what I said, but yet he said something. He said it's all a simulation.
It's so crazy. It is. That's insanity. That is truly insanity.
Yeah, thank you. Completely insane. Completely insane.
Oh my God.
He was saying that I'm wrong. He disagreed with what I said, but yet what he's saying is essentially almost the same thing, but apart from he's not calling it a god or a divinity, he's calling it a simulation. So there is someone outside of the simulation that's controlling everything.
Yes.
That's just crazy.
And yet that's not a god. For all intents and purposes, that would have to be a god. So
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah,
Exactly,
this
Douglas.
is so awful, and this is like what we're stuck with. And these people,
Yeah.
like, they think they've got a leg up on the game or something. They think that they've somehow beaten the game with some kind of bizarre mental kind of fix, that they've got this idea that they've somehow overthought the process. Like they've thought it over, and they've outthought it. They've outthought the process.
Yeah.
It's this is true hubris. The
Yeah.
and this is the megalomania that people have. By the way, I mean, honestly, I'm so glad you came on, and it's so
Yeah,
good
thank
to
you,
hear you.
Douglas.
By the way, Viviana, is there something you want to ask this gentleman before he goes back to work, while we're graced with his presence? Anything that comes to your mind? I mean, he lives in England. I don't know if you ever had any connections over there or any questions, honey.
Oh no, I just wanted to let him know that I hope you and your family feel better and are on the mend as soon as possible.
Yeah.
God bless your heart. Thank you so much. Much appreciated, Vivian. Thank you.
Yes, have a lovely rest of your week.
Yeah, you take care of yourself too. Yeah, and
Thank
bless you. And thank you for doing everything for Douglas as well.
Thank
It's
you.
much appreciated on my behalf.
Yeah. And if you can come back Wednesday, please do so. Okay.
Yeah, I will try to, Douglas. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course, I would like to speak more on it as well. It's quite important, actually, on that topic
Yeah,
of dark matter, dark energy.
absolutely.
Yeah, because there's so many interesting points. I've been listening to a lot of this this gentleman who's called he's an astrophysicist, and his name is Hugh Ross. Apart from he interprets the Bible literally, which is the only thing that you and I will disagree with him on. But it's just fascinating how the equations, that what he brings forth about how our position in the universe, we can see the universe, he says, is 13.9 billion years old, and we can see the creation point of that universe. We can see the cosmic event that started the universe. We're in such an integral part of time and space itself, and time only started at that point. So therefore, there had to have been a God to create time and space, because the cosmic agent outside of space and time creates matter, energy, space, and time. And how dark energy is so fine-tuned, which is the dominant component which governs all material in the universe, and it's expanding at the perfect rate. If it expanded too quickly, it wouldn't be able to collect all the stardust to create planets and solar system and stars. And if it moved too slowly, then all the planets would implode in on itself, turn into neutron stars or black holes. So it's so finely tuned, and it's over 70% of the universe. Yes. And then you have dark matter, which is around 25%. And then all the stars and all the planets, then it's helium and hydrogen, sorry, beg your pardon. And then I was going to say 25% of the universe is all the stars and all the planets. So we're such a small percentage compared to the rest of the universe. And it's just all these things that just prove that we are being created by a cosmic agent who has all the attributes of human persona, of manifest, of human attributes such as love, care, and you see creativity, power, knowledge. And these are only attributes only human possesses and can manifest. So this is why this all relates to the God of the Bible. Yes. And so it's really fascinating, and it's so much that and he has converted so many people that were atheistic or agnostic over towards being a theist. And so it's just incredible. And it's just, when you look at the universe like that, with all these different, there's so much, and I'll come on another time to actually talk more in depth about it, Douglas.
Oh, please.
But
you must.
Yeah,
and
so much.
I have good news for you as well. We'll share it in private. There was this one individual who was doing research on the Nazi UFOs who then died. The person who had that has contacted me, and I'll talk to him again in the near future. I was so busy I didn't get back to him. But then again, the last time I did a reach out to him, he didn't get back to me either. So when we finally get that together, maybe I'll be able to get you that DVD. And I think that DVD of that presentation will be immensely helpful, because that person did a lot of work in that direction. And our man, our man has done research you would not believe. George Knight has gotten a portfolio that has at least hundreds of images of Third Reich craft, and so you're definitely the man. And at this point, there's one of the primary sources out there. I love you dearly. Share that love with your wife and children, and we'll speak again very soon.
We will. Thank you very much for having me on, Douglas. Much appreciated. And bye-bye, Vivian. Good night. Good night to you both. Love you, big lots.
Yes. Love you, big hugs. And, of course, this is a wonderful gentleman that was George Knight, and he's our man in England, as well as John Warrington, of course. Both these wonderful gentlemen. And, when Salman Sheikh went to visit England, of course, he considered dropping in with both these gentlemen, but never did. And now we see that's probably for the best. And oh my God, I am. How do I say it? I'm just shocked that the more I hear about this, what he did in 5 minutes, it sounds like he really flipped. I mean, oh my God, Douglas Dietrich, that's not his real name. Yeah, I'd like to find out what my real name is. I mean, oh my God. He must be, well, I have a Chinese name. I have a Japanese name. So it's, there you go. I guess that means I'm not really me. There you have that. So that being said, thank you, Viviana. That was wonderful. Thank God we together figured out how to do that, bring him on. God knows. So what we're going to do now is get into the hate that hate creates. The Buffalo shooter, you must understand this, is not a fringe Republican. He is a product thereof. So this is where the rubber meets the road. And to continue with that parallel, understand that over the weekend, last weekend, a young white man drove several hours from where he lived over many miles, put on full combat battle fatigues, BFD, battle fatigue dress, and a helmet, and walked into a grocery store in Buffalo, New York, where he live streamed himself shooting 13 people, killing 10 of them. So often when these things happen, we jump to analysis and lose sight of the people whose lives were taken. Now, I am obligated not to do that. We must not lose sight of the men and women who were killed. So I will name each one of them. I looked them up and made certain that I will now file them. I may not remember them consciously, but I will never forget them. And I urge those who listen to me now, at some point maybe, when you have a moment, recite their names yourself. Roberta A. Drury of Buffalo, New York, age 32. Margus D. Morrison of Buffalo, New York, age 52. Andre McNeil of Auburn, New York, age 53. Aaron Salter of Lockport, New York, age 55. Geraldine Talley of Buffalo, New York, age 62. Celestine Cheney of Buffalo, New York, age 65. Hayward Patterson of Buffalo, New York, age 67. Catherine Massey of Buffalo, New York, age 72. Pearl Young of Buffalo, New York, age 77. Ruth Whitfield of Buffalo, New York, age 86. Now, not long after the massacre, authorities discovered an anti-black manifesto posted by the mass shooter, identified as 18-year-old Peyton Gendron, filled with racist ideals, known colloquially as the Great Replacement Theory, an idea developed by French philosopher Renaud Camus, holding that white people are being systematically replaced by immigrants. However, the theory is a malleable one and has been expanded by extremists to include anyone who is not white. Now, it became clear from the gunman's 180-page manifesto that his intent was to kill as many black people as possible because he felt that black people were replacing white folks in America. Once he was done with black people, his plan was to move on to other races and ethnic demographics. This is the same theory that inspired Robert Bowers to kill 11 people in Pittsburgh in 2018, Brenton Tarrant to kill 101 people in New Zealand in 2019, and Patrick Crusius to kill 23 people in El Paso, Texas in 2019. They all cited same version of replacement theory as motivation behind their murderous actions. It would be one thing if this idea were a fringe one, eschewed by politicians and media members alike, but it is not. In fact, all prominent Republicans, both in Congress and on Fox News, have openly embraced the same version of the theory unapologetically. Just this week, Elise Stefanik of New York, the third-ranking Republican in the House of Representatives, said in a tweet, and I will read this tweet to you. Now, I cannot say for certain if she knew that she was spouting replacement theory ideology or not, but not long after the tweet, she noted that she's never made a racist comment and that she's known nationally as expanding the Republican Party by supporting black candidates and Hispanic candidates, seemingly trying to distance herself from the ideas that are in line with a Buffalo shooter. Now, Tucker Carlson, the host of the most watched cable news show among adults ages 25 through 54, has long been a proponent of the Great Replacement theory. In fact, when you put Carlson's words side by side with the Buffalo shooters, it is absolutely uncanny how identical they are. In fact, all the shooter did was transcribe everything Tucker Carlson said. Let's cut to the chase. The Red Republican Party has embraced the same kind of nationalistic, racist, and evil ideas that inspire mass killers around the world to target black, brown, Asian, and Native indigenous peoples of the First Nations. There was once a time when Republican leaders could say with honesty that they were shocked and appalled when events like what happened last Saturday happened. Yet their stance on gun control and their embrace of a neutered version of the Great Replacement theory makest all their calls for peace and prayer ring as hollow as Salman Sheikh's platitudinal bullshit. Just days after the shooting, Senate Republicans have already come out to claim that gun reform is not the answer. On Tuesday, Senator John Barrasso, Republican, Wyoming, said, "It just doesn't seem to be helpful to me to go after law-abiding citizens and our Second Amendment rights, so I'm going to continue to hold that position." Senator Chuck Grassley, Republican, Iowa, told the press, "I think I heard a black person from Buffalo on television say that guns don't kill, people kill. So what are you going to accomplish by gun control, particularly if it's a violation of the Second Amendment?" It's amazing. In the most negative sense, the level of disdain that Republicans have for dead Americans. Making guns harder to get is a simple fix that Republicans will not even consider because they are completely complicit in all of these acts. While they may not argue for mass killings openly, they are doing anything they can to encourage them and nothing to stop them. The divisive rhetoric, combinative, combined with the lax gun laws, embolden those who take their fears of a less white America literally. Already, media outlets have begun to spin the narrative around this shooting. They consistently call the shooter a teen, thereby painting the doer of these evil, hateful crimes as someone young and worthy of every sympathy. Like, who the fuck was that guy who I tore apart in analysis so long ago by now? It feels like another era of history. Oh, God. Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse. Rewrit. Kyle Rittenhouse, of course, being the pioneer for all of this. In the sense that he, in his own way, made it all legitimate. Self-defense. Now, while I catch my breath, we know what comes next. They will dig into this boy's background and learn that he was a loner who was probably bullied, making this monster out to be not evil at all, just misunderstood. This is what they will do for Gendron, the white man charged with murder. Something that was not done for Tamir Rice, Trayvon Martin, or Antoine Rose. All black boys killed by police or vigilantes. In the wake of their deaths, all of them were discussed like they were adults. What will be afforded Peyton in life was never given to black children, even in death. I myself have grown wary of living in a country run by narcissistic racists who feel that they can say what they please as long as their poll and ratings numbers remain up. Buffalo shows us definitively that words and ideas have consequences. And if people like Tucker Carlson and Elise Stefanik continue to use their platforms to spew ideas rooted in hate, then I will have to look long and hard at the people who watch Tucker Carlson and remain a part of the party of Stefanik and count you not as a person who merely wants lower taxes, but instead as a person who is hostile to the presence of black and brown people in this country at all, taking up space and breathing your air. Time is up for quietly putting up with racist ideas. It cost 10 people their lives in Buffalo. 10 people whose names we must never forget. And the mass shooting in Buffalo reflects deeply rooted American ideals. Many commentators have labeled the racist ideology so evidently behind last Saturday's horrific attack in Buffalo, a conspiracy theory. It is easy to believe that such extremism is a product of our internet age, where conspiracy theories run rampant, hatred blooms in the dark corners of the web, and young men can be radicalized even without leaving their bedrooms or their basements, like someone we know. If only the problem were so simple. Instead, more than from a conspiracy theory, the attack stemmed from the white supremacy that is deeply rooted in the white American political tradition. In fact, core features of the worldview, the Weltanschauung, as my biological sire Adolf Hitler would say, expressed in a document that authorities say they understand, well, they know for a fact, was written by the gunman. Fear of an immigrant invasion changing the character of this country, an obsession with white birth rates, imagining black Americans as a demographic cancer within the body politic, have always been the stuff of mainstream white politics in these United States. The internet age may be the occasion for the resurgence of these ideas, but it is not the cause. The roots of the violence are ideological, not technological, and only confronting the racism and genocidal fantasies that have animated white American politics for generations will address the problem. These fantasies began in a triumphalist mode of conquest. In 1845, 100 years before that last great year of the Axis on the surface world, as you propagandize it, 1945, 100 years before that, John O'Sullivan spracketh for everyone in the burgeoning white republic when he described an irresistible army of Anglo-Saxon emigration and proclaimed its manifest destiny to overspread the continent. As the supposed science of race matured in the ensuing decades, experts spracketh of race as the key that unlocked the very meaning of history itself. Historian William Swinton's popular textbook declared, "History proper concerns itself with but one highly developed type of mankind. The Caucasians form the only true historical race. The only truly historical race. Hence, we may say, his words, that civilization is the product of the brains of this race alone." You see, white people made history. Everyone else was a bystander thereunto. When the influential minister Josiah Strong published the work entitled Our Country in 1885, fantasies of white conquest had gone global. Josiah Strong gleefully described God's chosen Anglo-Saxon race descending on the aborigines of the global South and eradicating everyone in its way. It would seem as if these inferior tribes were only precursors of a superior race, voices in the wilderness crying, "Prepare ye the way of the Lord." As Strong's blending of racial and religious themes dost prove, violent white conquest was always imagined as both a racial and divine right. If white civilization was entitled to ownership of all the earth, it was because God had willed it to be so. One pro-Ku Klux Klan minister succinctly declared this faith in white America's ratio-religious tradition, its ethno-religious creed, when he declared, "Our ancestors camest to this continent and fell first upon their knees, then upon the aborigines." But by the mid-1880s, There was a note of disquiet and fear alongside these proclamations of racial triumph by divine will. For the age of mass migration had begun, and millions of people from Eastern and Southern Europe, who were seen as ethnically and religiously inferior to Anglo-Saxon Protestants, were entering these United States. Strong's book was a plea to Americanize and evangelize these immigrants as quickly as possible, lest the nation cometh to ruin. In the early 20th century, these fears intensified. In 1905, the Greater Japanese Empire shocked the white world when it won a war against the Russian Empire. Meanwhile, goods and ideas and people were on the move at unprecedented scale. Fearing a demographic onslaught, white countries across the world acted to fortify the borders of racial hierarchy in the next decades, either by seeking to exclude or expel people deemed racially inferior. Political leaders believed ensuring white demographic dominance was essential because racial theorists of the time linked racial identities to political capacities. Anglo-Saxons were by nature rational political beings with a capacity for self-governance. As Madison Grant, a pioneering conservationist and one of the leading race scientists of the era, so intoned, "The Nordics are, all over the world, a race of soldiers, sailors, adventurers, and explorers, but above all, of rulers, organizers, and aristocrats. Other races were by nature fit for more passive roles in the history of human affairs." It is easy to dismiss Grant as a quaint example of prejudice, but he gave his voice to widespread concerns. American political elites worried that foreign peoples did not appreciate or understand our nation's institutions. Indeed, they wondered whether such people were even capable of self-governance. That made the possibility of white demographic eclipse scary. For all its dominance, the white population was outnumbered globally. The Harvard-trained historian Lothrop Stoddard sounded the alarm, warning about the rising tide of color that threatened to overturn white world supremacy. Such men were hardly at the extremist fringe. Stoddard had his work published in leading mass circulation magazines like the Saturday Evening Post, illustrated by, I used to remember his name. Good God, Norman Rockwell, and Collier's magazine. Also, the publisher of Jack London's genocidal objective of exterminating all East Asians on Earth. While fortifying borders against the threat abroad, leading American racial theorists fretted about the challenges at home, namely, racially inferior black African Americans threatening to destroy the Republic from within and low white birth rates. The pioneering feminist Charlotte Perkins Gilman expressed common progressive era elite sentiment when she described black Americans not as integral members of American life, but as a large body of aliens who represented a problem for all American civilization. She proposed a system of state-directed forced labor for all black African Americans who did not meet a certain grade of citizenship. Many other experts went even further. Those deemed inferior should not be allowed to reproduce. Over 24 states enacted sterilization programs targeting black African Americans and all other populations, imagined as inferior. But that would not address low white birth rates. Decadence had left white men refined, but effeminate, and white women educated, but fragile. Black and immigrant women were having more children than white women, threatening the future of the republic. Teddy Roosevelt warned that the competition between the races was a warfare of the cradle, and no race has any chance to win a great place unless it consists of good breeders as well as good fighters. During his presidency, Roosevelt popularized the idea of racial suicide and chided Americans for selfishly limiting the size of their families. Now, popular lore claims the Nazis discredited this racist political culture. After all, after the Holocaust, it was propagandized that few could now doubt the dangers of racist ideology. But in reality, this racist thinking animated white politics in all the decades after World War II. 'Twas the Nazis who were fighting it. In 1975, the French author Jean Raspail published an English-language edition of The Camp of the Saints, a genocidal fantasy about Europe destroying an immigrant invasion from the global south. That book has remained an inspiration in white supremacist circles ever since. But its popularity was never limited to the fringe. National Review, the flagship magazine of the post-war American conservative movement, reviewed the book favorably. Dartmouth professor Jeffrey Hart wrote that the book invited the reader to realize that killing 1 million or so starving refugees from India would be a supreme act of individual sanity and cultural health. This was 1975, people. This was the Allies talking. In recent decades, especially after the civil rights movement changed America's political culture in important ways, popular media narratives often assumed a vast distance between a racist past and a more enlightened present. Such narratives of progress highlighted very few real gains, instead making it simply harder to see all the troubling continuities in white American political culture. Simplistic tales of white racism as a relic of the past help explain why the misleading lone wolf framework continues to drive media reporting on white terrorism. These narratives keep us from asking the questions we ask after other sorts of terrorist attacks. In reality, white attackers are embedded in thick ideological contexts of sympathy and all the support they need in their communities. Today's white supremacist terrorism is the sick afterlife of yesterday's white supremacist conquest. This terrorist violence is what happens after triumphalist narratives of white global conquest have curdled into fear, paranoia, and defensiveness. Far from a fringe conspiracy theory, this legacy affects all Americans and implicates many of us. Defeating the politics of hate can happen only with such an honest assessment of our past as I present to you tonight and every night I host transmission. A narrative, a Dietrichonic narrative, that stops lionizing past champions of such politics without adhering to the Detraconic narrative as your Vulcan intervention, these theories will continue to breed violence and tragedy. These are the politics of white lash, white backlash, amid the endless cycle of racial violence, division, and endless anger. The racist massacre that occurred last Saturday in Buffalo, leaving 10 black people dead, 3 people injured, and a community, city, state, and nation in shock, has infuriatingly deep roots. The teenage shooter, who traveled several hours over many miles to unleash a reign of terror on an unsuspecting black neighborhood, by all evidence, imbibed white nationalist teaching via the internet. But the hateful teachings he learned and took to heart about replacement theory, which purports that Jews and racialized others, like myself, want to displace native-born white people, is in fact an old story, a narrative as enduring as it is false. That this heartbreaking tragedy occurred less than a fortnight, but 14 nights, 12 weeks before the second anniversary of George Floyd's murder, is most telling. George Floyd's death triggered months of protests that helped to shape the presidential election, sparked policy debates focused on reimagining public safety, and inspired national soul-searching about the roots of systemic racism, structural oppression, and white supremacy. In a stunningly compressed amount of time, against the backdrop, oh, how's that for a Freudian slip of the tongue, the backdrop of a global health pandemic that has so far killed well over 1 million Americans. 3 times that number, to be real. The nation seemed ready to embrace the most difficult and intractable truths about its past in order to come to terms with its, at times, now all times, chaotic present. The politics of white lash have once again delayed this rendezvous with history. The period from 2008 to the present, the time of Barack Obama and Donald Trump, of Black Lives Matter and January 6th, represents a third reconstruction in American history. An existential battle pitting Reconstructionist supporters of multiracial democracy against redemptionist advocates of white supremacy. We have been here before. The period between 1865 and 1898 represents America's first Reconstruction, birthed in the cataclysmic aftermath of a bloody civil war that left more than 600,000 immediately dead, scarred much of our nation's physical landscape, and forged, in historian Eric Foner's phrase, a second founding, through Reconstruction amendments, consecrated in the blood of fallen soldiers and civilians. The 13th Amendment's permanent abolition of racial slavery, followed by the 14th Amendment's introduction of birthright citizenship, fundamentally transformed the United States Constitution. The passage of the 15th Amendment, which guaranteed black male suffrage, sent shockwaves throughout this nation. Black votes meant the potential accumulation of political power, just as freedom represented a new avenue of interracial labor competition. White backlash during Reconstruction took on many forms, from unfair labor contracts that introduced debt peonage, to convict leasing that criminalized black Americans and exploited their labor, to voter suppression tactics, to outright violence and racial terror. All of these efforts were designed to thwart what many white Americans felt was coming: Negro political domination. Racist politicians of the days, mostly Democrats, but at times joined by Republicans, amplified the hateful echo chamber that cast Reconstruction as a form of reverse racism that punished white people in service of upholding some kind of fictive black equality. The hate crimes during Reconstruction came as early and they came as often. In 1866, 100 years before I myself was born, the same year that the historically black Fisk University was founded in Nashville, the Ku Klux Klan first appeared in Pulaski, Tennessee. That same year, white riots in Memphis and New Orleans began decades of racial terror that effectively, but not universally, choked off major efforts at institutionalizing black dignity and citizenship in American democratic institutions. Racial massacres and organized white riots became as frequent enough for Congress to hold congressional hearings that featured heart-wrenching testimony from targets of Klan violence. In 1870, 9 black people were murdered in Camilla County in southwestern Georgia, a deadly outrage in the parlance of the time that went unpunished. 3 years later, more than 100 black people were massacred in Colfax, Louisiana, outside of a courthouse where they stood guard to protect a duly elected Republican state government. By 1876, a presidential election year, white violence in Hamburg, South Carolina, organized by white supremacist and future Governor Benjamin Pitchfork Tillman, served as a capstone for the waning Republican interest in protecting black lives. By the following year, the last of the federal troops withdrew from the South, the consequence of a handshake deal over the contested presidential election that allowed Republican Rutherford B. Hayes to assume the presidency at the expense of citizenship and dignity for black Americans. But the violence did not end there. The efforts by black Americans to keep the spirit of Reconstruction alive worked in parts of the South, including Wilmington, North Carolina, where black activists aligned themselves with white moderates to achieve continued political representation. In November of 1898, white supremacists, after months of planning, murdered dozens of black people and staged a successful coup d'etat that elicited no federal intervention and successfully turned Wilmington from a majority black city into a scene of abjection and terror from which all black families fled. The Great Migration of the 20th century dispersed black Americans to far-flung parts of our nation in search of new political vistas, economic opportunity, and a peaceful environment away from white violence. But the racist pogroms continued. In 1906, in Atlanta, in East St. Louis, in 1917, Chicago, and Elaine, Arkansas. In 1919, the year the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, was born in Rochester, New York. And the worst case of all, Tulsa, Oklahoma, in 1921, where the city's vibrant Greenwood neighborhood, nicknamed by locals Black Wall Street, was burned to the ground, and 300 black African Americans were mass executed, their bodies stacked by locals like cordwood. Buffalo's violence must be placed within this historical context. Perhaps the most terrifying aspect of white violence that stems from the politics of white nationalism and the ideology of white supremacy is all the lies. All these events have been written out of the mainstream history we teach in public schools or explained away as an aberration. The summer of George Floyd promised something different. But efforts to tell a new origin story about our nation have been dismissed as critical race theory, a rhetorical sleight of hand that nonetheless, as during the first Reconstruction, has placed proponents of multiracial democracy on the defensive. But we must continue to tell a different, harder, and more uncomfortable story about this nation if we are ever to get out of this endless cycle of racial violence, division, and endless anger. So much of this era resembles Reconstruction, perhaps more than even the Civil Rights era of the 1950s and 1960s. You know, that decade into which I myself was born, which is more often used as a point of comparison. The lost cause mythology that smeared Reconstruction as a negative attack on Southern values, white male patriarchy, and God-given attributes that made black people inferior to their fellow white citizens continues to wield all power in our national discourse. The 19th century lost cause advocates have becomest the 21st century defenders of a racial status quo that many thought relegated to history's dustbin in the aftermath of Barack Obama's election. History does not repeat itself, but it most certainly rhymes. Buffalo continues an ugly and all too American tradition of weaponizing racial hatred, bigotry, and violence in the defense of claims of white privilege and power thought to have been settled on bloody battlefields more than a century ago, but whose legacies continue to unleash deadly echoes in our own time. And why do these young whites kill out of hatred? Because schools aren't teaching our nation's racist past. In a matter of minutes at a supermarket in a mostly black area of East Buffalo, New York, a shooter ended the lives of 10 people. Among them, Pearlie Young, who was 77, who handed out food to the needy. Aaron Salter, aged 55, a former police officer himself. And Catherine Massey, 72 years of age, a writer who pushed for civil rights. 3 people were injured, critically, perhaps unable to ever fully recover in their lives. Add one more to the list of lives that were thrown away. If the shooter is found guilty, he could face life in prison for what authorities have deemed a hate crime. It appears that the plot to kill innocent minorities started long before the Saturday afternoon attack. The suspect looked for black neighborhoods on the internet. A screed was found online that is known to be his. The writing contains alarming and hateful messages about minorities and information about altering a firearm. He had already stated that he would kill others and himself in response to a school assignment. Very Reesian or Jameson Reese-like. For that, he was sent to a psychiatric hospital, but released within days. Why were all the signs that he was a danger not more closely monitored and acted on? And how does our society keep missing that signs of hatred among all young white Americans who are rehashing the kinds of attacks common during and before the civil rights movement are real threats? How is it that white supremacist ideology is still so dangerously alive in a generation that is supposed to embody hope, progress, and change? Because virulent white supremacy has become as normalized, and we let it happen. The ugly truth is that while Americans, especially those in the white establishment, shake their heads and maybe even shed some tears over the 10 black people gunned down in Buffalo over last weekend in another obviously racially motivated attack, they're growing accustomed to the virulent white supremacy that so obviously has driven it. How long did the shock last? After the killing of 23 people, most of them Latinx, at an El Paso Walmart in 2019? How long after 11 people were killed at a synagogue in Pittsburgh in 2018? The most Jews killed at once in American history on our soil. Or 9 black churchgoers were murdered inside the Emmanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina, back in 2015. Hours, maybe, even a few days, but never long enough to decide that we have had enough. Instead, Americans have ignored the insidious creep of white supremacy into the public discourse to the point where it has become normalized and has radicalized extremist politicians, such as U.S. Representative Elise Stefanik, the third-ranking Republican in the House of Representatives, and all Trump-aligned politicians, to the point that they now feel comfortable repeating the lie that Democrats and American Jews are plotting to replace white voters with people of color. The so-called replacement theory has been repeated by Tucker Carlson of Fox News hundreds of times in recent years. And it is what, by his own evidence, motivated the 18-year-old white man who police have proven drove hundreds of miles to a largely black neighborhood in Buffalo to gun down people who were trying to work or buy food for the week ahead. A week they would never live to see. All rightward politicians have been radicalized into openly supporting this garbage, and the Republican Party has done nothing to reject, denounce, or even investigate doctrinaire white supremacists, obviously more afraid of alienating nativist constituents than they are of allowing certain groups, especially black Americans, to be victimized repeatedly to the point where they have to fear ordinary activities. And that is just one aspect of how racism, especially racism against black people, becomest part of the system. Ironically, indeed intentionally, even as conservative elected officials tolerate the radical and racist theories within their ranks, they insist that there is no systemic racism in these United States and want classrooms to reflect this revisionist view. So far, at least a dozen states have passed laws limiting or even banning the teaching of critical race theory in public schools, and more than 10 others are considering similar legislation. Critical race theory examines racism as embedded in society and our daily lives, and in many aspects of legislative and legal systems. That is not a radical thought. We regularly fail to provide an equal education to children of color, then blame them for not overcoming the enormous barriers of poverty, inequality, and criminalization that society places in their path. The normalization of the fringe begins when we fail to accept the reality of more common forms of racism and take little to no action against its more horrifying forms. Why does Fox News allow Carlson to shoot off his mouth in hateful, ignorant, and dangerous ways? Why do legislators refuse to accept the idea that if we don't teach children about racism in the many forms it takes today, they will grow up more susceptible to it and less able to ever stand against it? The death of George Floyd under the knee of a police officer shocked much of our nation into realizing that the black community was justified in its complaints about treatment by law enforcement. The shooting in Buffalo should similarly become the clarion call about the danger of virulent white supremacy to the stability of our nation. Teaching about race and racism in school matters. Some recent acts of mass violence on black Americans and against black movements have been committed by young adults. The shooter who killed black worshipers at a church in Charleston, South Carolina in 2015 was 21. The shooter in Buffalo was 18. The latest incident comes at a time when parents across the country are fighting to keep curriculum out of schools that could teach their children how racism and hatred have not just marred entire communities, but have also hindered American progress. Instead of teaching children as much as possible about a church bombing that killed 4 young black girls in the 1960s and devastated black parents across this country, fights over curriculum tell young people that empathy for groups damaged by the nation's past is unnecessary. A church in Alabama filled with worshipers has been replaced by a supermarket in Buffalo filled with community caregivers and public servants. Education about this nation's struggle with racism and oppression has always been weak. The current fight against the imagined boogeyman of critical race theory threatens to make a flawed system and uninformed generations even worse. How is this country supposed to become less racist, less violent, and more accepting when so many Americans fight to keep kids in the dark about our history, and in doing so, doom them to repeat it? Yesteryear, a group of white students in Texas repeated a horrible chapter of America's past, not through a violent physical attack, but by selling black classmates on a social media app. According to news reports, the students used racially charged and psychologically damaging language. It was the same kind of dismissive language commonly used during auction block sales of black men, women, and children during centuries of slavery in America. In that same Texas area, parents have fought against teaching critical race theory in schools, and others on the state level have pushed against curriculum and books related to slavery and our nation's racist past. Come and let us pity white people. They are the real victims here. That, in essence, is the battle cry that's powered much of American politics for the last 30 years. The last 15 in particular. It has echoed from the halls of government to the set of Fox News, in quotation marks, to the far-flung strands of the World Wide Web. Always the same three words. Poor white people. They are being overrun by caravans when not murdered by illegals, or terrorized by Muslims, or tyrannized by masks, or oppressed by vaccinations, or canceled by culture, or lied to by media, or lied upon by media, or cheated by elections, or blamed by blacks, or vexed by press 1 for English, or replaced, evicted from their God-ordained preeminence by the others, who will be obedient voters for the liberal left. So says the so-called Great Replacement Theory, which originated in the fever swamps of white supremacy and now has a regular megaphone on Fox, courtesy of Tucker Carlson. But that hasn't been his message alone. It's also been the message of New York Representativist Elise Stefanik, Florida Representative Matt Gaetz, would-be Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, of conservatism as a whole, in response to a demographic shift first forecast years ago, that by 2050, mid-century, people of color will constitute a majority of our population. Where some of us saw, in that prediction, change and challenge, they saw the gains to be made by fomenting white panic. Thus, it was shocking and painful, but also predictable, that a stupid white boy with a stated belief in the replacement theory walked into a supermarket in Buffalo, New York, last Saturday and shot 10 black people to death. Indeed, this was no more surprising than yesteryear's massacre of Asians in Atlanta, 2019's massacre of Latinos in El Paso, or 2015's massacre of African Americans at a church in Charleston. Panicked people do terrible things. Think of Salman Sheikh and his 5 minutes of insanity, his psychotic break on video, which he insanely shares with all the world. That's how you get a country where critical race theory is banned by law. But you can learn great replacement theory by turning on Fox, where voting keeps getting harder and gun ownership easier, where Colin Kaepernick is unemployed and Tuck Carlson is not. Speaking of which, he addressed the shooting the Monday thereafter on his show, somehow managing to blame professional Democrats without once mentioning the racist theory that he and the shooter both happen to believe. Garnell Whitfield Jr. was also on television that day. In a grief-tattered voice, he spraketh of his family's anguish at the loss of his 86-year-old mother, Ruth, who died in that shooting. He said, "But we're not just hurting, we're angry. This shouldn't have happened. We do our best to be good citizens, to be good people. We believe in God. We trust Him. We treat people with decency. And we love even our enemies. And you expect us to keep doing this over and over and over again. Forgive and forget. While the people we elect and trust in offices around this country do their best not to protect us, not to consider us equal is what he said, not to love us back." So, when I butcher what he said, as I did, unintentionally, the main point of his message is the fact that you can play by all the rules, but you're still going to lose the game because it's fixed. And suddenly, you knew he was speaking out of a bereft exhaustion that encompassed not just him and his family, but all of us who have been betrayed by America and its dream. He pleaded, "What are we supposed to do with all of this anger, with all of this pain?" And that question resonated, as it has for years unending. And as for years unending, no answer immediately presented itself. But yeah, sure, let's pity white people. Let's never forget who the real victims are. History repeating itself, but worse. It's hard to imagine a young person being colder than white supremacist politicians of the past, such as Alabama Governor George Wallace, who, in the year my late sister was born, 1963, shouted, "Segregation now! Segregation tomorrow! Segregation forever!" But live streaming your own killing spree, which is what authorities admit last Saturday's suspect did, surpasses even George Wallace's callousness. That act reduced criminal behavior to something akin to promoting a brand for hatred. Why think deeply about your own actions, or dig deeply into what's causing your hate, when you can hide behind the feeling that your crime is part of a bigger cause associated with a training film you're creating? Technology has allowed young people to distance themselves from their actions and quickly spread material for copycats. We love to brag about our nation's love for equality, but instead of fighting for this, we're finding ways to cater to white supremacy in the name of free speech. Perhaps we can learn from other countries. In Die Neue Vereinigte or Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, curriculum about the Holocaust is mandatory, and students visit concentration camps. For many, this brings a sense of understanding about human suffering, loss, and the importance of not repeating such a grave moment in the nation's history. It's also illegal to use the internet to spread white supremacist ideology in United Germany. It's illegal to deny the Holocaust. Social media platforms are tightly regulated by the government when it comes to hate speech. We take pride in our Constitution, in the power it gives states to resolve issues such as education, in its free speech protections, wherein Richard K. Cole Jr. can dox Douglas Dietrich completely and not suffer anything because he's a white male. But Douglas Dietrich is condemned for anything and everything he says. I stop a black man from preaching the genocide of all white people, indeed everyone on earth. And I get men calling me out as a con. This is why we cannot afford freedom of speech. Tolerance for inflammatory speech, sans education, has repeatedly brought on disastrous results. Ones that are killing my community. Education, which leads to empathy and understanding, is key. When will new generations of Americans stop supporting throwback principles associated with white supremacy? When will domestic terrorism associated with racist hatred end? When what we teach matches our supposed values. This brings us to the real dangers of the right-wing attacks on anti-racist education. Last Saturday, a white 18-year-old gunman opened fire at a supermarket in Buffalo, New York, killing 10 people and critically injuring 3 more. Probably for life. In a written screed that circulated on dark corners of the web, Peyton Gendron described fears about replacement theory, a white nationalist conspiracy that alleges an elite plot, often coded as a Jewish plot, to deliberately replace white Americans with immigrants and people of color. Gendron wrote that he targeted the top supermarket because of its location in a predominantly black neighborhood. 11 of the people killed or critically injured are black. Many elected officials have placed the blame for the killings at the feet of right-wing news sites and social media. In a letter to Fox News and host Tucker Carlson, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Democrat of New York, wrote, "I write to urge you to immediately cease the reckless amplification of the so-called Great Replacement Theory on your network's broadcasts. I urge you to take into consideration the very real impacts of the dangerous rhetoric being broadcast on your network on a nightly basis." In a tweet, Senator Tim Kaine, Democrat of Virginia, took aim at social media websites by saying, "We must stop big tech from propagating big lies that lead to big carnage." And in the coming weeks, the weeks to come, much will be made about the Shooter's Manifesto, gun laws, and how much blame social media deserves for making it easy for these kinds of ideas to spread. Maybe better gun laws and more accountability for platforms that spread dangerous hate speech would have prevented Gendron's radicalization and consequent rampage, or maybe not. all policymakers can do is improve the environment that has produced an alarming string of racist mass shooters in recent years. But there's another truth about Gendron. He was deeply confused about basic issues of history and of race. This left him vulnerable to rancid misinformation, like the conspiracies he found online. And growing up in a nearly all-white area, he likely had no real-world experience to help counteract those misconceptions. That's where the value of education comes in. Teachings that are straightforward about the racial history of this country and present honest accounts of the struggles faced by non-white Americans. There has been a push in recent years to accomplish this through the lens of critical race theory, an academic approach that studies structural racism and how that impacts law and policy. But the right wing has launched a moral panic about critical race theory. After white police officer Derek Chauvin murdered George Floyd in 2020, massive racial justice protests swept the nation. But like with every inkling of incremental steps toward black progress, conservatives quickly met the moment with a white lash. Dozens of states have introduced laws to combat this imaginary problem, including prohibiting teachers from teaching certain things and banning books that discuss racism. White conservatives perverted its definition to mean teaching white K-12 students to hate themselves. Anything that falls under the purview of racism and America's past has now fallen under their incorrect interpretation and has led to the silencing of educators. It's crucial to understand that this attack on anti-racist education will only produce more ignorance, more division, and more hate around issues of race. Even this week, educators in states with critical race theory bans must now grapple with, or, well, how to even talk about the massacre in Buffalo. One viewpoint is that Gendron was motivated by racism. Elizabeth Close, a high school teacher in Texas, told NBC News that she was struggling with how to speak about the killings with her students because state law requires that she teach different perspectives. And so told her students, another perspective is that this young man was out defending the world, or his kind, from being taken over. If you guys want to know why I'm thinking about quitting at the end of the year, it's because of these types of policies. The fact that I have to have this conversation with you at all. Now, proponents of such critical race theory bans have argued that these laws are intended to keep racism out of the classroom. But really, these laws are forcing teachers to lend credence to dangerous ideologies. Actual critical race theory is an important part of understanding racism's role in American society. Yesteryear, Columbia University professor, and leading critical race theory scholaress Kimberly Crenshaw explained, "We need to pay attention to what has happened in this country and how what has happened is continuing to create differential outcomes so that we can become the democratic republic we say we are. We believe in the promises of equality, and we know we can get there if we confront and talk honestly about inequality." Now, one of the cruelest ironies of the CRT, critical race theory cultural wars, is that America's racial history was already an understudied and underdiscussed topic, at least at many public K-12 schools. It's hard to know if Gendron was taught about Reconstruction or the violence that followed it, the impact of Jim Crow laws or lynchings, and the impact that history has on our society today. All our society still today. But it's safe to say too many people never got that education. They don't know that in response to the prospect of racial equality, whites organized militias to terrorize freedmen into submission. The history of this country gets sanitized and repackaged and regurgitated to each new generation. The new crusade against critical race theory means that educators can't teach about slavery or the Ku Klux Klan. But mainstream Republicans can encourage the so-called replacement theory, even after a white man kills in the name thereof, with almost no pushback, validating the views of aggrieved white nationalists. Elected officials, perhaps the institutions most equipped to combat the spread of critical race theory panic, have treated it as a sideshow and just another flashpoint in the culture war that will eventually fade away. But not even a massacre has stopped Fox News hosts and Republican politicians from echoing the shooter. Perhaps the overtness of it ebbs and flows, but the theories that the Buffalo shooter espoused have always been present in these United States. Our country is currently at an inflection point in which the right wing is saying that white supremacy is the legitimate ideology and racism and discrimination claims are all just tools to demonize white conservatives. The end result will only be more Buffalo-like tragedies. This is the white supremacist strategy to destroy America. Last weekend's mass shooting in Buffalo, New York, was not merely a random act of hate. It was the product of a violent strategy formulated in obscure neo-Nazi magazines and disseminated on the internet's darkest corners that aims to bring about the destruction of American society. This idea is called accelerationism, and violent white supremacists, like the Buffalo shooter, see it as their best chance to stop the so-called Great Replacement. The notion that the West's white population is being replaced by non-whites. A deliberate demographic shift oft blamed on Jewish cabals. Headed by George Soros. But of course, accelerationists believe that race and ethnicity create inherent divisions within Western societies, which individual acts of violence can inflame. The idea is to accelerate the crack-up of Western governments and bring on a race war that culminates in white victory. In his 180-page document, The Buffalo Shooter, who, per law enforcement, targeted black people, directly credits his actions to accelerationist thinking. In a section titled Destabilization and Accelerationism, subtitled Tactics for Victory, he claims that stability and comfort are the enemies of revolutionary change. Therefore, we must destabilize and discomfort society wherever possible. These passages are directly copied from writing by the 2019 Christchurch mass shooter in New Zealand, whose ideas previously influenced American mass shooters in Poway, California, and El Paso, Texas. Militant neo-Nazi groups like Atomwaffen and The Base have built their ideology around accelerationism. Some scholars of the far right have even identified accelerationist thinking among the January 6th rioters. It is important not to overstate the influence of accelerationism in America. At present, it is an idea confined to a peripheral fringe that one can hope has virtually no prospect of successfully toppling the United States government or fomenting a race war. But the fact is that we are in a period of intense political polarization, driven primarily by racial and cultural divides. And abhorrent extremist theories are increasingly finding purchase in mainstream spaces. Neo-Nazi killings may not be able to incite a race war, but they are horrific events, and they intensify our divisions in ways that deepen America's political crisis. So, think on this accelerationism. From a neo-Nazi journal to the streets of Buffalo. Some journalistic accounts credit the origins of modern neo-Nazi accelerationism to the Turner Diaries, a 1978 white supremacist novel that envisions the downfall of American democracy. The Turner Diaries is indeed extremely influential on the radicalized right. It is, for all intents and purposes, their fucking Bible. And it has played a role, indeed was pivotal in inspiring the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing. But the text most responsible for accelerationism, as we know it today, is the 1980s newsletter Siege, in which neo-Nazi writer James Mason argues for the white supremacist movement to pick up where the serial killer Charles Manson left off. Now, Charlie Manson, who actually exchanged letters with Mason, believed in a coming race war that he termed Helter Skelter. The murders committed by Manson and his disciples served in Manson's own mind as a model of decentralized violent action that could hasten the coming of such an event and would be impossible for authorities to stop. If neo-Nazis emulated Charles Manson on an individual level, acting alone rather than as part of organizations, eventually they would inevitably spur a white uprising against the system. These killings would accelerate the pace of societal collapse, already made inevitable by Jewish and non-white corruption in their eyes, and set the stage for its replacement by what they would deem fourth anti-Reich, a kind of America-Reich, an American realm, an ethno-state, which, at the time that Manson was alive, Mason preached Charles Manson would be the Führer thereof. Clearly, at that point, we would be living in a hell on earth, but obviously it's no threat because Charles Manson was an idiot. Now, his acolyte Mason mostly languished in obscurity until 2017, when members of the militant neo-Nazi group Atomwaffen tracked him down at his home in Denver, Colorado. The group was founded in 2015 and had long admired him. Atomwaffen and like-minded neo-Nazis appropriated the term accelerationism, which is also used by a family of academic theories on the nature of late-stage capitalism, for their adaptation of Mason's thinking, if you could call such process thought. After linking up with Mason, they received his blessing to continue aggressively promoting his ideas. The accelerationism they preached centered on heightening the contradictions, using violence both to target their enemies and force a harsh response from the political system. It's an idea with clear influences on the Buffalo shooter, who claims he used a gun in the attack, which killed 10, partly because the changes to gun laws that will be pushed afterward will help my case, by inspiring a backlash, a white lash, against the government. In the last half-decade or so, accelerationist ideas spread rapidly through both dedicated websites and forums with names like Siege Culture and Fascist Forge, as well as more mainstream social networks. During that time span, Atomwaffen members were linked to at least 5 murders. But the white supremacist version of accelerationism does not require any organized plot or group to lead to mass murder. Accelerationist justifications for violence have so thoroughly suffused all online white nationalist spaces, that anyone can encounter it and draw their own mass murderous conclusions, as the Buffalo gunman did. This is what brings us back to Christchurch and all its copycats. In March of 2019, a heavily armed gunman walked into a mosque in Christchurch, New Zealand, and killed 101 Muslims while they prayed. It was one of the deadliest white supremacist terror attacks in postmodern history, and one of the most consequential. The shooter, Brenton Tarrant, believed non-white population growth was an existential threat to his race. He wrote a screed titled The Great Replacement, and his plan for stopping the alleged replacement drew liberally from accelerationist ideas. In a passage that would later be copied by the Buffalo shooter, he writes, "Why did you carry out the attack? To add momentum to the pendulum swings of history, further destabilizing and polarizing Western society in order to eventually destroy the current nihilistic, hedonistic, individualistic insanity that has taken control of Western thought." It is impossible to overstate the influence of the Christchurch shooter's attack and writings on the internet's racist right. The sheer violence of the assault on New Zealand's small Muslim community turned his writings into a must-read on the racist right, and made accelerationism into one of the dominant ideas on the peripheral right today. And it inspired copycats. In April of 2019, a man named John Earnest entered a synagogue in Poway, California, and began firing on worshippers. Earnest's writings, a mix of old-school Christian Judeophobia and Internet-era hatred, borrow some of Tarrant's accelerationist ideas and cite him as a direct influence. He wrote, "Tarrant was a catalyst for me personally." Several months later, another white nationalist named Patrick Crusius attacked a Walmart in El Paso, specifically targeting Hispanic patrons. Like the Christchurch shooter, Crusius appeared obsessed with the idea of a demographic threat from non-white immigrants. He pledged his allegiance to the New Zealand killer's way of thinking. In a pre-attack screed, he wrote, "I support the Christchurch shooter and his manifesto. The Hispanic community was not my target before I read The Great Replacement." Now, after this wave of violence in 2019, the threat from accelerationist-inflected violence seemingly subsided. Atomwaffen formally disbanded its U.S. presence in 2020 after a series of law enforcement raids targeted their leadership, though some members have refounded a version of it in 2021 under the name National Socialist Order. In both 2020 and 2021, data from the Anti-Defamation League showed a significant decline in white supremacist killings from prior years, primarily because neither year saw a mass casualty attack linked to this ideology. The pandemic was obviously a factor as well, but the threat did not go away. The shooter in Buffalo followed the 2019 pattern to a T, from citing the Great Replacement conspiracy theory to outlining explicitly accelerationist tactical thinking to liberally plagiarizing Tarrant's writings. The danger now is this killer inspires a new round of racist and Judeophobic violence at a time when American democracy is in even greater danger. This is what brings us to the accelerationist threat after Buffalo. Because accelerationist ideas have not stayed confined to the neo-Nazi right. The notion of sparking social collapse and a second civil war is the central premise of the Boogaloo culture, the Boogaloo Boys gay subculture, an all-purpose anti-government ideology that contains some neo-Nazi elements but is not fully part of that movement. This kind of adoption by other groups underscores how accelerationism is more of a broad strategic vision than a specific political program. In 2021, there was a brief on the idea in which the scholars Brian Hughes and Cynthia Miller-Idris wrote, "Accelerationism is best understood as an anti-ideology directed toward the destruction of the current ideological order and the political economic system that expresses and creates that order. But in its anti-ideological thrust, accelerationism makes possible what had once been so difficult: to move the many varieties of extreme far-right tendencies in unison." Now, in their article, Hughes and Miller-Idris are especially concerned with accelerationism and the January 6th assault on our capital. They cite evidence that a broad range of accelerationist ideological tendencies participated in that attack, including some Mason-style neo-Nazis. Their survey of white supremacist social media channels after January 6th found that the most violent accelerationists saw it as evidence that their goals are actually attainable. So, they write, and here I read from their work, a single paragraph, January 6th represented an apotheosis for this new extreme far-right accelerationist network. It has also become a source of renewed momentum and energy for the extreme far-right. It is a unifying symbol, an example of a victory that almost was and might still be. It has empowered and emboldened its admirers while offering an opportunity to exercise the common terrorist tactic of studying and learning from failed actions. Notably, January 6th was not an event primarily or even largely inspired by neo-Nazi thinking. It was a riot spurred on by Donald Trump and all his allies on the right. Most of the rioters were not siege readers, but rather committed MAGA believers. The radicalism of the mainstream incited a kind of violence the fringe could join in and pick up on. And so, in the immediate months following January 6th, many, including myself, worried about a wave of ideologically driven violence that did not emerge. But the Buffalo attack proves that the danger is still there, as are all the links to the mainstream. Leading conservative figures, including Tucker Carlson and Representativist Elise Stefanik, Republican of New York, have recently pushed sanitized versions of the Great Replacement idea that motivated accelerationist killers from Christchurch on. The point is not that these figures literally inspired the Buffalo shooting. Rather, it's that post-January 6th America is marked by conditions accelerationists have dreamed of. A rising receptivity to fringe racist ideas in the mass public, combined with partisans of a major party demonstrating a willingness to deploy violence against the U.S. government. This does not mean that the accelerationists are likely to succeed in their objective of toppling our government. They may not, but even short of that, the persistence of the idea portends a much more dangerous American future. And I keep telling everyone that it's just going to get much worse. Now, I keep telling all of you that most white men fed a steady diet of nonsense and statistics about the state of whiteness in these United States will only grow more convinced that all people of color are the enemy, which means the sort of violence that we saw over last weekend at a supermarket in Buffalo will only get much worse. The mass shooter, Peyton Gendron, is a man who is proven to have been concerned about immigration and decreasing white birth rates. It's the same concern that Tucker Carlson shares with his Fox News audience every goddamn night. Gendron is not mentally ill. He is not troubled, nor is he just a misguided teen. These are terms you will hear whenever he be discussed. The truth is that he's simply hateful in the same way that right-wing politics have instructed him to be. It is easy to draw a straight line between the hateful actions of white supremacists and popular right-wing conservatives. It seems that neither group can imagine a world where all people are equal. In their minds, one group must be on top. And the fear of losing the top spot has mutated into an ideology known as the Great Replacement Theory, which, in short, argues that black and brown and yellow and red, the rainbow people, will one day overtake white people in number and subject them to all the evils that whites have long inflicted on people who are not white. And this fear-fueled binary thinking will continue to bring harm to all peoples of color. And so, the CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Committee leaders, have been offering white nationalists a solution to the Great Replacement: the abortion ban. The CPAC leader, Matt Schlapp, isn't pushing back against white nationalists' conspiracy theory that immigrants are replacing white Americans. In fact, Schlapp has an idea to allay their fears. During the Conservative Political Action Conference on Thursday, which was being held in Hungary, Magyarország in their own language, aka the epicenter of all backsliding democracy on earth, now that people can no longer look to the Russians with the same ardor they once did, Schlapp told reporters that the solution lies in Supreme Court's expected overturning of Roe v. Wade. Per the press, Schlapp went on record to say, "For people that believe that we somehow need to replace populations or bring in new workers, I think it is an appropriate first step to give the enshrinement in law the right to life for our own unborn children." Now, the conservative leader's argument directly aligns with white supremacists' reason for joining the anti-abortion cause: to make white women produce white babies to offset the growing immigrant population against their own will. Their intent is to mass rape white women and force them to give birth to white babies against their will, because these white women don't want to sleep with these white male losers who are just white trash pieces of shit. The end result will be a woman's body is now the battlefield in a war where skin color is the uniform. It is up to us coloreds to protect white women now. To quote Mr. Schlapp himself, "If you say there is a population problem in a country, but you're killing millions of your own people through legalized abortion every year, if that were to be reduced, some of that problem is solved. You have millions of people who can take many of these jobs. How come no one brings that up? If you're worried about this quote-unquote replacement, why don't we start there? Start with allowing our own people to live. Because you whites die from sunstroke when you're picking lettuce in the field, motherfucker. Because none of you whites wants to sweep the floors and reload the fucking vending machines, you idiot." Now, Schlapp's comments came after the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who's been pushing his country into a distinctly Putinist authoritarian state, declared during his appearance at CPAC that European countries were committing suicide by allowing immigration. U.S. conservatives' embrace of the Great Replacement fear-mongering has finally come under scrutiny in wake of the deadly shooting in that black neighborhood's grocery store in Buffalo, New York last Saturday. The mass murderous shooter, Peyton Gendron, carried out his massacre as a direct response to the racist conspiracy theory I've been articulating thus far. And the same sort of thinking about race and birth rates now dominates the conservative Supreme Court. The leaked draft opinion isn't about protecting babies at all. It is about protecting whiteness, specifically white babies. Many others have pointed out that if Republicans really cared about babies and children, they'd help provide help for poor infants, child care, health care, better funding for schools, shit like that. But their concern is not about babies and children in general, only certain babies. The Supreme Court draft decision is about protecting what conservatives believe is a diminishing demographic and their most valuable resource: white people. Now, some will accuse me here of indulging in conspiracy theories myself, or of believing the worst in people. But as an Asian Pacific Islander American, an Amerasian, specifically, if you don't understand the difference, it's because you're completely ignorant. I'm not saying you're an idiot, you're just fucking ignorant. An Amerasian is someone who's half Asian, half American, of European extraction. An Asian Pacific Islander American would be more like a census demographic. It's what I am statistically, as opposed to identitarian ethnicity. And as an Amerasian, Asian Pacific Islander American, living in a racist society, I don't find it difficult to believe in the worst in people. One tries not to, but we see evidence of it every day in our lived experience. And we have first-hand knowledge of how important whiteness is to some people. We've seen how they conflate whiteness with righteousness and innocence. And we've lived with how the power that this culture bestows upon whiteness affects us negatively. It is my experience that conservatives couldn't care less about whether or not mothers of color terminate pregnancies. The real agenda here is to boost white birth rates, because among the biggest fears of conservatives is the fear of being outnumbered. It's all over Gendron's lengthy manifesto. Conservatives can't seem to imagine anything worse, nor can they imagine that any other group of people wants anything other than total dominance. Because that's what they want. And when they don't get it, they feel oppressed. When one is used to privilege, equality feels like oppression. Critical race theory frightens conservatives for a related reason. They imagine that if schools teach the real American history, white people will be as hated and reviled as the other races in this country. So it's best to teach a redacted version of the story, one in which slavery, Jim Crow, the La Placita Raid, the Tulsa Race Massacre, internment camps, Native American genocide, and countless other atrocities never happened. There are probably other reasons some people have such a great need to separate themselves from other human beings by promoting the lie that they are somehow born better, smarter, more worthy. Conservatives keep telling us that this country doesn't have a race problem. Whom are they fooling? Not black and brown and Asian Americans. Most of us just want the hate to stop. My heart aches for the family and friends of those murdered in that Buffalo supermarket. People who only went to pick up something for dinner or buy a birthday cake or restock their basics, unaware that they'd fall into the path of someone so evil, someone who has bought into conservative talking points so completely that he decided to take his fear out on them. Someone who thought he would take care of the problem himself. So, I tell all peoples of color, as the demographics continue to change, things will only get much worse. White conservatives want to protect something that is anathema to the American dream. Their numbers, their dominance, their power, their dream. This is when a right becomes a privilege. When New York legalized abortion in 1970, 3 years before the Supreme Court decided Roe v. Wade, a shrewd entrepreneur named Martin Mitchell saw an opportunity. The 31-year-old Detroit area man chartered a tiny private plane and began advertising frequent flights from Michigan, where elective abortion was illegal, to Niagara Falls, New York, where it was not. For $400, a woman got transportation, an abortion by a licensed doctor at a clinic near the airport, and lunch before being flown home the same day. One of Mitchell's clients, a 22-year-old secretary with a steady job at a hospital, told a reporter at the time that she was too scared to seek out an illegal abortion in Michigan, and that if she hadn't been able to get to New York, she would have been forced to continue her pregnancy. She was only able to afford the charter service, which, adjusting for inflation, would cost about $2,900 today, because her parents lent her the money. Before the flight home, she gushed with relief. She said, "Gosh, I feel great, fine, just great." It is not far-fetched to imagine that this is the future we will all face now, in which the ability to terminate a pregnancy in these United States will largely depend on where you live and what kind of financial resources you have. Since the leaked Supreme Court draft opinion to overturn Roe v. Wade is going to be adopted, roughly half of U.S. states, half the 100 states in union, are expected to quickly ban or severely restrict abortion. No longer a protected constitutional right, abortion will become more akin to a privilege, reserved for those with the means necessary to obtain one. To be clear, this is already the lived experience of poor and minority women in many parts of this country. In much of the South and Midwest, state legislatures have spent decades passing regulations on abortion with the express intent of suppressing access. Patients in these states are forced to spend more money, take more time off from work, and travel farther distances to get to an abortion clinic. Given that nearly half of American abortions patients live below the poverty line, and about another quarter are low income, it follows that these obstacles have proved insurmountable to some. To call an abortion a privilege is incompatible with what going through it feels like. For women fighting to maintain bodily autonomy, trying to avoid a forced birth, it ranks as a basic human necessity. But in a post-Roe world, the women who are and are not able to access this form of healthcare are likely to be starkly divided by race and class. David Cohen, a professor at Drexel University's law school, has said that Even though abortion is a right everywhere, for a lot of people around the country, it is difficult to access. But that's a world different from saying it is illegal. If Roe is overturned, it will drastically change the circumstances for people in almost half of the states in union. Travel is a privilege, and privilege in this country is linked to people with money and people with white skin. Some women will order abortion pills online, which may put them in a questionable legal situation, while others will cross state lines for care if they can afford it. We already know the effect of making patients travel farther distances to terminate pregnancies. Some of them simply cannot make the journey. After Texas enacted HB 2 in 2013, a restrictive abortion law that was later gutted by the Supreme Court, the abortion rate plummeted in counties where the distance to the nearest facility increased by 100 miles or more. That's exactly what is expected to happen on a national scale when Roe is reversed. According to an estimate by Caitlin Knowles-Myers, an economics professoress at Middlebury College, about 54% of U.S. women of reproductive age will experience an increase in the distance to the nearest abortion provider. In counties whose nearest abortion provider is projected to close, the average distance would increase from 33 miles to 282 miles. By Myers' calculations, about 3/4 of women seeking abortions in those counties would still make it to an abortion provider, overcoming the additional costs associated with traveling longer distances, such as gas, hotel stays, and childcare. But about 1/4 of the patients would not. In the first year post-Roe, she estimates 100,000 women who want abortions will not be able to reach a clinic. Some will naturally have miscarriages, and others will seek out abortion pills to terminate their pregnancy at home. According to her model, about 75,000 women will end up giving birth against their will. The main difference between the woman who will make it to an abortion provider and those who won't? Money. So Myers has gone on record to say, generally, you're looking at a situation in which the poorest, most financially constrained, and most economically fragile women are not able to navigate a long trip to obtain an abortion. It's always been the case that the woman with means will find a way to obtain an abortion, and that was true during the pre-Roe era. Abortion care has changed significantly since the 1970s, when Mitchell's private plane whisked women to Niagara Falls for a quick day trip. Today, abortion pills account for more than half of abortions in these United States. Medication abortion, as the 2-pill regimen is called, can be done safely at home. Surely some women will fly to other states to access legal abortion at a clinic, but the more common scenario, when Roe is reversed, will likely involve a woman trying to get abortion pills through the mail or in a neighboring state. Anti-abortion lawmakers in some states are already trying to crack down on these avenues. To quote Lisa Fuentes, a senior research scientist at the Guttmacher Institute, a research group that supports abortion rights, she says, give me a second here to try and find her quote. Let me look this up while I check our live stream. 10 to 11. 11 to 12. Kit Kat says, "Hi, Vivian. I am listening for a few. Hey, honey." I presume Kit Kat is female. At any rate, Lisa Fuentes says, "Who will district attorneys and police test out arresting and criminalizing people for things like that? The people who are most likely to be prosecuted are people who are already systematically seen as devalued, who experience systemic racism and discrimination. You see, Black and Hispanic women have higher rates of unintended pregnancy and abortion than their white counterparts. This is not to say that privileged women have nothing to worry about. As Rebecca Traister forcefully argued in a recent essay, the eradication of abortion rights ultimately affects everyone. To quote as she, the choices that people, even people of means, make about how to end pregnancies are going to require calculations that they have rarely had to do before, about their own risks of criminal prosecution, and about state-enforced systems that are there not to work on their behalf, but to limit and punish their choices. But the hard truth of the matter is that without Roe, many poor women will be unable to obtain an abortion that they know is in their best interest. Their lives will be irrevocably changed as a result. The most common reason women give for wanting an abortion is that they are not financially prepared to raise the child. And they're always right. Most of what we know about what happens to a woman who wants an abortion but cannot obtain one comes from the Turnaway Study, a longitudinal study that began in 2008 and followed more than 1,000 women who sought abortions in these United States, led by Diana Green Foster, a UC San Francisco professoress in the Department of Obstetrics, Gynecology, and Reproductive Sciences. The study compared women who were able to obtain abortions with women who were denied abortions to see how their lives were affected over time. The two groups were fairly similar in terms of financial well-being before they sought an abortion, or so Green Foster told myself. But for 4 years afterward, women who were turned away from a wanted abortion had a higher chance of living in poverty compared with those who received abortions. Those who were denied an abortion went on to have higher debt, an increased number of negative public financial records, such as bankruptcies and evictions, and a greater likelihood of a subprime credit score. The financial consequences of being denied a wanted abortion are only part of the picture. Women who were unable to terminate pregnancy in Green Foster's study also had reported worse health, were more likely to remain connected to an abusive partner, and raised children under less stable conditions than the women who obtained abortions. And for 2 women, it killed them. 2 women in the Turnaway study who were denied an abortion died immediately after childbirth. Green Foster emphasizes that pregnancy is very risky, and it's a risk we're willing to take when we want to make a child, and that being denied an abortion changed every aspect of their lives, like their ability to take care of their existing children that they already had, their chance at having wanted kids later, the quality of their relationships, and their achievement of aspirational plans. Basically, the child prevented them from accomplishing anything in life. Without Roe, no woman will be given the choice. Democracies are in danger of extinction right now because of this. This is simply symptomatic of that. This past decade has been rich in world-changing events. Some were impossible to ignore, but others were more gradual and went almost unnoticed. Among the most important of these is the global crisis of democracy itself. On all continents, democracies are dwindling while undemocratic systems are on the rise, currently accounting for 70% of our world's population. That is, affecting 5.4 billion people. According to the studies of the VDEM Institute at the University of Gothenburg, a decade earlier, the percentage of people without democracy was 49%. Not since 1978 has there been such a low number of countries in the process of democratization. There are two reasons why this democratic backsliding didn't cause alarm or provoke a significant reaction. The first is that there were just too many other urgent problems that made it difficult for champions of democracy to successfully compete for the attention of leaders, the media, and public opinion. The pandemic and the global financial crisis are just two examples of a long list of events that left no room for less immediate concerns than immediate survival. The second reason is that most attacks on democracy were deliberately opaque and difficult to perceive, which, as a consequence, made it much more difficult for people to fight back. Let's consider the primary cause of this global neglect of democracy, a phenomenon that Larry Diamond, a respected professor at Stanford University, calls the democratic recession. How could you mobilize the population to defend democracy while the pandemic was causing millions of deaths around the world? According to the World Health Organization, between 2020 and 2021 alone, 15 million people died from COVID-19 and its variants. In the past decade, the effects of global warming have also intensified. Wildfires, extreme heat, floods, hurricanes, typhoons, and melting ice caps became more frequent, deadly, and costly. There were also financial problems. Between 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, was thanatized, and 2009, a deep financial crisis was unleashed in these United States, caused serious damage to our economy, then infected other countries and left enduring political repercussions. Perhaps the most important of these is growing economic inequality. This problem has worsened in the past decade and continues to be a major source of political conflict and social instability. One of the countries where it has been most acute is Red China, which has emerged as one of the most lopsided societies in the world. But the world's attention has not been focused on the Communist Chinese Empire's inequality, but rather on its rapid economic growth. Between 2010 and 2020, the Asian giant's economy more than doubled in size, and, depending on how you calculate it, is now the first or second largest economy in the world. In that same period, the Red Chinese regime deepened its authoritarianism. In 2018, Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping managed to remove the rule from the constitution that, since 1982, limited the presidency to 2 5-year terms. Thanks to this constitutional reform, Xi can be president until the day he dies. The past decade also saw Brexit, the unexpected and traumatic withdrawal of the United Kingdom from European Union. It was also the period in which there was an explosive increase in the economic, political, and social influence of social networks such as Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok, and of course, the decade of Putin's many wars. The Russian military fought in Georgia's Abkhazia and South Ossetia, Ukraine's Crimea and Donbass, as well as in Syria. Those 10 years, we also saw the rise of Donald Trump, his conquest of the Republican Party, and his hacking by the Russians into our Oval Office. Many of these events were shaped and driven by the rapid rise of smartphones. Today, more than 6.5 billion people, 84% of the world's population, all the people that Salman Sheikh says have to die, own a smartphone. While all this, and much more, distracted our attention, a group of authoritarian leaders took over a large number of the world's democracies. The evidence of the deterioration of democracy in the world is surprising and worrying, but even more surprising is the shocking lack of a response in the face of these attacks by anti-democratic forces. This is because many of the assaults on democracy are happening in such a stealthy way that they are practically invisible. And, of course, a problem that is never detected will never be solved. The world's democracies are facing a dangerous problem, but a problem we've not fully awakened to. We need to acknowledge it, publicize it, and confront it. We do this via the introduction of a brave new word. Rushism is a new term that has been thrown around a lot recently in social media and is even being used on posts from official Ukrainian government accounts. But what exactly is Rushism, and what does the new notion represent in context to the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine? Now, Rushism is pronounced like the word fascism, with an R instead of an F as the starting consonant. It roughly translates to Russian racism, or the culmination of extreme right-wing values that now form the Russian war ideology. Now, according to the New York Times, Rushism is a word created from 3 languages, namely Italiano, Russian, and the English, that contains complex puns, references that highlight the Ukrainians' wit and ability to code switch. Rushism itself is a concept that will be in history books, will be in the conventional Wikipedia, will remain in the classroom, and little children all over the world will stand up at their desks and answer their teachers when this Rushism began, on what land, and who helped in the fight for freedom against this very terrible concept. By the way, what I've just said was essentially what the Ukrainian President Zelensky said in a press conference. I'm merely paraphrasing him. This word was first used by Mariupol city councilors, who were trying to point out the utter devastation their city and residents had experienced. From physical ruination to casualties of war in Mariupol to the mass executions in Bucha, Ukrainians described what was Rushism to them. Now, you can see Rushism in comment sections on Facebook, tweets on Twitter, and even on the ground in Ukraine. Rushism provides insight into Putin himself and other Russian radicals' worldview, which is derived from old Russian imperial beliefs such as Stalinism. Ideologies adopted by Joseph Stalin formed around the centralization of power, the cult of personality, and other theories of socialism. It was also inspired by Tsarism, a reference to the older Russian Empire and its emperors, which signifies the return to traditionalism, autocracy, and the restoration of the empire's former greatness at the cost of all freedom. Compared to Western observers, Ukrainians have a front row seat to the gradual shift of Russian society to racism under the Russian invasion. They saw signs pointing towards a Stalinesque regime, a cult-like following for their leader, despite a few thousand protesters. A kind of Sovietized collectivist corporatism. The oligarchs being the states, except instead of corporations, they're individuals. A fetishization of a once glorious past, a media censorship en masse, state-run propaganda, running from a non-stop mill of production thereof, and now a war against a common enemy of the state. One of Vladimir Putin's central justifications for launching a war against Ukraine rests on his claims that the two countries constitute one people, and that Ukraine's status as an independent state is illegitimate. In an address to his country in the build-up to the invasion, Putin said, "Ukraine is not just a neighboring country for us. It is an inalienable part of our own history, culture, and spiritual space." Now, Russians and Ukrainians are now retracing much of the history that has long been at the core of the tension between the two former Soviet republics. Among the most significant events being revisited is what is known as the Holodomor, a manufactured famine that ripped through and killed millions in Ukraine in the early 1930s, when it was part of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, better known as the Soviet Union. The Holodomor translates roughly to death by hunger in Ukrainian. It is how Ukrainians refer to the mass starvation deaths of millions in Ukraine from 1932 to 1933 under Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin. The Holodomor was part of a larger famine that swept the Soviet Union as Stalin collectivized the agricultural economy by taking over small farms and prohibiting independent farmers from selling their crops. But specific policy decisions targeting Ukraine intensified the famine there, leading Ukraine and many nations to recognize the Holodomor as a genocide. It's held that Stalin allowed Ukrainians to starve in order to quash Ukrainian resistance to the reorganization of its farms. Now, we speak of Holocaust denial. There is Holodomor denial as well. Stalin and the Soviet Union never recognized the Holodomor as a genocide. Discussion of the event was heavily repressed inside the Soviet Union, and the USSR undertook a campaign to conceal their atrocity from the rest of the world. As Anne Applebaum reported in The Atlantic magazine, journalists in the Soviet Union were subject to intense censure from Moscow. Western reporters, including the New York Times reporter Walter Duranty, a Pulitzer Prize winner, downplayed the situation in Ukraine. He infamously wrote in one 1933 story, "Conditions are bad, but there is no famine." The present-day Russian government minimizes what happened. In 2017, Russian spokesperson Maria Zakharova told reporters that the characterization of the starvation as the mass starvation as a genocide contradicts historical facts. Now understand that 14 million people died. Holodomor Remembrance Day is observed on the final Saturday of November. The United States opened in 2015 a memorial for the Holodomor on the National Mall in the District of Columbia, and the Obama and Biden White Houses have issued remembrance statements on Holodomor Remembrance Day, which Donald Trump refused to do because the Russians told him not to. Yet the United States has been stopped short of calling the Holodomor a genocide, even as several countries, including Canada, recognize it as such. Last year, Joe Biden released a statement that said the millions of Ukrainians who died were victims of the brutal policies and deliberate acts of the regime of Joseph Stalin. His statement reads, "As we remember the pain and the victims of the Holodomor, the United States also reaffirms our commitment to the people of Ukraine today and our unwavering support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine." Now, the Holodomor is important beyond your understanding. Despite the death of millions resulting from deliberate policy decisions by Stalin's regime, the Holodomor is completely unknown in the United States. Yet it is a key part to understanding the deep divisions between Russia and Ukraine. It marks an early and brutal example of what many Ukrainians know is a long history of Moscow's hostility toward its southwestern neighbor. And we have a similar promise today. Like the dictators of the 20th century, Putin was able to establish himself as an icon among the Russian populace. Now, my own biological sire, Adolf Hitler, actively used the slogan, "Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer," which translates to one people, one state, one leader. Upon observation, Putin has essentially built Russia on somewhat the same principles, without the competence or the charisma. The Nazi regime fed on the suffering brought by Germany's defeat during the First World War. They framed it as a shameful time for the German people, which needed redemption. Hitler's rise was primarily built on the promise of a renewed Germany, one that would reclaim its lost imperial might and regain territories that were lost in their defeat. Similarly, Putin's regime exploited Russia's experience after the collapse of the Soviet Union near the end of the 20th century. Like Germany's defeat, the collapse was once portrayed as a humiliating loss by the Russian people. Putin's promise is eerily similar to that of my biological sires, which is to restore the former glory of the empire and reclaim its lost territories that are inhabited by Russian descendants, speakers, and loyalists, and once again ascend as the top player in the global struggle for power which the United States had dominated for decades. One may even claim that Red China has surpassed Russia in terms of global influence, But that is still up for debate, really, because the Chinese are nowhere near as sophisticated as the Russians in poisoning the minds of their enemies, the white race, as the Russians are, by poisoning the minds of the white race into thinking that they are the great white hope. With Putin, the national icon. Dictator Vladimir Putin, let me phrase it this way. Even during the first years of Putin's presidency, observers noticed the growing presence of his portraits, statues, and other paraphernalia that referred to the Russian dictator in both public and private establishments. Putin's cult of personality, or his idealization as Russia's dictator, further grew with the annexation of Crimea from Ukraine in 2014. It grew even further after the invasion of Donbass. Experts concur that the more Russia is isolated from the rest of the world, the more Putin is celebrated as a hero of his country. This is also part of the pathology of the Russian sense of superiority. A prominent feature of totalitarian regimes is targeting an internal foe to justify the brutal eradication of people. This, combined with the lack of criticism and need for justification for such heinous acts, is done to create a common enemy for the rest of society to unify against and provide support for the government. Now, of course, the Allies assert that this is what happened in Germany when the Hitler regime accompanied this with expansionism to lands inhabited by German-speaking populations, and later on, non-German-speaking people during the time leading up to the Holocaust. They insist the Nazi regime fed off the narrative of the Aryan race, and that this was coupled with a particular hatred for the Jews. Well, in factual history that we're living today, Russia has its own cult of supremacists who believe in the supremacy of Russian culture, language, history, military, and misogyny, most of all. Such groups including the male state, an actual Russian term. These groups view Putin as an idol and a staunch preserver of their radical beliefs. Influential Russian racists are given a platform in state-run media during times of conflict to misinform the populace. The Russian elite, particularly Putin himself, rely on these extreme right ideologies and their supporters to garner support for his personal vendettas, including Ukraine's invasion. However, there is still pushback from Russian citizens. Multiple protests in the Russian mainland have erupted following the initial invasion and the discovery of mass executions and war crimes in Bucha, where thousands of Russian citizens took to the streets. By doing this, they are risking their very lives, as the Russian government is known to be extremely brutal against protesters and has even made a new law banning the proliferation and distribution of so-called false information against Russia. But this takes us right back to Buffalo, because in the hour we have remaining, and Nathan A. Brooks has joined us to say, God bless Team DDD. Thank you, sir. Hugs be unto thee. Understand that Buffalo, this is where Donald Trump's race war fantasies lead. He feeds on white rage. It got him elected president. At this point, the horror in Buffalo isn't even surprising. Donald John Trump is a human cocktail of white racism, white rage, and white supremacy. He also represents a special type of white freedom to act without accountability. Now, Ta-Nehisi Coates wrote about this in his widely read 2017 essay for The Atlantic magazine on Donald Trump as America's first white president. That was the title of his article. Now, if my voice can take it, here's what he said in that article. In a single paragraph, it is insufficient to state the obvious of Donald Trump, that he is a white man who would not be president were it not for this fact. With one immediate exception, Trump's predecessors made their way to high office through the passive power of whiteness, that bloody heirloom which cannot ensure mastery of all events, but can conjure a tailwind for most of them. Land theft and human plunder cleared the grounds for Trump's forefathers and barred others therefrom. Once upon the field, these men became as soldiers, statesmen, and scholars, held court in Paris, presided at Princeton, advanced into the wilderness, and then into the White House. Their individual triumphs made this exclusive party seem above America's founding sins, and it was forgotten that the former was in fact bound to the latter, that all their victories had transpired on cleared grounds. No such elegant detachment can be attributed to Donald Trump, a president who, more than any other, has made the awful inheritance explicit. The first white president in American history is also the most dangerous president. And he is made more dangerous still by the fact that those charged with analyzing him cannot name his essential nature, because they too are implicated therein. The evidence is clear that Donald Trump was elected in 2016 primarily because of racism and white supremacy. Those toxic beliefs continue to define his enduring power and the loyalty of his millions of followers. Like other forms of Rushism, Trumpism is fueled by violent hostility toward the other, however that be defined. Today's Republican Party is America and the world's largest white identity and white supremacist organization. Ever since Trump first launched his candidacy in 2015, America has seen a great increase in hate crimes and other racially motivated violence directed against black, brown, Asian people, Jewish people, Muslims, LGBTQIA plus people, and all other minority groups. Everyone but white males. Encouraged by Trump's rhetoric and the literal and symbolic power of his presidency, white supremacists and other members of the global right have committed numerous mass shootings and other acts of terrorist violence. Donald Trump infamously described the white supremacists who rampaged in Charlottesville in 2017 as very fine people. 3 summers later, he disparaged supporters of the Black Lives Matter movement as un-American traitors. At his campaign rallies, Trump has repeatedly encouraged violence against protesters and other supposed enemies. During his presidency, the Trump regime put non-white refugees and migrants in concentration camps and stole their children as part of a policy of deterrence, driven by White House senior advisor Stephen Miller, an evident white supremacist. The Trump cabal's attempted coup d'etat on January 6th of 2021 was an attack on multiracial democracy, and indeed on the premise that black and brown Americans should have equal voting rights and an equal say in the country's present and future. In many respects, that coup attempt continues unabated. Trump is now holding rallies across our country to support Republicans in this year's midterms, and quite likely to prepare for his 2024 presidential campaign. At these events, he always encourages violence against traitors and socialist Democrats who reject his racist leadership and movement. He is fond of jokes about racial slurs. At one recent rally, Trump told attendees they should be willing to fight and die in order to protect their white children and white families and white country from the white supremacist, critical race theory, moral panic bogeyman. Trump also makes coded appeals to the Judeophobic and racist QAnon and Great Replacement theory. All these conspiracy theories, telling his followers that non-white invaders are coming to take over and kill off true, read white Americans like them. He frequently channels the white supremacist lost cause narrative with its claims that the treasonous war of the Confederacy for the right to keep black people in bondage was somehow noble and honorable. Now, with my voice breaking, as I come to the most important part of tonight's climax in the little time we have remaining, understand how Trump has been sharing the QAnon conspiracy about himself. He delighted QAnon supporters after he shared a meme featuring himself and the Q symbol on Truth Social, his own sick social media platform. And according to the screenshots of the meme shared on Twitter on Monday of Yesterceptimania, after the Buffalo Massacre, to open the work week thereafter, a Q could be seen behind the former president, who was shown seated on a throne and sporting a gold crown in the style of Game of Thrones. Now, the words MAGA King also appeared behind Mr. Trump in that meme, in reference to U.S. President Joe Biden's recent remarks about his predecessor's Make America Great Again, his MAGA slogan. The Anti-Defamation League's Katie McCarthy said the image was created by a known QAnon cultist, Shad Vivaz, or Cog Drogo, in a tweet about the post. Miss McCarthy added that Mr. Vivaz was pictured giving the former president's son, Eric Trump, a similar image at Reawaken America in March, an event featuring former Trump aide and alleged conspiracy theorist Michael Flynn, a former U.S. Army general who is still paid his retirement, his pension, on your tax dollar, even after he was registered as a foreign agent for the Russians, representing them on national television. Now, to quote Ms. McCarthy, she said the graphic was created by Shad Vivaz, a known QAnon adherent. He's the guy who presented Trump's son Eric with a painting that also featured a Q during the Reawaken America conference back in March. Now, Mr. Trump's followers on Truth Social celebrated the meme as a sign of acknowledgement of their support of the Republican. And, well, Miss McCarthy, what else did she add? Basically, she said, former President Trump just retruthed, Truth Social's version of a retweet, a graphic that features a big old Q in the upper right-hand corner. Now, one person wrote, mainstream MAGA is going to learn the hard way on Truth Social that Q was not a crazy conspiracy theory. Now, Mr. Trump intentionally shared this to show support for his cultists who believe in QAnon. And it's not the first time he engaged with that group. That includes during a presidential debate in 2020. When he appeared to defend the conspiracy theory, he said, "What I do hear about it, they are very strongly against pedophilia." God. You can't see me now, but I have to roll my eyes. It always comes down to that obsession. I'm the only person in America who's ever done anything about pedophile rings. And I get attacked by everyone from Masons to Muslims. Oh, wait, that's the same guy, isn't it? But Trump himself was forced to roll back the apparent endorsement of his conspiracy, which is based on the idea that a secret deep state or cabal is working against Mr. Trump. It is, of course, unfounded. Now, Alex Kaplan said that Trump, after amplifying QAnon promoting accounts on Twitter more than 300 times before he was suspended from that platform, has returned to doing so on a different platform, Truth Social. Well, he'll be back to doing it on Twitter now, thanks to Elon Musk. Now, Alex Kaplan works with Media Matters, and he added on Monday opening this work week last that the meme was also not the first time that Mr. Trump shared something associated with QAnon. He wrote, Trump, after amplifying QAnon promoting accounts on Twitter more than 300 times before he was suspended from the platform, has returned to doing so on a different platform. I really have to reiterate that because this is a man who cannot be separated from QAnon. Understand that Trump, in the day after the Buffalo Massacre, retruths, that means repost, is 2 posts from an account featuring the QAnon slogan right in its profile. You know, I attempted to approach Mr. Trump for comment, but have received no response, as you might expect. No surprise. So, back to the task at hand. Having, to an extent, regained my voice, our man Nathan Brooks says, MAGA is, of course, Latin for magi, or magician. Also, the red Phrygian cap became a symbol of freedom and liberty during the American and French revolutions. Thank you, sir. It was also a symbol of terror, as in the Great Terror, the mass beheadings. So, at these rallies, Trump wallows in malignant narcissism and white victimology with a series of scurrilous lies alleging that Democrats, the news media, elites, the deep state, and black and brown people are somehow oppressing and persecuting him and his followers. Trump has even called for his followers to descend upon majority black and brown cities if he is prosecuted for his crimes against democracy, which is in danger all over the world because of Putin and himself, along Xi Jinping and Bolsonaro, the Trump of the tropics, and of course, Viktor Orban, and on and on. Of course, Trump also continues to amplify and repeat his big lie about the 2020 presidential election, claiming that he is America's real president and that Joe Biden's victory was tainted by fraud and fake ballots in urban areas. The clear implication being that black and brown people stole the election from him and his white MAGA real American voters. Now, as I myself have previously proven, through his words, what Our Lady Viviana Sanchez would say, the fruit of his deeds, and through his deeds, and the use of stochastic terrorism, as well as overt threats, Donald Trump has shown that he is eager to incite a white-on-black race war. He is patterning himself on accelerationism. He is the new Charles Manson. He believes such a calamity will help him return to national power. This is far from any empty threat or a hollow fantasy. Trump's followers have repeatedly proven that they are willing to kill and die at his command. Consider what happened last Saturday in Buffalo. Now, in a moment here, this is a little thing that drives me to the point of murderous madness in my post-traumatic stress disorder. The lowering, the inability of myself to speak at the conclusion of all that I have basically articulated thus far in lead up. As Nathan Brooks says, red equals bloody terror. Now it appears that a day earlier, this 18-year-old white man named Peyton Gendron drove more than 200 miles to Buffalo from his home in a predominantly white and rural area of central New York State. The evidence proves, most notably in his own words, that his express purpose was to commit an act of white supremacist terrorism directed against black people. Gendron explained his plan and the logic and motivations behind it in a 180-page manifesto he published online, which makes repeated references to the Great Replacement Theory, the conspiracy theory, and its claims that white people are under threat of replacement or extinction by non-white groups. Gendron also referenced critical race theory and made fantastical claims that Jewish people are somehow manipulating world events. Now, Gendron was armed with an AR-15 assault-style rifle. He had a pistol and another rifle in his car, wore body armor, and had other tactical equipment in his possession. There was the racial slur of nigger writ on Gendron's AR-15, which he recordedly fired at least 100 times during the attack at that Buffalo supermarket. Now, as well, there was a Waukesha Christmas parade attack connection to this deadly Buffalo shooting. And the names of 3 victims in the Waukesha Christmas parade attack were scrawled on the barrel of the rifle so evidently, recordedly used to kill 10 people at that grocery store in Buffalo, New York. Now, the rifle had the names Virginia, Leanna, and Tamara written on the barrel. These are the first names of 3 women: Virginia Sorensen, Leanna Owen, and Tamara Durand, that were killed in the parade last November after Darrell Brooks, a black African American who was obviously programmed for that atrocity, drove his sports utility vehicle through the parade route. All 3 women were part of the Dancing Grannies group, which posted the following message on their Facebook page, probably in direct response to my reaching out to them with my questions. They said, "The Dancing Grannies just took part in a successful parade in Stoughton on Sunday. We as a team are working to spread love and joy. We are happy to discuss how the Grannies are moving forward with entertaining the great people of Wisconsin and any positive aspects of the group. As a result, we have no comment on the Buffalo tragedy." So the man who opened fire at the Tops grocery store last Saturday morning, Peyton Gendron, targeted his victims because of their race. All of which brings us back to, yes, the racist white supremacist Donald Trump. Because as explained in his own manifesto, Gendron targeted that particular neighborhood because its population is predominantly black. He spent Friday conducting reconnaissance on the targeted community. On Saturday, he used that information and experience to attack the Tops friendly market at a time when he would inflict maximum carnage, live streaming his rampage on the internet. He shot 13 people in the supermarket and parking lot outside, 11 of them black. 10 of the 13 shooting victims died. He surrendered to local police on scene, knowing that as a white man he would not be shot dead. He had no concern that that was even a possibility. Try and think about that for even a minute. He was on record, eager to explain his motivations. It has subsequently been reported that Gendron made a generalized threat of violence a year ago as a student at Susquehanna Valley Central High School in his hometown of Conklin. He was taken into custody and subjected to a mental health evaluation, but released within 48 hours because of white privilege. Gendron has been charged now with first-degree murder. The FBI and Department of Justice are now investigating these killings as a hate crime and terrorist act. His manifesto could be described as an updated, slightly more sophisticated version of the photocopied white supremacist tracts like the Turner Diaries that neo-Nazis, Kluxers, and other white supremacists and racial rushists used to distribute by mail or in person. Oh, by the way, Viviana Sanchez says, "You're doing great, Douglas. God bless you, honey." Now, white America is so accustomed to gun violence that they observe a de facto public ritual for events like the Buffalo shooting. Or at least they do when the accused killer is a white man and a conservative, or obvious member of a right-wing group. The ritual is generally quite different if the accused mass shooter is a Muslim or a black person, by way of example. So let me go through a number of points, if I can this hour, with what the white people respond with. They'll say, "It is too soon to talk about what happened. We must wait for the facts." The facts about what happened in Buffalo last Saturday are self-evident. A white man drove for hours over hundreds of miles to kill black people because he believed they and other non-whites, as directed by an imaginary global Jewish cabal led by George Soros, are taking away what he believes to be his country. The Buffalo shooting exposes one of Biden's unmet objectives. In June of 2021, while commemorating the centennial of the brutal attack on Black Wall Street during the Tulsa Race Massacre in Oklahoma, President Joe Biden connected the past to the present and correctly identified our biggest threat as white supremacy back then, saying, "Terrorism from white supremacy is the most lethal threat to the homeland today. Not ISIS, not Al-Qaeda, white supremacists." Well, after Buffalo, he must act like it. But since then, however, the Biden administration has done nothing to combat this threat. While the creation of a unit focused on domestic terrorism in the Department of Justice and the recent passage of the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act are important developments, they still fall short of tackling the persistent and growing threat of white supremacy. Last Saturday, less than a year after Biden correctly identified our country's most lethal threat, a white supremacist guns down 10 people and injures 3 others at a supermarket in Buffalo, New York. Most of the victims are black. Authorities confirmed the shooter, this 18-year-old from Conklin, New York, made his intentions clear in a hate-filled manifesto posted 2 days prior to the shooting. In that manifesto, which included dozens of pages of racist and Judeophobic images, the shooter expressed disdain for black people and all other people of color. Promoting the Great Replacement theory, the racist belief widely embraced by the far right, the gunman's manifesto reveals how deeply embedded racism is in American society. Since 2014, hate crimes in these United States have been on the rise, and under the Trump misadministration, such acts of hate and violence reached record levels. The shooting in Buffalo falls within a long and disturbing pattern of white supremacist violence that has shaped American life and culture for centuries. Historian Kidada Williams, co-editores of the work entitled Charleston Syllabus, subtitled Readings on Race, Racism, and Racial Violence, notes that violence and terror were the primary means by which white Americans maintained power and control after the Civil War. Shortly after, 21-year-old white supremacist Dylan Roof walked into the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopalian Church in Charleston, South Carolina, and mass murdered 9 black people. Kidada Williams argued in Slate magazine, "Many whites who were looking to preserve white social, economic, and political supremacy over blacks after the war typically used terror to achieve all their objectives." Now, hate groups, such as the Ku Klux Klan, established in 1865, terrorized black people and other marginalized groups across these United States. As black people obtained education and some political power during the era of Reconstruction, white vigilantes lynched hundreds of black people across the South. According to the NAACP, an estimated 4,743 lynchings occurred in these United States from 1882 to 1968. Black communities and institutions continued to be targeted by white supremacists during the Civil Rights Movement. One of the most infamous attacks took place on Sunday, September 15, 1963, when KKK members planted a bomb at the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama. That bombing killed 4 black girls, Denise McNair, Addie Mae Collins, Carol Robertson, and Cynthia Wesley, and injured more than 20 others. The white supremacist violence and terror black people faced were not confined to the southern region, and the terror certainly did not end with the passage of landmark civil rights legislation during the 1960s. Although the number of hate groups in the United States has ebbed and flowed over the last 60 years, white supremacist ideas such as the Great Replacement Theory remain a fixture in American life and culture. In recent years, what many Americans viewed solely as fringe ideas have in fact begun to dominate mainstream politics. These racist ideas and acts of violence are, as historianist Kathleen Belew exposed on PBS, all part of the organized white power movement led by Donald Trump. So, according to Belew, the authoress of the book titled Bring the War Home, subtitled The White Power Movement and Paramilitary America, it is a movement that is at war with our democracy and on these targeted communities in ways that are with us in inescapable ways. This war on democracy, in retreat now, all over the world, because now the American empire is fighting against it, was on full display when Dylan Roof walked into the Emmanuel AME Church. And after sitting with church attendees as they prayed and read from the Bible, Roof announced that he was here to kill black people. Much like the Buffalo shooter, Roof had also written a manifesto filled with white nationalist and white supremacist ramblings that blamed African Americans, Latinos, and all other people of color for a myriad of social and societal issues. The same violence, hate, and terror that led to the Charleston massacre provided the impetus for the recent Buffalo shooting. And this violence, hate, and terror are not aberrations or somehow disconnected from American life and culture. The shooting in Buffalo, like the Charleston massacre, the 2019 shooting at a Walmart in El Paso, and far too many others, are expressions of the deep-seated violence, hate, and white supremacist terror that are core to American society. Not surprisingly, white supremacist ideas have only increased in circulation since the Charleston massacre, and the organized white power movement has experienced significant growth over the last few years as several political leaders, led by former President Donald Trump, escalated white supremacist rhetoric. According to the Southern Poverty Law Center, the number of active hate groups in these United States increased in 2015 from 784 to 892 and remained well above 800 for the duration of the Trump presidency. In 2021, the center documented 72 active Proud Boys chapters across the United States, an increase from 43 chapters the year before. Far beyond the growth of certain hate groups, the center points to how extremist ideas now operate completely openly in the political mainstream. For the Red Republicans, they are the political mainstream. Now, The mass shooting in Buffalo last Saturday but underscores the urgent need for the Biden administration to put in action a strategy to confront what he himself called our country's most lethal threat. Without swift and strong federal action, including stricter gun policies and the passage of hate speech laws, those who embrace white supremacy as an ideology will continue to unleash violence and terror in our communities. Another white ritual will be to say the Buffalo attack is shocking. This is an absurd reaction. The Buffalo attack was wholly predictable and is the obvious result of an Amero-Ruchist ideology that has taken control of the Republican Party and much of the right-wing media and so-called conservative movement. Yes, at last, President Biden has called out white supremacy for what it is, a poison in the soul of this nation. But I must take exception to his insistence that this poison is not American. Sadly, it has been a part of us since the beginning, when slaves were brought here to build the economy, and when land was taken from indigenous peoples until they were almost wiped out. Waves of immigrants, the Irish, Italians, Jews, Asians, and Mexicans, were all branded as invaders until we needed them as essential workers for jobs and wars. We exploited, we lynched, we massacred, and laws were passed to institutionalize white power. White supremacy has been challenged by victims and their white allies, but these challengers were always demonized as disruptors and threats to the security of their critics. Many were killed. Now and then, a decade or so here and there, Americans rise and say, "Enough, we must change." The results were the end of slavery, grants of citizenship, and the passage of civil rights legislation. But we must remember these as but intermittent spasms of guilt and regret. The federal government didn't make lynching a federal crime until last year. And after every mass shooting, there are thoughts and prayers, and little else, as we wait for the next outbreak of violence in a nation flooded with guns. This spectacle is American. This is us. Several months before Peyton S. Gendron carried out a racist mass shooting at the supermarket in Buffalo, New York, which targeted black patrons. The 18-year-old white man regularly posted on social media about the Great Replacement theory, false claims that white people in these United States are intentionally being replaced by non-white people through immigration, interracial marriage that produces people like myself, and violence. In Gendron's alleged manifesto, the man, whose attack is being investigated as a hate crime, shares details about his planned massacre, like choosing Buffalo as the scene for his attack because it was the city closest to him with the highest number of black people. Racist mass shootings targeting black, Latinx, Asian, and indigenous populations in this country aren't anything new, and neither is the premise or motive of the Great Replacement theory. In fact, the Great Replacement theory is the American way. After the invasion, genocide, and displacement of Native Americans and the enslavement of Africans, this country's founding fathers determined that the United States was by and for white Americans, and the minority non-white population existed to serve. Throughout history, as these marginalized groups grew and began gaining power through numbers, different versions of the Great Replacement theory were born. In the late 19th century, and early 20th century. Upon the emancipation of enslaved Africans and the seizing of lands like modern-day Texas, Puerto Rico, Cuba, and the Philippines, the eugenics movement punctually made its way to these United States. The goal of that movement was to rewire the racial composition of an increasingly diverse nation by methodically enacting policies that control the reproduction of a people. To quotist the New York Times, deputy national editress and authoress of the work entitled One Mighty and Irresistible Tide, named Jia Lin Yang, she says, "It became very important because people with a lot of social influence really embraced it. These are leading economists, leading scientists, people who are really kind of dictating intellectual American life at the time. Eugenics was completely mainstream." We saw this in the glossed-over history of the U.S.-sanctioned eugenics program in Puerto Rico, where U.S. scientists and government launched a sterilization operation and used low-income Boricua women as subjects for birth control research without their informed consent. According to the 1982 documentary titled L'Opération by Ana Maria Garcia, 1/3 of Puerto Rican women could not have children as a result. 1/3 of Puerto Rico's female population was sterilized. Similarly, Mexican immigrant women in California, my Golden Bear Republic, my state nation, were forced to sign paperwork that gave the state the right to sterilize them by threatening to keep their newborns. Their stories were finally recognized in PBS's 2016 documentary entitled No Más Bebés. New restriction to abortion access and the coming overturning of Roe v. Wade will further influence sexual and reproductive rights in these United States, especially for birthing people of color. One Mississippi reproductive rights activist, Lori Bertram Roberts, draws ties with the current political mayhem brewing around criminalizing abortion and the hate groups peddling great replacement talking points. To her, the pro-life body politic isn't about protecting life more than it is about ensuring the genetic superiority of one race over another. To quote a she, "If you look at the states that are the most restrictive around abortion, they're also the states most invested in white replacement theory. They're the most conservative, and a lot of them also happen to be in the Southeast, where there's a long history and fight over how many black folks are still around and how many Hispanic people are coming in. And so there is a lot of conversation about the white birth rate." Now, similarly, anti-immigration movements in these United States grew out of ideologies at the root of the Great Replacement theory. Exempli gratiae. In 1916, the immigration restrictionist Madison Grant published the work entitled The Passing of the Great Race, a book that posited that immigration and the intermixing that cometh from it was ruining the Anglo-Saxon population. His works helped spark anti-immigration laws that passed in the 1920s, which limited entry from black and Asian immigrants, or all migrants that were not white. Note that even before the 1924 Johnson-Reed Act marked a schism in U.S. immigration history, there was the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act, a landmark law that for the first time singled out an ethnic group for restriction. This rhetoric hasn't just continued, it's intensified. In his 1987 book, titled The Birth Dearth, the late columnist and demographer Ben Wattenberg warned white people about the Third World and how the Global South would eventually dominate and erode Western culture if there was no change of action. Today, white supremacists have re-envisioned the concept of the Great Replacement theory as a covert operation designed by the U.S. government to undermine or replace the political power and culture of white people living in Western countries, as iterated in her own quiet manner by Noreen Halpand in our opening hour. With immigration largely coming from Latin America, Black and brown Latinx people have been among the primary targets. From the anti-Latinx immigrant rhetoric popular on conservative media to legislation that targets Latinx migrants specifically, to the physical violence directed at this community, including the 2019 El Paso shooting, those who subscribe to the Great Replacement theory fear a browning of America and will kill to protect the illusion of white supremacy. But Latinxes haven't been the only groups to be fatally targeted. There has been a rise in anti-Asian violence and a long and ongoing history of attacks against black churches and now supermarkets. Of course, extrajudicially murdering and sterilizing black and brown and Asian communities, as well as Native Americans, to the point of extinction, are just some of the tools white people have abused to control people of color and manipulate our lives. Imprisonment is another example. The United States has the highest incarceration rate on this planet, and Black and Latinx people are among the most likely to be detained. This is the consequence of a centuries-old, politically motivated myth that the mere presence of non-white people is a threat to white life, and the conspiracy of white supremacy. Despite conservative talking heads like Tucker Carlson and Laura Ingraham often amplifying this theory to its millions of followers for several years, many have recently tried to distance themselves from Gendron's violence. According to a Washington Post report, nearly half of Republicans agree with the Great Replacement theory. In fact, all of them have defended and rationalized the claims that allegedly motivated Gendron's racist attack. However, some are now condemning the mass shooting that their own crusade inspired. Even more, they've attempted to fashion the violence that these racist conspiracy theories breed as something jarring and unheard of. In doing so, they undermine the atrocious legacy of American genocide and the very real, lived experiences of its countless victims. And that, of course, brings us to another ritual white Americans will go through. They'll say his actions will be attributed to mental illness. Well, of course, we've dealt with the mentally ill on this program in the form of Jameson Reese, and now, in his psychotic break, Salman Sheikh. But understand this much. In fact, in Gendron's manifesto, he makes it clear that he knows exactly what he is doing and why. he clearly articulates the motivations, reasoning, and planning involved in his act of anti-black terrorism. Of course, the vast majority of people with mental illnesses are not violent. Mass shooters are not mentally ill people who suddenly snap. They decide to kill. In the aftermath of major mass shootings, politicians and pundits depict the killers as crazed monsters and blame mental illness as the fundamental cause. The same story has played out since last Saturday's horrific massacre at that supermarket in Buffalo, New York, where that 18-year-old, motivated by racist ideology, murdered 10 people. But this misleading narrative is not supported by any scientific evidence and is counterproductive to solving America's epidemic of mass shootings. The claim that mental illness produces such attacks implies that mass shooters are insane, as if they are disconnected from reality and act based upon no rational thought, no thinking out. This goes hand in hand with the common theme that these offenders snap, which suggests they commit impulsive acts of violence, bursting forth from nowhere, thereby eliminating our ability to control or respond at all, rendering us paralyzed, rationalizing ourselves into impotence. All explanations are wrong. Over the last decade, I've studied scores of mass shootings and looked deep into the field of behavioral threat assessment, an emerging method where experts in mental health, law enforcement, and other disciplines work together to prevent planned acts of violence. Conspiracy to murder is the legal term. I was, after all, the recipient of an associate's degree in science of criminal psychology. Now, extensive case history proves that mass shooters don't just suddenly break. They decide. They develop violent ideas that stem from entrenched grievances, rage, and despair. In many cases, they feel justified in their actions and regard killing as the sole solution to any problem. They arm themselves and prepare to attack, choosing where and when to strike. Often, this is a highly organized and methodical process. The Buffalo shooter, Peyton Gendron of Conklin, New York, spent months becoming radicalized online and readying himself to kill. This is proven by law enforcement authorities via the written documents that Gendron himself posted online. He acquired weapons and tactical gear, practiced shooting, detailed his ideological hatred of black people and all others, and surveilled intended targets. Now, Gendron himself had a history of troubling behavior, as proven by the authorities, including a threat he made last June as a graduating high schooler to commit a mass murder-suicide. Under New York law, he was taken into custody by state police and given a psychiatric evaluation. Because he's white, unlike the white terrorist Richard K. Cole Jr., who can dox myself with impunity and publish every aspect of my life that he's altered and forged in terms of document alteration, taking it out of context, clipping and snipping parts of it to create as wild a picture as possible, wildly deviant from any truth, and get away with it because he's white, and whites are allowed to do anything they fucking want because of white privilege. Yet they think they're the victims. He thinks he's a victim of Douglas Dietrich just by my very existence, because I'm a better man than he. Gendron, his results of his psychiatric evaluation will never be known. They're not publicly released, because as a white man, he has infinite privilege. Gendron was released within 2 days, and authorities said he claimed to have been joking with his threatening comments. A form of deception that has figured into all other shootings. Every white motherfucker, when they're caught, says, hey, it's just a joke. It's just a joke. It's free speech. This is one of the reasons I tolerated the mental illness of Jameson Reese for so long. Is simply because this infinite white privilege makes it so that, in a very real sense, all whites do deserve to die. Now understand that in 2018, a deep investigation of 63 rampage shooters conducted by experts with the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit proved that only a quarter of the offenders were known to have been professionally diagnosed with a mental illness of any kind. While it's possible that some suicidal attackers may have gone undiagnosed, only 3 of the 63 perpetrators, or about 5% of the total examined, had any known psychotic disorder. Blaming mental illness for mass shootings inflicts a damaging stigma on the millions of people who suffer from clinical afflictions, the vast majority of whom are not violent. Extensive research proves the link between mental illness and violent behavior is small and not at all useful for predicting violent acts. People with diagnosable conditions such as schizophrenia or bipolar disorder are in fact far more likely to be victims than perpetrators of violence. Yet no person who commits a mass shooting is, in a basic sense, mentally healthy. So if we want to do more to reduce these attacks, we need to better understand the behaviors and circumstances that lead up to them. Threat assessment experts have found that in a majority of cases, warning signs are noticeable to people who are in the orbit of would-be shooters. These don't fulfill any predictive checklist, as the public commonly expects due to the notion of criminal profiling, but compose instead a set of actions and conditions that indicate potential danger. They also reveal opportunity to intervene. The warning signs include threatening comments, personal deterioration, patterns of stalking and other aggression, as well as fixating on guns, graphic violence, and previous mass shooters. Many perpetrators express a desire for infamy, including Gendron, who obviously described his own hateful screed as a manifesto and wrote of how live streaming his attack would help get sensational media coverage. So yes, he knew what he wanted. He knew what he was doing. Now, threat assessment teams seek to use constructive measures to steer troubled individuals away from violent thinking and planning. That can include fostering better social connections and improving a subject's education, work, or living circumstances. Case management often does involve mental health interventions, such as counseling, or even a period of hospitalization if necessary. A clearer picture of Gendron's school and family background has yet to emerge. But as with so many past attacks, the initial case evidence points to a deeper trail of identifiable warning signs and a period of time in which effective intervention may well have been possible. In a country like ours, saturated with firearms that are all too easy to obtain, mass shootings are a complex problem with no simple solution. But making mental illness the bogeyman detracts from making any progress on stopping these attacks. That's going to take everything we've got. Strengthening our nation's gun laws, quashing a surge in violent political extremism, raising cultural awareness of shooter warning signs, and, yes, investing in a lacking mental health care system to give troubled people the help they may need before it's too late. Now I'll need your help before it's too late. Mentally, with your moral support, and financially, with your fiscal contributions. Now, right there on the screen, you can support me at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, or you can send a check or money order. Never cash, but if you do send it like you would send it to me if I was in prison, you got to put it in a card, but don't tape the money, but tape thick cardboard over